on Kerala's economic trajectory and its intersections with the global economy. This conference has consistently provided a platform for vibrant academic exchange, and this year is no. We have an exciting lineup of participants ranging from students and early career researchers to senior professors, think tank leaders, and bureaucrats, each offering unique perspectives informed by diverse methodologies and disciplinary backgrounds. Throughout the sessions, we'll engage with a broad spectrum of themes, some addressing global economic issues with potential replication for Kerala, while others delve directly into Kerala specific challenges and opportunities. This dual approach allows us to not only contextualize Kerala within the global economic framework, but also derive region specific policy insights. In addition to research paper presentations, this conference is enriched by panel discussions that bring together voices from across the stakeholder spectrum, bureaucrats, policymakers, and academicians. These dialogues aim to bridge the gap between research and policy implementation, ensuring that academic insights translate into actionable strategies for economic development. We have the privilege of hosting the keynote address by Professor E. Somanathan from the Economic and Planning Unit at the Indian Statistical Institute, New Delhi. His talk, titled The Impacts of Heat on Output, Labor Supply, and Earnings of India, will shed light on the economic implications of climate change, an issue of increasing relevance for Kerala and beyond. The session will be chaired by Professor C. Veeramani, whose expertise in trade, productivity, and development makes him the perfect moderator for this insightful discussion. Without further ado, I invite Professor C. Veeramani to introduce our keynote speaker.
Good morning and welcome to all. So this is the fifth annual conference on Kerala and world economy. And this is organized with the support of generous support from the Kerala government. The government has set up a unit to study international migration from Kerala. As part of that unit, we conduct three major activities. One is the various research studies that we do. Then there is a capacity building workshop focusing on international migration issues. And then this conference, which focuses on Kerala and the world economy. Now, some of you would really wonder, why this particular theme, Kerala and world economy, because there are so many states in India, and we wouldn't see many such themes, that people talk about, individual state with the world economy. So I just to take just 5 minutes to explain the rationale for having this conference. One is that Kerala's regional development and growth is very closely related to the world economy multiple ways. Very unique kind of feature, which is you cannot see in other states in India. And this has started not just in modern times, but very many years back. Long history of commercial integration of Kerala economy, starting from as early as the third millennium BC. So there is a very recent book by a very famous historian and travel writer. His name is William Dalrymple. He mentioned about how Kerala's traders and entrepreneurs engaged with trade with the Roman Empire as early as 250 BC. And at that time, Kerala was at the center of ancient India's trade, not on the periphery. Generally, people thought that Kerala was on the periphery, but it was not true. It was at the center. In fact, he mentioned that it was the number one economic hub of ancient India. Kerala was the number one economic hub. That is what he mentioned. And so there was very strong trade relationship with the Rome Empire, and Kerala was the primary trading partner of the Rome. That is also he mentions in his book. And Roman sources mentioned that how wealth was flowing to India from Roman Empire, particularly through the trade routes connecting to Kerala, with the Roman Empire via the Red Sea ports of the Egypt. So all these details are there. So it shows that how closely we were connected to the world economy starting from many years back, even before the migration from Kerala started from mid 70s. At that time, Romans were actually worried that too much wealth is flowing out of Rome in the form of gold to Kerala. So they wanted to curb trade, like Donald Trump is trying to do now. But good sense prevailed among Romans at that time. They realized that a trade was also beneficial for them. So they didn't curb trade because they realized the gains from trade, which modern leaders do not realize now. That is why we have the trade war. So then that is the history. Then we know mid 1970s onwards, so there is this migration from out of Kerala. A lot of people went out to Gulf regions. That is another type of integration, right? The first was in the form of trade. Second, labor flow, labor moving out of Kerala, and then they sending back remittance, another type of globalization, capital inflow. That remittance led to the sustainability of some of the early developments that Kerala experienced in social sectors. And then it also led to another other outcomes in Kerala economy. The non-tradable sector declined. Why? Because no, tradable sector declined. Non-tradable sector expanded because the remittance was invested in service sector. Most of them were non-tradable. So when the tradable sector declined, the demand for tradable sectors were met through imports, imports from other states. Another form of Kerala's integration with the rest of India. Then, since people were not available, particularly low-skilled labor, people started coming out from other states to work in Kerala. And then a new form of migration is starting from Kerala, people moving out of Kerala to more advanced countries in Europe, Canada, and all that. That has happened in recent times. Tourism is yet another way Kerala economy is integrated. How nurses are going and working to the world, different parts of the world is another dimension. So in all these respects, Kerala economy is very closely connected to the world economy as well as with rest of India. So that gives the rationale for this thing. So the economic development that is happening in Kerala need to be understood within that broader framework in which it is connected to the world economy. Now, in CDS, we have been working very closely with various aspects related to Kerala, starting from the very celebrated work in 1970s, mid 70s, which popularized the concept of Kerala model of development. Now, even now, discussion is taking place related to that, but new issues have come up. One such issue is related to environmental problems. Kerala is very vulnerable to various kind of natural disasters because of its unique topography. We have a large coastal areas, large areas of midland as well as the highland, and therefore all these natural calamities, whether it is flood in the midland or coastal erosion in the coastal areas or landslide, all this happens. And then the climate change in particular is a very important concern for Kerala because of these unique vulnerabilities. And in that context, we have the keynote address by Professor Somanathan, who is a very distinguished professor in this area of environment and climate change. And therefore, this theme is very appropriate because this is one of the major challenges that Kerala economy is facing in today. And Professor Somanathan doesn't require an introduction to this audience. He is quite well known. He has made a lot of, he's a professor at the Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi. He had a PhD from the Harvard University, has contributed a lot of important pioneering work in the area of environment and development. And today's his paper is related to that broad area related to climate change. So with this introduction, I welcome Professor Somanathan to deliver his keynote address. Professor Somanathan.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Veeramani. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be able to speak to this distinguished audience. And I am very grateful to you for giving me the chance to do that. So with that, let me begin speaking about the topic of today's talk. And that's on the impacts of heat on output, labor supply, and earnings in India. So I'll just give a quick outline of what I propose to talk about today. So first, I'll just give a quick helicopter ride over the literature in economics on the impacts of heat on incomes. And then I'll talk about a particular paper of mine which just came out in November 2024, just a few months ago. It's on the impacts of heat on informal sector workers' incomes in Delhi, and it's co-authored with Professor Saulamini Das of the Institute of Economic Growth in Delhi. And then I'll say just a little bit about the implications of this study in particular, and close from there. So first, this is just a plot which shows you how the temperature has been rising in India. Here the data are starting in 1940 and up to 2023. And what these are is temperature anomalies, which is basically the difference between the temperature in a given year and the mean temperature between 1991 and 2020. So as you can see, the fact that the numbers are negative until about the year 2000 means that earlier in the 20th century, the temperatures were lower by about 1 degree, maybe. And in the 21st century, the temperatures have tended to be higher. And so if you look totally, you would say that temperature has risen in this period between 1 and 1.5 degrees on average in India. So that's really a large change in the average temperature as we. And this is projected to continue into the future. So here there's a projection in addition to the historical average coming from 1950. Here we see that these are different possible scenarios. So obviously, how much the temperature rises is going to depend on how much the carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere rise. And that depends on how much is emitted in future years. And so we can see that the temperature can rise a further, 2, maybe even 3 degrees in the worst case scenarios. And in any case, even in the best case scenario, which is the blue curve over there, you'll still see a temperature rise of maybe about another 1 degree or so, right? I also should emphasize that that best case scenario is very unlikely because it would mean extremely rapid reductions in global emissions of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. And at the moment, far from reducing, we are still actually increasing globally. All right, so now let me turn to impacts of this rise in temperatures on economic outcomes. And first, I'm going to look at GDP growth. This is a famous paper from 2012, about 13 years ago. And what the authors did is that they regressed economic growth at the country level on the change in temperature. So they looked at whether if a year was hotter than another year in a given country, whether that country experienced a change in GDP growth. And what they find is that a 1 degree rise in temperature was associated with a 2.2% decline in GDP growth for the poorer half of the countries. That is for countries below median GDP per capita at the start of the period. So they use basically country data over many years. So that's the size of this result, and it's a substantial effect. They don't find any effect for countries who are richer than average, who are richer than the median on GDP growth. Now, turning to the Indian case, there's a similar study that was done. Actually, one moment. First, let me talk about this one. This is another cross-country study. And here what they did is they looked at what they found. They looked at essentially the change in GDP growth, the change in GDP per capita and GDP growth as a quadratic function of temperature. So the idea was that if a country's average temperature is fairly low, then in a warmer year, GDP growth may not decline, it might increase. Whereas for a country which is at a higher temperature, a higher average temperature, then in a warmer year, that country's GDP growth might decline. And so essentially they fit a quadratic curve to temperature. As you can see here, this is the fitted curve from their regressions. And as you can see, they do find the effect that they suspected. And in the Indian case, at India's average temperature, which is at the right end of the distribution worldwide of countries, they find a decline of minus 1.7% in GDP growth per degree increase in temperature. So here the finding was different from the earlier paper. There, the earlier paper said that poorer countries on average will see a decline in income in hotter years. Here they were saying that hotter countries on average will see a decline in income in hotter years. And of course, it's difficult to disentangle these things because hotter countries tend to be also poorer countries. That's the way the current world distribution of incomes is. Anyway, yes, so I wanted to talk about this one then. Turning to the Indian case, we now look at somewhat more disaggregated data. We look at India and we look at data for Indian states. And here this is a paper that looked at a panel of Indian states. And they find a similar effect as in the two papers I mentioned earlier. They find an average GDP decline of 2.5% per degree. So the effect is actually somewhat larger than that estimated in the cross-country data. So as you disaggregate, you get a larger effect. And moreover, they find that poor states, the effect of an increase in temperature is larger. There's a more negative effect. In fact, for poor states, the effect is really very large, 4.7% decline in growth for a 1 degree temperature increase, which is really a very large effect. They also find that states which have higher shares of agriculture in GDP also see a larger decline, as you can see in the middle panel here. But they don't find that there's a difference if they split up the period from before 1998 to after 1998. So we can see that what we see is that as we go down to a lower level of aggregation from the global country level, we see a bigger effect. And moreover, we see this pattern is reproduced, that the poorer states, poorer regions tend to face larger declines in income growth as the temperature rises. So here I'm talking about a paper now which goes down to a further level of disaggregation using district level data in India. And this paper by Santini and others, they find a 3.2% decline in GDP growth per degree Celsius. They use a linear specification. And once again, when they split it up according to poorer and richer districts, they find that the effect is larger. The negative effect is larger for the poorer districts. And again, it's really very large. 4.7% for a 1 degree change is a very big decline in growth. Okay. And they don't find lagged effects. That is, they don't find that if it's hotter, then the growth decline They don't find a growth decline in subsequent years. So where does this decline come from? As was suggested in the previous result, where states with a larger share of agriculture had bigger declines, it's clear that part of this is coming from effects on agriculture. And it's known, for example, that rice production is sensitive to monsoon rainfall and to late season minimum temperature. So if you have a hotter minimum temperature late in the growing season, then you'll get an adverse effect on rice yields. And as with regard to wheat, we have a paper with co-authors in which we find, using again district level data over a period of many years, that wheat yields would be 5% lower if wheat yields would have been 5% higher if the temperature had not increased in this period between 1981 and 2009. So again, the effect on wheat yields is about 5% per degree, because that was about the increase in temperature. Now I'm turning to micro level data. All of these data so far are somewhat aggregated. They are at least aggregated up to the district level. Now I'm going to turn to micro level data, and I'm going to turn away from agriculture to the manufacturing sector. And here in a paper that came out a few years ago, we looked at the data from the Annual Survey of Industries, which is a nationally representative annual survey, and we put together the data from 1998 to 2013 for about 2 lakh plants and manufacturing plants. And what we found is that in hotter years, manufacturing output is about 2% lower on average in these plants. So that is looking at plant level data. The other thing that we did is we did some micro level case studies. We went to particular companies and we were able to obtain their data at a daily level. So when you use annual level data, which all of the studies I've talked about so far using annual level data, it's not absolutely clear what is the source of this negative effect of temperature on output and incomes in the sectoral sense. So even here, even though we were looking at manufacturing plants, because the data is at the annual frequency, it's possible that there are linkages between agriculture and manufacturing, and that adverse effects on agriculture in a particular place can affect local manufacturing in that place through backward and forward linkages. So in order to rule that out, we wanted to look at high frequency data at which you can't expect these links to be operating. So what we did is we looked at, as I said, we obtained some data, some case studies of a few particular plants. And we got this data at the daily frequency. In the case of the Bhilai steel mill, the data is at the level of 8-hour shifts. So at the daily frequency, it can't be the case that this is happening because of agricultural linkages. It has to be something that's happening in the plant itself. And what we can see here is, so in the top 2 panels, we were looking at garment manufacturing plants in the left in the National Capital Region around Delhi, and then in the right in southern and central India. And what we find is that if the plant did not have climate control, then as the daily temperature rises, there is a loss of productivity, as can be seen in the red lines. But if the plant did have climate control, then in fact, there's no loss in productivity. And in fact, there seems to be an increase in productivity. You can see that both in the climate control plants and in the garment plants, as well as in the steel mill. And we also had another set of plants which were in the cloth weaving industry in Surat. And again, those were not climate control. Again, you can see this negative effect on output, on productivity of increases in temperature. And so the only plausible explanation really for these kinds of effects at the daily frequency is that basically labor productivity is affected. Now, it's long been known, there's been a literature in occupational health and engineering that high temperatures affect productivity, and there have been studies in labs, laboratory studies, and so on, which have found this. But it wasn't clear whether that this is something that you would see in the actual world as opposed to in experimental data. And what we do find is this is true even at temperatures which are not that high, right? These are not extreme conditions. Okay, so let me just look at the, quickly show you a comparison of the sizes of these effects, basically per degree, how much of a decline there is in output. And we see that whether you're looking at the country level, which are the two right bars here, or you're looking at the district level in India, which is the center bar, or you're looking at the plant level, or you're looking at the worker level, we find effects which are broadly, in the range of about 1 to 3% per degree. Okay. Now, these are all the manufacturing plants I was talking about are all organized manufacturing, as you might have got a sense from that picture that I showed. But most of the labor force in India and in other low-income and low-middle-income countries is actually not in the formal sector. It's in the unorganized sector. Many of the time, people are working outdoors. They're doing hard labor, and the working conditions are much more difficult. Not only are the working conditions more difficult, but because workers are generally paid less, they have less social insurance and protections. Their living conditions are also worse. So it's important to look at this sector, and it has actually been studied very little. So here I want to go into some detail about it, this recent paper I mentioned with Souvamini Das. So there aren't very many studies on this sector, informal sector workers, even though the sector accounts for a large fraction of the global labor force. So there's my co-author in this paper had done a study that looked at and found there was a reduction of labor effort during heat waves in Odisha. There's a paper based on the Indian Human Development Survey data, which finds that there's a small decline in labor supply if the temperature exceeds 37 degrees. Then there was a couple of micro studies. One is by Seth and Sahu, which found a productivity decline of about 2% per degree in brick workers in eastern India during the summer. So we're talking about high temperatures. And another paper that found a productivity decline due to heat stress of about 5% per degree of wet bulb temperature in rice harvesters in eastern India. Again, this is in the summer. So, however, earnings losses may occur via both channels, both via labor supply, which is what some of these papers looked at, and others by declines in productivity on the job while people are actually working. So now I want to turn to the study of informal sector workers in Delhi that we did. So we surveyed a sample of nearly 400 workers in 2 Delhi slums daily for about a month during the summer of 2019. So every day they were asked about their earnings, hours worked, and other indicators for the previous day. And we matched that with temperature data from Delhi airport. So by looking at incomes, we are able to capture both labor supply and productivity effects. That is, you might lose income because it was too hot to work, or you might lose income because you did go to work, but you were just able to earn less money because of the heat. So as I said, we surveyed workers during the summer in Delhi of 2019 for about 1 month. We looked only at those households in which there was not a salaried worker, which was true for nearly everybody living in those slums. And they should have been either self-employed or on a daily or piece rate wage. Survey was done by a firm using a mobile app. And the principal earner was interviewed daily about the previous day's income, expenditure, health status, rest, time of leaving and returning home, a few other things. So the people in this survey were very diverse. They were in all kinds of occupations, as you can see listed here. Some of them are working for a wage, like people who are doing loading and unloading work or working in construction. Some of them, many of them are doing self-employed in very small businesses, selling food or selling some other items or some services. So just to give you an idea, what was the temperature variation during that period? It was typically, like in Delhi, it was hot. Maximum temperature was over 40 degrees for much of the time. Minimum temperature was in the upper 20s, sometimes going even above 30. And wet bulb temperature was similar to the range of minimum temperature. It ranged from 24 to 30 degrees. So wet bulb temperature is a measure of it's a measure of temperature that takes humidity into account in a nonlinear way. And the idea is basically that if it's hot and humid, of course, then you feel more heat stress than if it is hot and dry at the same temperature level. So these are just some summary statistics to give you an idea what the means were. As you can see, if you look at gross earnings of workers, the mean was 268 rupees daily. If you subtract it from that work-related expenditure, we get net earnings, and the mean of net earnings was 242 rupees daily. And we also asked people about medical expenditures, whether any member of the family was sick. As you can see, that number is actually quite high. People reported on average nearly 45% of the days that some member of the family was sick. Whether a doctor was visited, whether they slept well, whether they did not work. As you can see, 17% of the days on average, a worker did not work. Hours slept, on average, hours worked. A very high fraction of days on which workers did not work. The reason they gave for not working was not working due to heat. That was 56% of the days they didn't work. They said it was due to heat. And some measures of expenditure on something which might be kind of trying to adapt to the heat, which is expenditures on ice and water. Okay, so here's another graph of temperatures and the average. We basically averaged the earnings of the workers and took the log, took the negative of the log, and here and plotted it. And here you can see there's a rough correlation essentially. So when the wet bulb temperature is higher, then earnings tend to be lower. So now what we want to do is to look at that relationship more closely. And for that, we used essentially a regression, which on the left-hand side has earnings or expenditure. And on the right-hand side has the temperature, that is capital T, some control variables, which include day of the week fixed effects, a dummy for the Eid holiday, and relative humidity and specifications in which the temperature measure is either the minimum temperature that day, the maximum temperature that day, or the mean temperature that day. Okay, if we're using wet bulb temperature, then we don't need to control for relative humidity because it's already accounted for. So the alpha I is essentially a fixed effect for the worker. And that's because, some workers will earn more than other workers. They're more productive or they have better earning opportunities. And so that's going to be true throughout, whatever day it is, that some workers earn more. That's what the alpha I is meant to capture, because I is the subscript which is for a worker. And so by using the worker fixed effects, what we're basically doing is we are using only the variation in earnings from day to day for the same worker in order to estimate the effect of temperatures on earnings and on the other variables. And also what we do is that when it's earnings or a continuous variable on the left-hand side, then we transform it And because sometimes we have zero values or negative values, we can't use the log. And so we use this inverse hyperbolic sign, which can be used instead of the log. Okay, so let me turn to the results. So here we have the main results on the horizontal axis. We have different measures of temperature. So we did one set of regressions in which we use maximum temperature, another set instead we use minimum temperature, another instead we use mean temperature. In the last set instead we use wet bulb temperature. And the red ones, the red markers give you the effect, basically the percentage effect on earnings of a 1 degree change in temperature. So for example, and this was on gross earnings, not net earnings. So if you subtract off work-related expenditure, you get net earnings. Those are the blue markers. So let's look at net earnings, since that's the one that we really care about. And what we see is that if the mean temperature rises by 1 degree, then on average, net earnings fall by 16%. So that's a very large effect. And it's much larger than the effects that I was showing you in the data earlier, in the studies earlier that I talked about. If you look at wet bulb temperature as the measure, then you see that the earnings decline associated with a 1 degree hotter day is 19%. So it's really very, very large. Okay. So that's the main takeaway from this paper, that we get very shockingly large effects on earnings for informal sector workers in this particular context in Delhi in the summer. Now, during this month, it so turned out that there were 10 days in the study period that met the official definition of a heat wave. So the Indian Meteorological Department defines a heat wave day if a day either the maximum temperature exceeds 45, or if the deviation from the normal temperature is more than 4.5 degrees Celsius, and if this carries on for at least 2 consecutive days. So using that definition, we found there were 10 days in this 1 month that met the official definition of a heat wave. And so then we ran that same regression. We replaced the temperature measure with a dummy for a heat wave and ran the same regression. And we found that net earnings were on average 40% lower on the 10 days of that month that were heat wave days than on the other 20 days. Really, really very large effects. Okay, so here I'm turning to the effect on whether workers went to work or not. As I mentioned earlier, workers didn't work. 17% reported that they did not go to work 17% of the days. And on the days they did not go to work, they reported that that was due to heat 56% of the time. Now, how does that associate with temperature change? Once again, on the horizontal axis, we have different temperature measures, and on the vertical axis, we have the effect on the outcome of a 1 degree increase in temperature. So what we see is that the probability of not working basically rises if the day is hotter, right? And so 1 degree hotter day results in an increased probability of not working of between 1 and 2%, depending on which temperature measure we're looking at. We look at the average or wet bulb temperature, it's about 2% increase in the probability of not working. And then if we ask for those workers who didn't work, what is the reason that they didn't work? For that, we find that on a 1 degree hotter day, the likelihood that they did not work due to heat is about 7 or 8% if we use mean temperature or wet bulb temperature. Here we look at effects on health indicators of an increase in temperature, and the probability that some member of the family was sick rises by about 6 or 7%, depending on the temperature measure used for a 1 degree increase in temperature. We also see that there's a decline in the probability that a worker slept well. It's between 1 and 2% decline in probability for a 1 degree increase in temperature. And the probability that a worker went to work declines by 1 to 2% for a 1 degree increase in temperature. Here we look at the number of hours slept and worked. We don't find that if you went to work, we don't find that there was a very big decline, possibly about 2% or 3%, but somewhat imprecisely estimated. But we do find a substantial decline in the number of hours slept on the hotter days. And finally, turning to the last set of results, we see that there is a large increase, percentage increase, about 14% increase in medical expenditure for a 1 degree hotter day. And we also see that workers are trying to adapt to the heat by purchasing ice and water. There's a much higher probability that they will spend money on ice or water sorry, it's not a probability that they'll spend money on ice and water. It's the percentage increase in expenditure on ice and water for a 1 degree increase in temperature. And as you can see, that's in the case of ice and water, if you combine the two, then the percentage increase is about 10-12% for a 1 degree hotter day. So we see that workers are suffering a lot in terms of lost earnings, lost sleep. There's greater sickness. There's less ability to go to work at all. And there is some attempt to adapt, which captured in this adaptive expenditure measure. Now, let me turn to the larger implications. So this is just one study in Delhi in 1 month, so in the summer. But nevertheless, you might think that, well, it's a bit extreme, you know, those conditions are rather extreme. Delhi in the summer is not typical of most of the world, and that is true. Nevertheless, it is true that there are many parts of the world in which many people working in the informal sector live who are exposed to such a range of temperatures for at least 1 month in the year. And that number is large. It's 320 million people worldwide are exposed to similar temperatures for at least 1 month in the year. Now, the other thing that is interesting about these results is that the much larger effect of wet bulb temperature than previous studies. I'm using wet bulb temperature because the physiology and epidemiology literature has tended to use wet bulb temperature because that tends to be a good measure of heat stress. Now, if we compare with government plants around Delhi, which was in this study that I mentioned earlier, the decline is about 12% for an increase in wet bulb temperature from 17 to 27 degrees. So that's a 10-degree increase, and you get a 12% decline. So you can see that that effect is very much smaller, you know, than what we observed here. Here, the effect is about 15 times as large, at least. Now, that's perhaps not all that surprising because that study was done the whole year round. And of course, you won't expect such large effects in the less hot months of the year. And secondly, those workers were working indoors in much more protected environments, and they probably had also better housing and protection at night. Now, if we look at workers who are also, you know, in the informal sector, but rural, this is the earlier study that I mentioned. There they found a productivity decline of about 5% per degree at a range of temperatures similar to those in this study. So there, that's a much more comparable sample. Conditions are probably more comparable. The temperature range is also comparable, but they found a much smaller effect. Now, part of the reason for that is that they were looking only at measuring productivity on the job. And they were not looking at the effect on labor supply, the fact that people, if it's hot, then people won't be working to begin with. And so there are a number of these factors which probably account for these differences, as I mentioned. It's also possible that in our study, some part of this effect is coming simply from the fact that for people selling things, the demand for those things is dying up on hotter days. People are not going out to buy things. We did look at that, and we actually did not find evidence of that effect, as it turns out, although we can't conclusively rule that out. Another comparable study is that of outdoor workers under training at a construction site in Hong Kong. And they were found to have a productivity decline of 3% for a 1-degree increase in wet bulb temperature. And again, at a temperature range similar to that in this study. And so you can see that that's a much smaller effect. So probably what is going on there, again, is that those workers were much better protected. They had better equipment and so on. And maybe the productivity measure was also somewhat artificial because these were workers who were being trained, actually. Yeah. And the other thing that I think matters is that living conditions also matter, not only conditions during work. So one reason I say that is that it's not in the paper, but we did look at this. Supposing you put in both minimum and maximum temperature in the same regression, then we find that each of them has an effect on earnings of about 8%. So there's an 8% decline attributable to minimum temperature and an 8% decline attributable to maximum temperature. And that adds up to the 16%, which we found when we used mean temperature. So why does that matter? The reason is that it suggests that part of this loss is coming not only from what's happening during the day when you're working, but also what's happening at night when it's hot and you're unable to get sufficient rest. And that has implications for, what should be done about this and what can be done about this. Well, the first thing I have to say is that we need more such studies from cities in South Asia and other countries and rural areas. And we need such studies in all seasons, not only the summer. We need to know what is the effect around the year. In fact, it could be the case that earnings actually go up in winter, for example, in North India when it's cold, if the day is not as cold. And we need to think about what kind of public policy measures will help in coping with heat. As I mentioned, maximum and minimum each have effects about 8%. And that's a high contribution of minimum temperature that suggests that better protection from heat at home at night can also help, not only protection during the day. So, of course, you can have, if you can afford cooling, like, fans, ACs, preferably ACs, then you can largely protect yourself from this at home. But most of the people we're talking about here don't have the financial resources to be able to afford that. And so we need to think about other things which can be available in the short term on a large scale. And one possible intervention that has been examined is how to provide cooling at low cost. Painting roofs white is one possibility. Here's a picture. This is being done somewhere abroad. But the idea is basically that if you paint the roof white, then it reflects heat better. That means the roof gets less hot, and then the interior ceiling gets less hot, and then the interior room temperature also is cooler. So I have another paper with Benston John that did a randomized control trial. This was in collaboration with the Energy Management Center of the Ministry of Power in Kerala, which is interested in looking at interventions to reduce energy consumption, which tends to rise because of cooling expenditures. And what they looked at is Anganwadis Actually, these were in fact around Thiruvananthapuram. And what we found is that painting the roofs white, so basically it was a randomized control trial. So there were about 64 Anganwadis. About half of them were randomized into the randomly put in a control group. Half of them were randomly put in the treatment group, which means that they got their roofs painted white. And then we measured the temperature. We found that there was a reduction in indoor temperatures as expected. There was improved thermal comfort reported by the Anganwadi teachers. And there was also improved child performance on a puzzle, which suggests that this kind of intervention can have a beneficial effect, although the context, of course, is very different from what I've been talking about so far of informal sector workers. So how can workers be better protected at work? So I've talked about better protection at home. So basically housing improvements, which will allow essentially less cooler housing. So a lot of people are in very dense slums. There's not much ventilation and so on. So these things, to the extent that public policy can do something about it, it's important to start thinking about these issues and try to do something. Because already people are suffering, the temperature is going to go up more. The temperatures continue to rise, as we see. So what about protection at work? That's also important. So better facilities, shade at construction sites, maybe rest periods, cold water provision. So there are a number of measures that can be thought about from a regulatory sense. Of course, when one is thinking about these policy interventions, it's important to ensure that they don't have any perverse effect. You don't want to put in regulations which will throw people out of work. And social insurance programs, because people are losing incomes during heat waves, are also important. And I think, of course, from a macro perspective, growth, overall growth of the economy is critically important, especially growth that is inclusive and that results in the rise in the incomes of people at the bottom, because higher incomes, we know, reduces vulnerability. So that's really also something that just gets reinforced by studying these issues. The more productive a worker, the more economical it is to invest in cooling to reduce productivity loss from heat. As we found in our earlier paper in the manufacturing sector, the weaving factories that we looked at, they were not, didn't have any cooling. Whereas the garment factories we looked at, they were in the process of putting in cooling in all of the plants. And we caught them at a time when they had put in the cooling equipment in some plants, but not in others. So we were able to look at the differences. But it's clear that essentially with the weaving workers, the economics didn't make sense from the factory owner's point of view, because the productivity loss, since those workers were less productive, the productivity loss from heat was less than the cost of cooling. We also looked at the diamond industry, processing industry in Surat, and there also we found that the high value processes were the ones that tended to be in which tended to have cooling equipment put in, air conditioning put in. So if productivity increases, then it becomes more economical to put in adaptive measures. So just to conclude, as we can see, the globe has already warmed. That's the black line. And it's going to continue to warm. It's really important that it doesn't warm in the, we don't go into one of those high warming scenarios, because that will be very, 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 very damaging. It's very important that we try to stay in one of the lower warming scenarios. So doing mitigation, reducing emissions, that's really important. And there are more drastic measures which can be taken, because it's going to take a long time for the world to reduce its emissions to zero. And until that happens, the temperature is going to keep on rising, because the concentration of carbon dioxide in the air will keep rising. And only when that concentration stops rising will the temperature stop rising. So, so other things like people have been examining different ways of putting reflective aerosols in the upper atmosphere that can cool the planet temporarily. That shouldn't be thought of as a substitute for reducing emissions because it's only temporary and it doesn't reverse all the effects of climate change and warming. But it's a measure that we might have to start thinking about seriously because the amount of damage that people are suffering from is already high and it is set to increase. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Somanathan, for that very comprehensive and interesting presentation. It covered all related issues in this topic. It covered literature evidence from across countries within India, again using different type of data, uh, secondary data as well as primary data, different type of methodology, econometric, case studies, and all. So it's very interesting, and we have some time for taking questions. Just one comment that I have at this point, and then we'll take questions, is that the key aspect here is adaptation, because it's very clear that there is a very significant negative impact on earnings and other indicators of welfare. So how do you do adaptation? That is the key policy lesson. Now, there are certain points that Professor Swaminathan mentioned, but one thing I thought very important, particularly in the Indian context, is that in India, there's a lot of literature which talks about the problem of large informalization, disproportionately large informal sector in the Indian economy. The nature of structural transformation that the economy has undergone has not reduced the presence of informal sector, including manufacturing, services, and everything. Now, my question is formalization and policy measures to encourage formalization, greater formalization, is a way out? Because I think that it can be a significant way out. One, because formal sector is more productive and they are in a position to invest in adaptation, temperature control adaptation methods, and workers are also more productive. They would be in a position to invest in methods that will lead to greater adaptation. But so that is one thing. But another thing which I thought is that is there a kind of vicious circle here? Because what I am saying in terms of these policy implications, like, the suggestion is that we have to introduce, let us say, air conditioner to as an adaptation strategy. But then we know that air conditioner add to climate change problem, temperature increase. So is there how to get around with that vicious cycle? So technology has to play a very important role, like, how we are going to adapt to this type of situations. This is my initial comment, and I think we'll take more questions, and then Professor Somanathan can respond. Yeah, Professor Narayan. This mic, can you give mic?
Thank you. I'm Narayan from IIT Bombay. I teach public policy. I think two comments. One is, one of our students have actually looked at heat islands in Telangana. ASCII has done some pilot studies, Telangana government on this, putting white paints on the roofs, basically of worker settlements. I think, that's one thing that you can look at and see how state legislations, can be brought into that. And I think one of the more serious issue is the way we actually build buildings, as Professor Veeramani was also telling this. It's not only the marginal housing, but the real infrastructure building of the large buildings and other more privileged housing. I think that also has to kind of look at heat proofing in a way, which has been actually, enough research has been done, how, the positioning of windows, or, looking at the, direction of the wind and things like that can actually substantively reduce this, which actually then needs some kind of, regulations in a way. So I think housing regulations is one of the ways. Housing and building regulations in general, I think, is one of the very urgent things that we need to do. Coming from the water and sanitation angle, there are a lot of things to be done there also. So, which urban local bodies, I think, Ministry of Urban Housing, I think that's one direction that we need to pursue. I'd like to kind of discuss more with you at some point. Thank you.
Vinoj.
Thank you, Professor Ramanathan. Vinod Ibrahim from CDS. I have three issues to raise. Firstly, it's about something that you had already stated, that is about the demand side, the informal workers. Why is it that the earnings are falling? It's earnings as well as the number of days are falling. It's probably because of the demand side, but that there is not much evidence on this thing. Now, what I wanted to point you was that the decline in the earnings was about 17%, 17 to 19%, and the probability of loss of days was about 1 to 2%. So there is a gap over there. Why does that gap come about? Is it about actually a demand side issue? That is, you have actually the number of days that are lost are not much compared to the earnings loss that they are going through. So is it that workers are there but not being able to earn so much, which would mean that uh, it probably point towards something like a demand side. I don't know. I'm just taking a guess over there. The second aspect that I thought was interesting also to look at was right now, yes, there is certainly a heat effect that is being shown, and there is very strong heat effects that are shown. But is it because of climate change as such? That is not very clear. We do have heat effect, and this effect would be there every year. The heat effect would have been in 1980s also, it would have been there, 2015 also would have been there, right? So was it the climate effect that is causing this? That is not very clear. So how do you substantiate that it is the climate effect of heat that is for just to give this thing that 40-degree temperature in Delhi is a normal throughout any past, if you look at, but it is the additional temperature that has increased over during the 20 or 30 years. That is what probably would be the changing thing over there. Now, the point I want to raise is this: are there threshold temperatures at which workers respond in a different way compared to a normal day of the worker who is actually working at 40 degrees in a summer day in Delhi actually? So are there thresholds like that where what workers adapt to as normal? And are there changes beyond that? Thank you. Thank you.
We'll take two more questions, and after that, Professor Swaminathan will respond. And after that, if we have time, we will take Rishi. Okay, Rishi will come after.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. And I was thinking, probably, the whole construction sites that we have now, the amazing amounts of construction, and the state doesn't seem to be able to control any of that construction. So it is the construction sites where the workers are, where things are extremely, difficult. The conditions are overwhelmingly oppressive. So I'm wondering whether, state regulating construction is ever going to happen in our lifetime. I'm not so sure. But how do we actually combat this? What can policy really do? But they are sometimes wanting that extra construction that is happening in our cities today.
You will come.
Thank you, sir, very much for an illuminating presentation. I have actually almost a similar question that Professor Binoj raised. This is regarding how much to attribute to climate change, given your presentation. Now, how much to attribute to actually? Yes, what I see that you presented something whenever there is increase in temperature and its effects on workers' earnings. But how to whether it can be related to something actually to climate change, unless we take into account the change in temperature over the years or something time element is there. Because you are talking only specifically dealing with the temperature during the summer time. And within a period of 30 days, and you are talking 10 days out of a month. That is one thing that I already raised. And but my another thing is that beginning your lecture, so you mentioned something that climate change will have effects on not only on earnings but also it will have effects on productivity. But here I do not see any kind of means like dimension that you are actually bringing on workers' productivity. Is it because of actually informality and versus formality, where it is difficult to measure actually the productivity in context of the more informal workers like rickshaw puller? So how to measure actually productivity there? So and other thing is that it relates to something about what are the kinds of factors that you control, because you have taken a variable controlling factor. But I could not be able to make it out what are the controlling factors that you have taken in your analysis. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take two more questions quickly, and then I think we'll give Professor Swaminathan to respond. Then we'll see.
Okay, I have just one question. Have you ever looked into the gender implications? You were talking about loss of earnings, loss of sleep, etc. There obviously there has to be a gender implication to it. Have you analyzed that? That is all. Thank you.
Yeah, Ayana, you try. Same question. Okay, so Professor Swaminathan, please, you can respond.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for all those thoughtful comments and questions. Professor Veeramani, yes, I think that formalization, as you say, to the extent that the economy can be more formalized so that more of the labor force moves into the formal sector with better working conditions, then that will help a great deal. Now, of course, it's a big it's a big issue as to how can we achieve that. I think yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of well known that we have a situation which encourages a kind of informalization and, in fact, of contracting out of a lot of labor services because essentially there is some legal protection and regulation if you are employed in a large enterprise, and there's none at all if you're employed in a small enterprise, which results in these perverse incentives. So I guess that the larger picture is to make it more attractive to employ workers on larger scale. That would also, of course, help with many other things like, as we know, India's manufacturing sector growth has been relatively weak compared to some of the comparable countries in South and Southeast Asia. And that is related also to this set of issues. So I don't really have very much to add to that. I think a lot of people have studied that and written about it. There has to be a kind of better incentives for investment in large-scale manufacturing, which would result in much more employment, better quality employment, and better working conditions. A much larger section of the labor force. It will also contribute, of course, to faster economic growth. But yes, I think that's a good point, and I agree. The other point that you raised was about the vicious cycle of air conditioning, leading to more energy consumption, leading to more emissions, leading to more warming. And of course, that is a concern. But I think that the best way to deal with that would be to actually move as fast as possible, reasonably possible, to decarbonize our electricity sector so that the additional energy consumption isn't going to cause this kind of warming. So, and of course, these cooling measures should be as efficient as possible. And we should make use of we should make much greater use of passive cooling technologies. That would require, I think, as Professor Narayanan pointed out, I think, let me come to that in this context. Let me come to that. But well, let me just say one thing that about the air conditioning thing. I think that I'm completely in favor of doing whatever is necessary to protect people from the adverse effects of heat, and we're getting more and more hot days all over the country and all over the world. And I think it is important to do that. And it shouldn't be the vulnerable people who are paying the price for this. It should be the well-off who have caused this problem in the first place who should be paying the price. So I don't think that we should put that burden on the vulnerable. That said, I think that Professor Narayan had pointed out that in Telangana there is a program for doing this white paint on roofs. So I think that's a passive cooling method. It's just one of them. There are many others. It's one of them that happens to be rather cheap and easy to implement for particular kinds of roofs anyway. So I think that those kinds of passive cooling methods also need more looking at. I do think that we need better building regulation. It's a really live issue. And part of the problem that we have in India with regard to this is that we rather very weak local government. So our political system is over-centralized. We tend to have too much power up at the state level and at the central level, and very little power and financial authority at the local level. And what we need really is to decentralize our system of governance to provide more effectively things like local public goods, like building regulation. That would help in energy conservation and in heat proofing, in urban planning, urban design, so as to avoid situations where you have all these slums in which people are living in very poor conditions. So I do agree that I think that those aspects have to be given a lot of attention, because we are a poor country. We are not going to be a rich country anytime soon, but we do need protection for our people from the heat in the meantime. Then turning to Professor Vinod Abraham's question, on the demand side, yes, I mean, I would have thought that the demand side would be a large part of the reason why we're seeing these effects. It's kind of difficult to disentangle, because in the questions that we ask the workers, we don't see an effect that, if the day is hotter, then people say they're not going to work because they couldn't find it. We don't find a significant effect on that particular question. But of course, it's impossible. Maybe that's just perceptions. So it's not possible to say whether that's what was going on. We did try to look at the demand side in another way. We kind of split up those occupations into ones which seemed likely that they would see adverse effects on demand, and other occupations where they probably wouldn't see adverse effects on demand. So for example, kabadiwalas, they would find it harder to go to work on a hot day, but there won't be any demand side effect because people are still in their houses. So we split up occupations that way. We didn't find that for the occupations which were more likely to see demand side effects, we didn't see larger effects of temperature. So we couldn't find any effect from the demand side, but that doesn't rule it out that it's there. I think that the other point that you had asked a question about was that here we are just looking at day-to-day variation in temperatures, right? And what is the connection between that and climate change? I think the connection is just the larger fact that what we are using the day-to-day variation in temperature to try to isolate the effect of temperature from the effects of many other things. So if you look over the long run between, say, the 1950s and the 2020s, the temperature has risen by more than 1 degree, maybe about 1.5 degrees. But many other things have changed. And so it's very hard to see what is the effect of that particular climate change when so many other things have changed such a lot. And so the reason for drilling down to the micro level is to be able to try to isolate the effect of temperature. And from that, we can, I think, reasonably say that it is very likely that the fact that the country in general has got hotter, which means that there are people are exposed to more hot days than they would have been otherwise, that those effects are basically driven by climate change, because we can see that on hot days, people are losing more income than on the less hot days. So if to the extent that there are more hot days because of climate change, that is an effect that's being driven by climate change. So I think that's the chain of reasoning that I'm using. Are there thresholds above which adaptation is difficult? I think there definitely are. So there is a literature, physiology literature looking at this, and they suggest that wet bulb temperatures, basically above 31 to 35 degrees wet bulb temperature, it becomes very hard to avoid serious effects on human health. And if the wet bulb temperature is above 35 degrees, if you're exposed to that for more than 6 hours, then you're at serious risk of death, actually. So there are certainly these thresholds. We are not really pushing very much up against those thresholds as yet, but we will be in the decades to come, unfortunately. I think that there was one question about construction sites and state regulation. Yes. I think it's difficult to regulate the construction industry, and one has to be careful also when one is doing it, so that one doesn't end up with perverse effects that, you end up essentially, basically destroying employment. So I think there are ways to do this. There are ways to basically insist on the provision of particular services like water and shade and so on. I don't know how easy it is to implement those things. It's not an easy problem, I have to say. But I do think that more attention is needed in that direction. How much to attribute to climate change? I think I had already talked about this. And about confounding variables, well, basically, since we're just using day-to-day variation and there's day-to-day fluctuations in temperatures, essentially, unless the temperature is correlated with something else that's changing from day to day in our data, I don't think that confounding is that much of a concern. We did control, there wasn't actually any rainfall in this period in our study. In the other studies that I mentioned, people control for other weather variables that will be correlated with temperature, like rainfall, precipitation, humidity, and so on. We did control for humidity, as I said. We do control for days of the week, just in case in our study, because it's a short time span, in case there's correlation between days of the week and the days that happen to be warmer in that short time span. But by and large, we expect this day-to-day temperature variation to be essentially random and therefore orthogonal to everything else. The question about gender implications, I didn't talk about that. We did actually look at that. There were about the workers in the study, about 1/6 of them or 1/7 of them were women. So we were able to, there were enough women in the sample that we could estimate an effect separately for the women. We don't find that the effects for women are different from the effects for men. They are both about the same effect size. At least statistically, we cannot distinguish them. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Somanathan, for a very wonderful presentation. Unfortunately, Professor Somanathan couldn't come here. He booked his ticket, but he was not feeling well, because of a cold. So anyway, thank you so much for coming and delivering this very interesting lecture. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I'm really sorry I could not be there in person due to my illness.
Hello, 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 check. Hello, check. Hello, hello. It's another slide.
ഹലോ ഹലോ അവിടെ നോക്കണ ഹലോ ആ കയറുണ്ട്.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session after the keynote. I'm so glad that this session, Environment and Sustainability, is the first session, first technical session in this conference. I thank Professor Veeramani and the organizers for that and for inviting me. Because normally in a conference on economy, these are actually relegated to the last, and I see gender as the second session also. So I think it's quite encouraging to kind of see that. So basically, I don't have to tell you about the importance of environment and sustainability, which actually then sustains even in the economy and the society, and so it's a very important issue. And we have three papers. One is the short-run impacts of floods, a case study from India, by Robert Baird, Abhinav Narayanan, and Gogol Mitra Thakur from Center for Development Studies, Trivandrum. The second one is Kerala's seasonal trawling ban, gendered impacts on livelihood sustainability and marine ecosystem conservation by Binita P. Bose of Christ University, Bangalore. And the last one is on waste management in Cochin by my old friend, Nirmala Padmanabhan. She was retired Dean of St. Teresa's College, Ernakulam. And now I invite the first presenter to kind of, it's short-term impacts of floods, a case from India. So do we need to move?
To thank the organizers of this year's Kerala and the World Economic Conference for giving me the opportunity to present this paper. And I would also like to apologize for, so I had presented an initial version of this paper 3 years ago at the center. So some of what I'm going to say might be somewhat familiar to some of you. So for that, apologies. Okay. So we are looking at the short-run impact on households and aggregate activity of Kerala floods of 2018. I will define what I mean by short-run, but most of you are aware in the monsoons of 2018, Kerala received extreme rainfall between June 1 and August 19. The total rainfall was 42% above normal. And in August, between 1st and 19th August, it was 164% above normal. And particularly the 3 days of 15 to 17, 50% of this 164 happened in these 3 days, the large spike that you see. Uh, this this led to flash floods in 13 out of 14 districts of Kerala. There were landslides, particularly in Idukki and Wayanad, and many low-lying coastal areas remained submerged even after 19th August for almost 2 weeks. Okay, so Indian government categorized this event as level 3 calamity or calamity of severe nature. It has been reported to be the worst flood in Kerala since 1924. There was no recent precedence. Only comparable incidents of rainfall and flooding happened in monsoons of 61 and 24, 1961 and 1924. So we are looking at how, as I said, how this affected households and aggregate activity in Kerala. And we basically employ a difference in difference strategy that leverages the fact that the neighboring states of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka were not affected during this time by similar events. Okay, so briefly on the literature, most studies that focus on macroeconomic impact on natural disasters are cross-country or regional panel studies. And there is a broad consensus that the short-run effect, so short-run in this literature is the effect, the 1 year effect following the disaster. 1 to 5 year is generally termed as the median run, and papers that focus on larger time horizons are said to be focusing on long run growth impact of natural disasters. So the consensus is there is negative short run impact on real GDP. Developing countries are more vulnerable. On the medium to long run studies, there is no consensus. Some studies say that in the long run, growth actually increases, but there are other studies that dispute that. Uh, of late, the papers are showing that there is a significant negative initial impact, but then there is a recovery and often attribute that recovery to reconstruction aid and so on. Okay. And then there are these household studies, mainly from South and Southeast Asia. They use representative household survey data, and they also show negative impact on various household outcomes. And this particular strand of literature has pointed out microcredit access, internal remittances, social alliance, land ownership as important mitigating factors for households. Okay. And there is this fairly recent trend of treating uh, natural disasters as natural experiment in order to causally estimate their effect on various variables of interest. And the most studied disasters are Hurricane Katrina that struck New Orleans and surrounding areas in 2005, and then the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, Yogyakarta earthquake in Indonesia, Kobe earthquake in Japan, sorry. And most of these studies, the ones that focus on growth, they tend to find negative initial impact, then a recovery, and often an increase in growth rate of per capita GDP. Uh, uh, the major focus is household finance, where the consensus is following such disasters, there is a decline in savings and decline in household indebtedness, and it also points out importance of possessing collateralizable assets for households' ability to smooth consumption following such disasters. Okay. So this is the last strand where we are contributing. Okay. Now, for this study, we use a various data from various sources. For most, our main source is the Consumer Pyramids Household Survey of CMI. It provides monthly information of household income and expenditure and their subcategories, and also qualitative information on borrowing and savings of household, which is available at 4-month intervals. So our household sample consists of 7,056 households, of which 53.4% are in Kerala, rest are in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Then we use ATM transaction at the PIN code level from the National Payments Corporation of India. We use quarterly district-wise credit and deposits of scheduled commercial banks from RBI. We use monthly data on block-wise numbers of households that work. So the last three, so the main analysis hinges on the first three sources of data. Last three are for our analysis of the recovery period, what was happening after August, and or trying to explain what was happening after August. There we use the difference in number of households that demanded work under MG Narega and worked under MG Narega as a measure for excess demand for employment under this program. And then we use relief data. So we could find two government orders, one that came pretty soon on 27th August 2018, which sanctioned 3.3 billion rupees for 18 items to all 14 districts of Kerala. And then another order which sanctioned 900 million came slightly later in December of 2018. That was specifically for repair of damaged houses. So we look at if there is a correlation between districts receiving higher relief amount under these two orders and income growth that happens after after August. Okay, so as I said, this So identification strategy, so we are using a difference in difference uh, strategy, and it hinges on the fact, A, an important fact, there was no recent precedence of such an event, and B, there is no similar event happening in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. The rainfalls of the three states, and you can see relative to Kerala, the rainfalls are very less in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. There was no reported incidence of flooding, and as far as we know, flooding and landslides in these two states. So for most of our analysis, except for RBI, the credit and deposit data from RBI, our sample consists of cross-section units in Kerala, and the gray districts are districts of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka that border Kerala. Okay. For credit and deposit is available to us only at the district level. So there we use data from all districts of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka. But for most of the analysis, my control group consists of uh, cross-section unit in those gray districts, and the treated group consists of cross-section units in the red districts, which are districts of Kerala. Okay. Summary statistics. Very briefly, households in Kerala earn more. So this is based on data from October 2017 to May 2018, just before the before monsoons of 2018. Okay. So in this period, households in Kerala earn more and spend more than those in the control region. Bank credit and deposit in districts of Kerala were greater than in the control districts. Excess demand for MG-Narega work was higher in Kerala compared to those in the control districts. And the fourth column shows that most of these differences were statistically significant, but I'll point out two things. Many of these are similar to what we find in nationally representative survey data set. And also in difference, what matters is not the difference in level, but whether the levels are moving parallelly or not over time. That's the parallel trend assumption. As long as that is valid, we can use despite this statistically significant differences in the two groups. Okay. So first, we try and estimate the impact during the monsoon of 2018. So I would like to, so this event Kerala floods of 2018, for this paper, we are looking at it as a set of disaster events consisting of extreme rainfall, landslides, and floods that affected the state of Kerala from June, July, and August 2018. Okay. So here, what we are trying to do what is the effect on households in Kerala's or how expenditure and income of households in Kerala in these 3 months. So affected is a dummy for households residing in Kerala, and flood is a dummy for the disaster months June, July, August 2018. We are interested in the beta coefficient, which is the average treatment effect on the treated, and assuming that the parallel trends assumption is valid, it would capture the impact of the event on the outcome variables of households in Kerala relative to those in the control district and relative to the pre-flood or pre-flood period. So here my time period for this exercise ranges from, so we are working with monthly data. It ranges from October 2017 to August 2018. Okay, and we are controlling for household fixed effects, time fixed effects, and district specific time trends. So in case there is differences in the dynamics of district specific economic activity. Okay, and we cluster for all our analysis, we cluster standardize our cluster at district month level. Okay, so this is the first set of results. Total expenditure this is all per capita. Okay, so these are all per capita household total expenditure and so on and so forth. So per capita household total expenditure in Kerala on an average was 13% lower than those in the control the states. Food was the decline in food expenditure was slightly less. Decline in non-essential expenditure, which here basically is kitchen appliances, recreational activities, restaurants, health and beauty enhancement products and services. That declined much more. Total income also declined, but but less than the decline in expenditure. Total income was 7.3% lower in on an average in Kerala compared to that in the control region. Wage income declined by 9.2%. There was a very large decline in non-wage income, which is all income. Okay, which is all income other than labor income. Okay, but non-wage income is a very small part of our sample, so that's not getting reflected in total income. Now, this is basically what we are implementing an event study version, which allows two things. Okay, so we replace that interaction term with interaction term for each month with the affected dummy, and this beta T's captures the effect on households in Kerala compared to those in the control region in a particular month relative to the base month, which is May 2018. That is the red line there. Okay, and this has two advantages. A, it allows us to look at the dynamic impact. We can go till May 19 and look at what is happening after August 2018. And it also provides a very popular check on the parallel trend assumption. That is, if beta T is before that red line, so these dots are point estimates and the vertical lines are 95% confidence interval. If that vertical line touches the horizontal red dash line, that particular point estimate is not significant. So for beta T's before that vertical red line, I would want them to be non-significant. So that would indicate there is no pre-trend, which is a evidence in favor of the validity of parallel trends assumption. Okay. So as you can see, most cases, there is no pre-trends. There is a decline post May 2018, but there for expenditure, for the monthly coefficients are not statistically significant at 5%. For October and September, where the beta T is the most negative, September particularly, it is significant at 10% level. Okay. Yeah. Look at what is happening with income. Completely different. No pre-trends. There is decline following the event, but then household incomes are rising at a very fast pace compared to control region. And by the end of my time period, May 19, it is almost 25% higher for the average Kerala household compared to that. And yeah, we find a similar thing happening with ATM transactions. So a very similar thing is happening with private final consumption expenditure, assuming it is cash driven, as with the yeah. Can I have 2 minutes? Okay. Okay. So there is this thing that is going on. Consumption has not has fallen, but then is recovering. On the other hand, income fell and then increased at a very fast pace. So we asked, is it the households? What is happening with the borrowing and savings motive of households? And what we found that yes, some households are saving because the probability of saving in post office savings schemes have gone up significantly in Kerala relative to the control regions, but that in gold has come down. This is only probabilities, not actual amount. Some households are borrowing for housing purposes. The probability of borrowing for housing has gone up. And that is consumer durables. Borrowing for buying durable consumer goods have gone up. Look at what is happening to aggregate credits of commercial banks. No trends, but that is first quarter of 2019, we see that banks in districts of Kerala are lending significantly higher amount than districts of entire Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. No such effect on deposits. In fact, the effect is opposite. So this is not driven by higher liquidity position of banks. This is driven by credit expansion. Okay. Okay. So to wrap up, before I wrap up, just I'll not show these letters, but what we try to do in the paper letter is try to explain the recovery, and our hypothesis is reconstruction boom increased wages. Okay. We cannot test this directly, but we do provide indirect evidence that there was a post-plus labor market tightening, at least in rural areas. Lower income households were affected more in terms of their wage incomes contracting during the 3 months of the event. But then wage incomes increased for all households, but the lower, so we do that using a quantile regression. For the low quantiles, the effect was higher. And finally, we show that the relief measures that we constructed from those government orders are positively correlated with income growth that is happening in Kerala after August. Okay. So to conclude, the paper adds to this growing literature on economic impacts on natural disaster and highlights the impacts of considering short-run dynamics which remain hidden when analyzed with annual data. Our results add to the consensus that disaster have adverse short-run impact, but the analysis using monthly and quarterly data, we are able to examine the dynamics within the first year and show that the adverse effects can be short-lived than often assumed. And the part I could not discuss in details, we also find that immediate government relief seems to be important for alleviating or driving recovery of particularly income growth after August. Okay, thank you, and I hopefully.
Good morning to all. So I myself, Binita, I am coming from Christ University, and I am teaching papers including neuroeconomics, gender, and public finance. So this is a paper which came out of my interest. Basically, I am from Kochi, Kerala, and during my childhood, we also depend upon Trollman. Like my father was having few cargo vehicles, which was running in Kochi harbor. So I know as a person how this fishing and allied industry is impacted by this Trollman. And it is out of my queue. This is a very small paper, which is actually in its infant stage, and I am exploring more on this topic. So speaking about Trollman, we know that trawl ban is a very important fishing regulation, and we can feel proud that it is the first Indian state to implement trawl ban, that is Kerala. And even though the talk was happening much before, like in 1970s, like we a measure to control this trawling and mechanized boat, it was implemented only in 1980s. So mainly the objective of trawl ban was to implement a kind of ecological balance plus human livelihood sustainability. It is having both the element of ecology plus human sustenance. From the ecological point of view, we can say that because of overfishing and mechanized trawling, there was a depletion in fishery stock, and it was affecting the naturality of the marine ecosystem. On the other hand, livelihood concern is that there was because of overfishing, this traditional fishing sector was seriously impacted. And these are few glimpses about the states which the trawl bans was introduced. In West Coast, we can see the states like Kerala, Karnataka, Goa, Maharashtra, and Gujarat. And in East Coast, we have the states including Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha. But also, we can see that if you look at the global positioning of trawl ban, it is not just it is spread across the globe, like you can see in European Unions, United States, New Zealand, China, Indonesia, etc. Now, regarding how the trawl ban evolved over years, we can see that it was during 1960 to 70s the mechanized trawling was introduced in Kerala, which was leading to increased fish catch. And as a result of this, the traditional fishers face competition and resource depletion. And in 1970s, it started a conflict between mechanized and traditional fishers, where there were protests and demand for regulation. It was intensified. And in 1988, it was the Kerala implemented a 47-day monsoon trawl ban. Basically, it will vary. Right now, we have a 52-day trawl ban starting from June 9 to July 31st. And this was legally enforced under Kerala Marine Fishing Regulation Act 1980. And later it was adopted by coastal states including Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. And regarding the significance of trawl ban, it is having multidimensional impact, as I already discussed, ranging from ecological conservation to say livelihood protection, habitat preservation, and it is also in line with SDG goal. SDG goal number 14 and is a prominent one, which includes life below water. Regarding ecological conservation, we know that this protects this marine biodiversity by allowing the fish stock to regenerate. And also, it is observed that nearly 12 to 25% increase in post-ban fish stock, according to CMFRS study. And also, it helped to sustain certain species of fish like sardines and mackerels, provide a kind of recovery to marine ecosystem. And also, from the perspective of livelihood protection, it helps in preventing over exploitation of fish, and also support a kind of supports the small scale fishers and traditional fishers by preventing resource over exploitation. And now moving on to the background and policy, we all know that fishery sector is very important sector in the economy of Kerala, as we can see, and also Kerala is contributing 15% of India's marine fish landings. And it is a fact that mechanized trawl fishing has led to overfishing and habitat destruction. And it is very important that during the breeding season of certain fish, it is necessary to give them a time to rejuvenate. And the major aim of this is to stock replenishment and marine conservation. And as I said, there are similar bans happening in states like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Sri Lanka, and Indonesia. There are a lot of studies related to this trawl ban, and prominent among these are related to by Putyadam and Demetrio, Satyananda, and Muhammad. And basically, their studies was finding that there are different impact of trawl ban in different sectors. For example, the way the female are impact by trawl ban is different from male. Also, sector-wise, we can see that there are fisheries as well as allied sectors. And we have artisans and also say minor labors, including we can see workers who are even peeling the prawns and some menial activities. So each of them are impacted by trawl ban differently, and these papers were highlighting that highlights include that is trawl ban is impacting marine ecosystem, like it is having a positive impact, and there is a concern from livelihood perspective, like how we are able to adjust to trawl ban, and like how this impact itself is varying across different sectors, and how effective is various government policies. And the key questions centered around for this analysis is basically how this fish stock, how the trawl ban is impacting fish stock and biodiversity, and what is the economic consequence of fishing community, with a major emphasis on female, so gender perspective approach. Now, basically, this used a mixed approach. It's a very simple study. As I said, there is not much modeling done here. I have taken data from CMFI and MPEDA. That is, CMFI, as you all know, it is a Central Marine Fisheries Institute, and Kerala Fisheries Department data is there. Then MPEDA, Marine Products Export Development Authority, and also two cross-check if this secondary data is consistent with the result. I had done some focus group discussion also to check if the secondary data is work with our analysis. Also, some stakeholder consultations. Then, now moving on to ecological impact of trawl ban. It is stated that there is about a 20% increase in sardine catch post ban. And also this juvenile fish, the stock has increased around 40% compared to 20% in pre-ban period. And here are some data. So here, these are certain indicators which is related to the ecology, and we have this indicators like seabed sediment plume levels, habitat disruption markers, and coral reef covers. So you can see here that because of the mechanized fishing, the post-ban plume levels are suspended particles like plume levels. So here you can see that there's improvement in plume levels, as well as there is a reduction in terms of this reduction in habitat disruption markers and increase in coral reef cover. And also regarding the trawl ban violation, we can see that there is a 16% increase in cases during with regard to nighttime illegal trawling, and fishing beyond territorial limit is 25%. So here we have a pictorial representation of how this marine habitat changed due to trawl ban, and this shows the pre and post ban sardine, as you all know, one of the prominent fish which is seen in the coastal region in Kerala, and this is actually traditional fish. So you can see how the impact of trawl ban is. There is a comparison between pre and post ban sardine catch volume from 2007 to 22, and it is a very important observation that in all this year, as compared to pre-ban, the post-ban, the catch volume is wet. And this is the violation and enforcement gaps. And now regarding the economic impact of fishing communities, so initial impact is that, or the primary impact is that there is actually an income loss for the fishers. Basically, 70% of them report distress, and there is also a decrease in income of artisanal fishers from ranging from 15 to 20%. Even though government is giving them some one-time relief or some kind of subsidies or some relief is there, but the relief is only around 2,500. That is only one-time payment, whereas there's distress or their economic loss is around 10,000 to 50,000. And this is how this shows impact of trawl ban and fisheries related industry. So here we can see there are various industry, various allied services like fish processing and ice production and transport. So these are all allied sectors related to fishing, and we can see the economic impact is increasing over time. So it is calling for an action like we need proper intervention through proper policies framed to address their concerns, because it is increasing over time. Now, regarding gender dimension of trawl ban, as you all know, women is the most vulnerable sector in the economy, and whatever policy or whatever programs, the gender dimension is actually how there is a difference in impact for male and female. And here, females in fisheries, mostly all of them are involved in this activities like some processing, vending, and retailing. And it is reported that there is 65% of loss of income for females, and daily income drops by 40%. And also, they have limited access to for financial aid, and only 20% of women fish vendors receive support. So basically, what happened is that a primary impact of trawl ban on gender, that is women, is that they are compelled to move to um, some money lending, which is actually which having higher interest, that is non-institutional kind of lending, which is pulling them to or pushing them to more debt burden. And also there is an increase unpaid labor. And here we can see that the level of women facing income reduction, and over time there is a increased trend like women are facing lesser income receiving lesser income during trawl ban period. And also this data shows the average daily income loss, and initially in 2009 it was around 100, which is more than double in 2022, that is 22. And this is women facing supply chain disruptions. Household debt is also increasing. And on allied sector, we can see that the fish processing is dropped by 30 to 40%. Also, ice production and transport, etc. So this shows a post-ban recovery in allied industry. So we can see after a ban, obviously the sector will be having a boom because there is increased supply of fish, as we already have seen. So there is a ban, a kind of boom after post-ban. And now moving on to challenges in policy implementation. Firstly, this is regarding, as we had seen, there is a weak enforcement. There is 200 plus violation happening even after trawl ban, like night trawling or say um, trawling beyond a limit, etc. And also there is improper relief measures like compensation is covering only 30%. And also there is not that much alternative source of livelihood. And certain recommendations are like to strengthen enforcement, there should be some GPS tracking or increased patrolling, and to expand financial aid through tiered compensation system. Like that, as I said, there are different sectors are affected differently, so there should be a tiered or multi-level aspect of providing compensation, and promote alternative livelihood in the form of say, aquaculture or inland fishing, or promoting a kind of tourism in their a kind of fishing village or something like that. And there should be some increased community participation. And in conclusion, we can say that trawl ban is a landmark policy in sustainable fisheries management, which successfully aid fish stock recovery and protects marine ecosystem. But there is always a balance between ecology and environment. So if we are concerned about more about ecology, and economy is under question, so there should be a balanced approach which take into account both ecology and environment. And there should also be strengthening enforcement, and alternative livelihood programs remain a key challenge. Thank you.
So while they're setting up the presentation, I'll take this opportunity to thank CDS, the conference organizers, and everybody for giving me this opportunity to present this paper. And I would like to introduce my co-authors of this paper also, Anup Taliyat, who's an environmental engineer. Yeah, please just stand up 1 second. And Gayatri, she was a student of CDS itself, so she's now with us. So without their help, I wouldn't have been able to do it. And as an activist, environment activist, who believes that research should actually lead to results on the ground rather than desktop research. So I will be talking more from the policy approach and from my experience in working with Cochin Municipal Corporation in implementing a solid waste management plan there. So, and this is where I think CDS needs to do a lot. Hardly any research comes on solid waste management from CDS or anywhere else. So I'm also drawing your attention to that particular aspect. Now, this is basically, as I said, more a policy-oriented approach. based on secondary reports, our own experience of dealing with Cochin Municipal Corporation for the past 15 years, and also on key focus group discussions and interviews with key stakeholders. Okay, now we'll start. Yeah, thank you. As Narayan the government's responsibility, and they were focusing on centralized treatment, and they had a waste-based paradigm. Now, after 2007, what you see is there is a shift in policy approach where they are saying it's a generator's or producer's responsibility, and they're emphasizing the principle of subsidiarity. That is, you try to treat it as near as possible, and therefore you're emphasizing on decentralized treatment for organic waste, whereas centralized for non-organic. And as I said, we had a mission mode approach where you were Haritha Kerala mission and sent this. And we were also now it is a the last point is we were focusing on it is a resource based paradigm where you're emphasizing a circular economy, that waste is not just something to be treated and sent off. It is a resource which has to be kept in the loop as far as possible. So we are having a resource based paradigm since 2017. Now, this is exactly what Kerala Solid Waste Management Policy 2018 also speaks about. I won't go much into all this. Now, generally, the structure for some of you who are not into waste management, waste generation at households and institutions, I'm mainly talking about municipal solid waste, not industrial waste, because that is a major component of solid waste in any this. Now, this basic thing we emphasize is source level segregation at households. Now, they've been to wet waste and dry waste. The wet waste can either be treated in your own compound or it can be collected by Haritha Karma Sena and taken for community level composting. There are basically two technologies we emphasize, either biomethanation or composting. And then you also have collection by private agencies who take it to pig farms. I think that's very common in Trivandrum here. They take it to pig farms or rendering farms for as animal feed. Regarding dry waste, there is collection by Haritha Karma Sena, which then is supposed to go to material collection facility. And from there, it will go to resource recovery facility. This resource recovery facility is very critical. It is from there that most of the resources which can be recycled have to go back for recycling. That is where the resources can remain in the loop. So this source level segregation is critical. Then in the resource recovery facility, the maximum resources that can go back into the circular loop has to go. Only the rest is non-recyclables normally go to Clean Kerala company or somebody, and that can goes as RDF, refuse driven fuel in cement kilns. Or it can be used, some of it is shredded and used in road construction. Those two are the last resort, road construction and RDF are the last resort. Primarily, we should try to maximize our flow of resources from RRF into the recycling this. Now, apart from Haritha Kerala, Haritha Karma Sena, there are also some scrap dealers, all those, the scrap wallas, they also collect from our households and they directly hand it over to recycling. That's also fine because they get a livelihood and the resources are kept in the loop. This is the basic structure that we advocate for waste in Kerala. Now, if you look at the organic waste treatment in Kerala, Kerala is primarily focusing on the Tumbur Mori model. You have the maximum Tumbur Mori composting units and bins. Bin is single, units are multiple. So Kerala has been primarily focusing on Tumbur Mori model, then followed by biogas plants and vermicompost plants. There are also 144 windrows compost plants and some poultry waste thus. Now, if you look at the municipal, since my interest is Kochi, I am coming to the organic waste management in Kochi. If you look at it, the municipal corporation, 6 corporations, what you will find is Kochi, Trivandrum is generating 426 tons of waste per day, whereas this is what you're sitting on as a bomb. And Kochi has got 227 tons per day. Now, if you look at the orange color shows the institutional, because all institutions are like public institutions like hotels, educational institutions, bulk generators, they are supposed to have their own treatment plans. If you look at it, you will find that Trivandrum here, the left is Trivandrum, the right is Kannur, and middle orange is Kochi. These 3 places have got some institutional, at least part of the institutions having their own mechanisms. Okay. Whereas if you look at community level, this I'm scared to move this because in case everything goes. Now, yeah, fine. In community level, if you look at which is a gray, Kochi has got the lowest solid waste management plans. So, and right hand shows the the solid waste management plan it structures at the household level. You find that Trivandrum has got the maximum number of household level pipe compost. My question here would be, has anyone analyzed? I have not found in public space how many of these are functional. Unreported study that I saw said out of 87,000 units available, 4,000 are now functional. So, whereas in public space, the only data you find is how many units are installed. What is the point? And where is the research? And what is the functionality? Nobody knows. So, I don't think that unless you really have a passion for it, the household level waste management will succeed in urban areas. In rural areas, yes, if you have a compound, you can put it somewhere. But urban areas, which is constrained for space, it's very difficult to manage. Okay. So it is in this context that Kochi has very few households. That is why we have gone in for a Indian movie. It's stuck. Kochi has gone in. Yeah. Kochi has gone in now for a centralized treatment as compared to Trivandrum or other corporations. Now, and what I like about Kochi is that they have entrusted the Cochin Refinery, which is a reputed organization. We are now setting up a 200 ton biogas plant there. I will come to, yeah. There is, yeah. We are setting up a CBG plant with support of Kochi Municipal Corporation, which will have a capacity of 150 to 200 tons. We are also setting up 2 black soldier fly units, which can manage, because Kochi's municipal corporations, I said they are generating 277 tons, 80% of this is biodegradable. So if you can handle that, you can manage this. So these 3 are coming up. And at the same time, wherever possible, we are following a decentralized approach. Ernakulam market has got a 1 ton capacity biogas plant, which is functioning beautifully. But these are not highlighted outside. So we are having a policy approach of centralized primarily, which is very much needed in an urban setting, which is supplemented with decentralized management wherever possible, rather than saying only decentralized and household, which they cannot do in an urban setting. I think this is the right approach that an urban city needs to take. And we also have community institutional level composting units at this. But again, no study which is showing the functionality is there. And they're also coming out with a MyKochi app and all that. Now, there are certain points regarding the biogas plant that we would like to highlight because it requires a 150 tons per day of organic waste with a maximum contamination of 10%. There should not be much of contamination. And this can generate 13,500 cubic meters of biogas, which will be blended with LPG and used for hydrogen production. Now, the question is, when this is happening, there is liquid fertilizer that is coming as a byproduct. As of now, there is no arrangement for usage of this liquid fertilizer. So my question is now, the Kerala government really needs to work on developing a market for this kind of liquid fertilizer. Then the next is, if you come to the MCF and the non-bio, this if you take, okay, as I said, non-bio is collected by Haritha Karma Sena. There are about 800 people there. They collect the waste. They are brought into, see, Brahmapuram, we all know, burnt for 2 weeks, 2 years ago. It was continuously burning for 2 weeks. And now people are scared, even they're banned from taking the non-bio to Brahmapuram. So the temporary solution that they have found is they are bringing this non-bio waste to containers, which are treated as mini MCFs, material collection facilities. From the mini MCFs, these are taken to resource recovery facilities. And there actually, as I said, that is critical. From there, resource recovery is critical. But unfortunately, what I find is that no resource recovery facility is happening at that center. The private vendors completely are taking this. So now the two issues that arises, we don't know how much of this material is going for recycling. One. Second, the government pays private sector vendors on the basis of the quantum. If actually the recyclable contents could be taken out from the RRF and sold to the recyclers, not only will the local government get the funds from sale of those, they can also reduce the quantum of waste that is ultimately being transported by the vendors to their units. But unfortunately, and I think this is the same thing that is happening across Kerala, which really needs to be looked into. What is that is why I was telling there is scope for, please, Center for Development Studies encourage research in each local government. We have higher educational institutions here. Encourage, give a common format. Ask the higher educational institutions to do a research on the local waste management in each locality. Come out with some data, because this is a dire need that Kerala is facing at present. And 5 minutes. Brahmapuram, we've also had 8 lakhs of legacy waste, which out of which 1 lakh burnt. Okay. Now the rest of around 6.5 lakhs were biomined recently. 5.5 lakhs was dispatched. And we have also, as I said, two private agencies collecting non-bio. And they say that 75% of that, 25% of what they collect is sent for recycling. We don't know where, no transparency, no data or composition. 75% they're saying is going as refuse driven fuel. That is just for burning to cement factories and thermal. Now, there are issues faced with collection, all of us know. Then the next thing is, when we calculated, Kochi sends about 17,000 tons of RDF to cement kilns across India. Okay. Now, we have a cement plant in Kerala, Malabar Cements, but unfortunately, they are not equipped to take this RDF because the equipment there is not sufficient to deal with burning this. So, government should really think of equipping Malabar Cements or the nearby others, because otherwise, when we transport this to as far away places as Gujarat or somewhere else, there is transport miles that are involved in this. So rather than that, why not we spend money to equip our local people to use this RDF? And second is, there was the other day, there was a municipality commissioners, where they were saying that even these cement factories in India and thermal power plants, their thermal substitution rate is only 3% in India, whereas in foreign countries it's 60%. So we should also come out with a policy approach where we say that these institutions need to enhance their thermal substitution rate so that they can use the more of our refuse driven this. So we really need complementary policy approaches to support the initiative that Kochi has initiated. And second is, as I said, I love the green protocol, which is Kerala's contribution, I would say, to the rest of the country, which was beautifully functioning till COVID. But after that, it has gone for a toss, and I don't find a resurgence of interest in it. We really need to emphasize the first principle of reduction. With first thing I would say, there is public provision of information alternatives, strict enforcement of ban of SUPs, and we have need phase-wise collection, and we need a massive public participation like People's Campaign, solely focusing on waste management. Otherwise, we are really heading for trouble. We also need policy the prescriptions at the state level, like priority for circular consumption models. Now, EPR, we've been talking about EPR for so long. There is no state agency focusing on EPR or whether they are getting it. And we could also think of equipping the public transport focus on CNG. I think all the public transport focuses on. And finally, I would say, please introduce education people introduce action projects. Don't put it in textbooks. Textbooks, everybody knows everything. All students know everything. What happens is the behavior doesn't translate into, the knowledge doesn't translate into actual environment behavior. So let's have action projects where Assam and all, they're giving credits to students who engage in solid waste management, and extensive research, as I said, of UG, PG, every project we can think of. That is where CDS can actually take a lead in this. And finally, just one more point. Can we have a subsidy? Right now, the subsidy is given, apparatus wise. Can we have there are only basically two processes, biomethanation or composting. And there are only quantities, small, big, medium. Based on that, can we give the subsidy rather than the vendor wise? These are some of the suggestions, policy suggestions that we really would love to see so that we can make Kochi a livable place and Kerala a livable place. Thank you so much.
Thanks all the presenters. If you can come to the dais, we can, I'll reserve my comments to the end since we are running out of time. So any questions? Yes.
My question is to Vinita ma'am, that rather than banning trawling, can we put some permit or tax on that to increase the efficiency? Taxing the trawling or that to increase the efficiency level.
Season for fisheries. Like, so we are implementing this. We are implementing this fish trawl ban, especially according to their breeding span. So it is taxing, I think, more effective than taxing. This is a proven method which was adopted by other economies as well. It is a world model for sustainability. So I think, of course, it is having an economic impact, but this is also mandatory for for ecological balance.
No, like permit, if you have high cost permit, like you can stop it for fishery trawlings. Like, can we reach an efficient level, I think?
My question is for Binita ma'am. You said the time period where the ban happens is from June to July, right?
To July.
That's also a time when the tourist season is also the lowest in Kerala.
Yeah.
So can we utilize that time as an alternative revenue source for the fishermen?
Yeah,
Is to
that is a
collect
good model, yeah.
to collect.
I was mentioning that we
Question
can
is,
use, yeah.
can we use that time to help them collect the plastic waste which are there in the water bodies? I think there was a program, but I think post-COVID it was put on hold. It's not happening. It can also add ecological impact, improve the ecological impact, helps with the breeding, and also reduce the plastic waste. And also post the season, there will be a tourist season, so it will be also helpful for the state. Is it possible?
It is a wonderful idea, but the thing is financing. But government should look into these measures and should implement effectively. This is a very good plan, like waste segregation or waste
With the
management.
help of EPI, which is what Nirmala ma'am was talking about. So if there is a finance, if there's a program where there's some sort of financing coming from the polluters,
Yes, yes, yes.
like Coca-Cola and Pepsi company,
Yes.
there's bottles can be collected back from the water bodies, and
Yeah, it's a good
fishermen.
idea. I think we should think about it.
Yeah.
My question is also to you, ma'am. If I understood it correctly, post troll ban, except for the artisanal traditional fisher folk, everybody's income was coming down. So, especially regarding the allied sector and the gender, like, is it because like like over time their income is coming down? So, is it because of inflation or the fish stocks are depleting, or like
During troll ban period, post ban period, right?
post ban period over years,
Yes, yes.
there is a decline. So, like, why is that? Is it because the stocks are depleting?
See, basically, I think during post troll ban period, there is a decrease in supply of fish stock to the economy, as there is a decrease in fish catch. because trawlers are not allowed. So basically, my point was that over the time period, the distress is increasing, but there is a policy gap. This fact that there is a distress, but on the other hand, not that much policy is implemented to cover this gap between the livelihood and this kind of things. So that was my point. Yeah.
Last. No, there are many others. Mine is a very small one. Because I've really been wanting to ask it.
But one request is make questions free
Yeah.
and don't ask multiple questions.
Oh, mine is a little multiple, but all three, I mean, all two at least. Now, one is for Gogol. I just wanted to know, the increase in income after the post recovery phase, it must have been much more in the non-wage income because the things which grew at that time was self-employment. The government had invested heavily in MGN and NREGA, plus small and micro enterprises. So that should show a big increase. I'm so very surprised that the wage income shows an increase. Which shows the larger increase, I would like to know. The second is to Benita, which is that how do they manage? I mean, with the ban, this has always been, I would have been struggling about. There is a certain amount which is given by the government. Then there's a certain scheme for the women also. But obviously, it's not sufficient. So
No,
so
ma'am.
the debt has to be investigated. You have to look into debt a little more.
Yes.
It must be being sustained on the debt. Okay, I won't ask you anything.
So, ma'am, to talk about the burden, basically, ma'am, it is an unaddressed concern. Like seriously, they are under debt trap. So basically, all these fishermen during trawl ban, they are actually compelled to take debt from this kind of unorganized sector, like money lenders with very high interest, and they're using it mainly for unproductive consumption as well. So even if after ban, that is post ban period, even if their income is rising, they are using this money to pay off their debt. So there is a kind of debt trap. So that is what we call for proper government policy and implementation of such policy in a very effective way, as Sir mentioned, to find alternative ways through which we can enhance their livelihood, even if they are having a kind of trawl ban. For example, for females, we can think about something like some units of tailoring or some kind of small SHGs or some kind of skill works they know apart from fishing so that they can sustain during this off season.
Point about non-veg, actually the non-veg income doesn't recover. It keeps on falling till May 2019. Now non-veg income is basically total income minus income from labor sources, and we tried and looked at, so it includes everything, households earning, business profits if the household is earning anything, private transfers that the household is getting, government transfers. So it's basically driven by business profits going down, and also government transfers on, say, like widow pensions and things like that. The direct benefit transfers. These two things are driving non-wage income of households down. Yeah. So it's not showing up.
My question is to Dr. Benida. So, fishing in general is seasonal in nature. So, the trawl ban period is also a period where the number of fish days is less. And the same graph of data in terms of fish catch can be seen even in Trivandrum if you look at the disaggregated data, where the use of trawlers is not that prominent. So, how do you attribute the impact just to trawl ban and the entire findings that you have presented?
Yeah, hello. My name is Pratima. My question is for Dr. Nirmala. So, ma'am, based on your experience and activism, as you have mentioned in waste management, just wanted to know, as per one of your slides, waste management looks so doable. There is a organic waste, there is a non-organic waste, and there are ways of. So, and Kerala has been a model in many ways. Thiruvananthapuram itself, in decentralization, it has appeared in waste-wise cities. What is holding Kerala back? Because it's not right. Still, the waste management is not satisfactory. So, what is, according to you, your insight on what is holding back the process? Thank you.
I would say, see, Trivandrum, though it was a success model, we need studies to see how effective it is. Just see, you can't assess success based on the units given. You have to assess success based on the functionality and efficiency. That's where it's lacking. Okay. So that is one thing. Second, waste management is something that people they don't realize. I would say they don't. It's a combo. According to my activists, it's a combo of the right government and the right people and the NGOs working together. It's difficult to get all three together. There might be a right government, but people won't cooperate. There'll be the right people, but government may not be. And there are vested interests. Honestly speaking, there are vested interests. So, based on all this, it calls for a solid behavioral change. It requires an integrated policy approach because the education sector, because I had done a study of 3,000 students from Max Planck University, Germany, behavioral economics. We had done a study of 3,000 students. Everybody, every student in Cochin, every student knows everything about environment. There's no point in saying we'll conduct awareness campaign. We will conduct it's all known. But there is a huge gap between awareness and actual behavior. So what you need is action projects which will convert this awareness into solid action. That is why I said we need education policy. Education policy where we catch children from primary class, give them credits for segregating waste. Even if the children doesn't do it, parents in Kerala are crazy about studies. Parents will do it for the child's credit. Okay. So such education policy is needed. Enforcement is needed. Integrated working of different departments is needed. All things together have to come. That is what is lacking here. It's a piecemeal approach right now often.
Yeah, I agree with ma'am's statement that fishing is seasonal in nature, but it is also a fact that fishery sector in Kerala contribute to nearly 15% of overall fish catch in India. And the data we are taking was basically based on pre-ban and post-ban. So it was very evident that in this there is a difference in pre-ban as well as post-ban fish catch as well as fish volume. Okay, so I think there is a valid addition that trawl ban is adding to the fishery stock and the economy as well. So I think it can validate the point that trawling is having an impact. Apart from see this fisheries is seasonal in nature, or it can be to some extent to be ecological as well. Trawl ban is having an impact, economic as well as ecological impact.
Yeah. So, actually, these are three very insightful papers, and Nirmala's paper, I'm not commenting since, it is kind of, it is a kind of total paper which actually encompasses everything. My only comment is, Kerala has been showing the way for circularity to the world in a way, the kind of scale at which we were doing it. Nobody did that. But the effectiveness of that claim has to be validated. But questions shift to centralization. I'm a bit kind of, so that we need to discuss, so it's the way, it's an easy way to centralization is the question, because everybody is doing that in all this waste management kind of projects that's around the country. It's doing that, but should we be doing it is a major question that will ask. I would like to discuss these two papers together, not the specifics of what you're doing. What is the kind of, how do we kind of place it within the larger environmental condition in Kerala is the question. So 3 points I'll tell you. One is the kind of the fragility and the interconnectedness. And second is, the approach. How do we see that? You are more doing it from a sustainable development kind of a perspective. Is that enough? And the third one is the regulatory challenges, which I think, all of you have actually kind of pointed out. We may have best policy prescriptions, but what are the regulatory challenges? So the fragility is that, it's all of us know, from Western Ghats to Arabian Sea and below sea level, it's a very short span of time where the forests have to be there in a way. If the forests are not there, it create flash floods, and then it comes to the down. And there you need actually the deltas, like the Kutnad region and all, So both were actually affected. So I will say come to the second point then. And the trawling also is part of that, because these are both are commons actually, the forests as well as the lowlands, both the sea and the lowlands of Kuttanad, these were commons which were capitalized long back. So it's an economy conference. So that's why we are always talking about investments that are going to come. So what is the kind of quality of growth that we need is the question. So the plantations and the reclamations in Kuttanad, flash floods there, it cannot be contained. So that's why the catastrophe in 2018 is because the lowlands could not contain it. They all were reclaimed. So which then bring us to the trawling ban also. I was a student of John Kurian when he was at the peak of this thing actually happening. This also is actually again the sustainable development as an approach. Can it grapple this, or do we need more political economy, political ecology kind of an understanding is the question, which then tells about capitalization leading to twin problems of environmental degradation and social marginalization, which is actually quite evident in what we are seeing. So the third and last point is the regulation. Then, how is regulation possible? Let's look at the two current issues. One in Highland, which is the tunneling in Wayanad, where the commission has come out with very stringent conditions for this to do. But is compliance going to happen? Second is the deep sea mining, which much more going to be much more kind of harmful to the environment and livelihoods. And in Kerala, that's going to be, and the Kollam coast, there also you talk about compliance. You do the mining, but do the environmental safeguards and do for this, so regulation. So in our environmental governance system, regulations are the major problems. This pollution that we see with the kind of EPA, most stringent regulations, legislations we have, without which I think it's a possibility. And the last point is that how can regulations happen? Look at the large changes that are happening in the world with capital becoming so strong, the technologies of that, of financializing, of mining, everything getting very stronger, and the government shifting to right wing, which actually the capital state nexus is very strong throughout the world. In that kind of a situation, how can any regulations happen? And the last resort was protests. The trawling ban in Kerala, the Silent Valley, uplands. These were kind of possibilities where policy change could happen. That's also now being affected. The civil society action is also restricted by the kind of shift in the character of the governments that are happening. So these are the kind of large threats in which we are actually, discussing these three specific issues. So thank you very much for the presenters and those who actually participate in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello all. Since we are running out of time, we are now quickly moving to our next session titled Gender, Demography and Development. I request Professor Parameshwaran to chair the session.
Second. No worries.
Yeah, good afternoon. And the organizers told me that there's the timing tight schedule because we have to finish by maximum we can go up to 1:15. Beyond that, we cannot go because two reasons are there. We have to start the 2 o'clock exactly at 2 o'clock because that panel discussion because the chair, Vasugi IAS, wants to go from because of she wants to attend some meeting or something. And then second thing is that I also want to go because I have a class at 2:00. So what the solution is that we'll for each presenter take 15 minutes per person, so we can finish by 45 minutes. Then 15 minutes for discussion. Then if there definitely there'll be more questions and more doubts that you can discuss during the lunch time. So we have 3 papers. One is property, inheritance rights, and female political participation in India. Bharati Nandwani and Punarjit Roy Chowdhury. Okay. Online. Okay. Yeah, the second paper is what explains the perceived safety of older women in Kerala, an inquiry using intersectional political economy. Simantini Mukhopadhyay. Okay. Then third is Kerala's aging challenge, public policy for elderly well-being and universal old age pension. Rakesh Ranjan Kumar. Yes, welcome to our speakers. Yeah.
Hi, Punojit. Can you hear us?
Right, I can hear you. I'll share my screen. Okay, is my screen visible? Are my slides visible?
Yes, slides is visible. Please take maximum 15 minutes. You have to finish at 12:30.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. Unfortunately, I could not be there to CDS in person, although I would have liked to. But it's a wonderful conference, and I'm glad that I'm a part of it. So my paper does not, to start with, let me just clearly, tell you that it does not focus on Kerala, but you will see that Kerala features in a specific way in the paper. So as I go on, you get to see that. And this is a joint work with Bharati Nandwani, who's an assistant professor at IGITR in Mumbai. The title of the paper, as you see, is Property Inheritance Rights and Female Political Participation in India. I'll give you a quick overview because in 15 minutes, detailed coverage is not possible. So the issue that we're looking at is basically women's underrepresentation in politics. Look at different data sources, you'll see that, women are grossly underrepresented in at all levels across the world, especially in developing countries. If you look at the 2024, report, that 2023 gender gap report, you'll see that out of 146 countries, 75 countries, 20% or fewer women are in ministerial positions. 27% of parliamentary seats worldwide are held by women as of 2024. For the situation in India is actually worse. The percentage of women MPs was 5 to 10% till 2004, and now it is around 14-15%. The representation of women in state legislative assemblies, which is basically MLAs that we're talking about, is around 10%. Now, this is concerning because India has granted universal enfranchisement to all adult citizens since 1947, which is around 75-80 years. Female turnout has not been low, and if you look at at panchayats, at local government, there has been quotas for female representation, but it seems that still these things don't convert into adequate representation of women in politics. Now, why is that important? I mean, why is the issue important? So clearly, we know that identity of politicians matter for policy making, and there's a lot of evidence that suggests that active involvement of women in politics is an essential foundation for achieving both gender equality. There has been implications on just a second. Women's health, on economic outcomes, economic performance, corruption, and all that. So these actually, females being in political offices seems to help women in multiple ways. Right. So this paper, what does this paper do? In this paper, we essentially look at impact. We look at the impact of a legal reform that was introduced to improve women's property ownership in India, and we check whether this reform led to an increase in women's participation in politics. So we use a natural experiment that involves staggered introduction of the reform that equalized women and men's property inheritance rights. And we examine the impact on women's participation as election candidates in state elections. I mean, you should note that in state elections between 1974 and 2004. So the reform that we are talking about is essentially the reform to the Hindu Succession Act of 1956. So by this act, both sons and daughters have equal inheritance rights over father's individual's property. But when it comes to the joint family property, there were significant gender disparities. The right in its original form had the act in its original form had this provision where the sons had a birthright over joint family property, but daughters did not. Now that's problematic because substantial amount of property in India, especially rural land, is jointly owned. Now, between 76 and 94, 5 Indian states made amendments to this law that granted daughters equal share in the joint family property. And it is here where Kerala actually comes into the picture. The first state that made this amendment was Kerala in 1976, followed by Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, and Karnataka. And women who got married after the reform was passed in their state could benefit from the new rules of inheritance. Now, how do we expect, this reform, which sort of gave property, it sort of, increased women's rights to property or made property rights equal between men and women? How do we expect that to influence their participation in politics as election candidates? Mainly in two ways. One is that by reducing monetary costs. So contesting in elections is costly, and requires significant contribution of time and resources. And most women are not financially empowered in India, and they do not have control over household wealth. Second way in which this reform could influence women's participation in politics is by reducing non-monetary costs or changing social norms. So basically, patriarchal societies discourage women from expressing their preferences from political participation. And if they violate this prescription, then sanctions for non-compliance are issued. Now, the act that, or the amendment that we're talking about could essentially affect women's political participation through both these channels. So that's what I stated. So I'm skipping the literature, our contribution to the literature, but we do contribute to several strands of literature. The data that we're using is from the main data that we're using comes from the Election Commission of India. and we obtain information on all state elections conducted between 74 and 2004. The data gives detailed information on election candidates, including name, gender of all contesting candidates, the party with which they are affiliated, vote shares, and so on. We also use other data sources like the RBI handbook and population census to get information on several covariates. To look at the channels, we use data from IHDS 2004-5. So the main regression that we are estimating is a simple DID model, the one that you can see on your screen, where we regress women's political, different indicators for women's political participation on a dummy variable that takes a value 1 for election years. So this dummy variable is the HSAA, STS is this S denotes state and time, T denotes time. So this dummy variable takes a value 1 for election year after state S amended the act at time T in favor of women inheriting the joint property. Z denotes other state level time varying variables. And we control for the time and constituencies. We include fixed effects to control for time and constituency level variations. The identification of the main covariate of the parameter of interest gamma requires the timing of the amendment to be orthogonal to female political participation, as evident. So we also estimate an event study, a standard event study, which you see there. So it's basically sort of treating each year differently and then interacting that with the treatment states. We expect the coefficients before the enactment of the amendment to be insignificant. And this specification also allows us to check whether the effect actually kicked in right after the amendment was made or after a few years. So these are the main results, and I'll quickly go over the main results because I have 3-4 minutes. So the first set of results show that the amendment had a positive effect on female candidates, which is basically the percentage of female candidates in a constituency year. It has had a positive effect on female vote share, and it had a positive effect on female candidates winning elections, right? Then we move on to the results for the incumbent vote share and whether the female candidate was contesting the election for the first time, so that is the new female candidate. And we find that the incumbent vote share percentage of male incumbents, basically, that went down, whereas the likelihood of new female candidates contesting, that goes up because of this amendment. We look at the political affiliation of the female candidates, and we see that female candidates who were contesting the elections from local parties, that has a positive, there's a positive impact we detect there, which means that the rise in female candidates that we are seeing, that we're observing, majorly is driven by local parties fielding, females as candidates. We look at differential impact by the Hindu population, and we do find, because this, by the way, this amendment was focused towards the Hindu women. So we do find that Hindu, there's a differential positive effect for the Hindu population. These are the results for the event study specification, and it is what we expect that before the amendment, the coefficients are 0. More or less 0 on average, and after the amendments, after a few years, so that we sort of see a positive effect. We also do several heterogeneity, robustness, including robustness to treatment effect heterogeneity, following Gardner's method. We use Dave Chase Martin. We follow his work and look at robustness to treatment effect heterogeneity and violation to parallel trend. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go over all these results. We also include region-specific trends, mostly to assuage this concern that all of the states that we're talking about, if you look at these states, are mostly in southern part of India and then Maharashtra. we remove some conservative states because there was one criticism that we got earlier in earlier presentations that all these states that we're talking about, these could be the non-conservative states, could be the progressive states, and therefore they have enacted these reforms. So now we remove the conservative states based on gender ratio at birth. We remove the states which had the worst gender ratio, as per, I think, the census of 1991. And then we re-estimate our model, and if anything, the results are actually stronger. We do a falsification test where we test the impact on Muslim women, and we find no impact, right? We try to probe into the mechanisms a little bit, but and basically we try to check whether reduction in monetary or social cost increase participation of women in politics. But our analysis is limited by the fact that we have very little data on these mechanisms for the period just following the amendment, right? And if you use data from later periods, which we've done, I mean, we really can't claim that because of the amendment and because of these mechanisms, women's political participation increased. The opposite could also be true. So while we present these results, we sort of add that caveat that these results are just suggestive. So we show that the amendment increased daughters' inheritance of land using REDS 2006 data. We test the correlation between social and financial status of women and exposure to the act. I'm not talking about the exact model we've used, but we show that this amendment seems to have led to greater autonomy, financial autonomy for women, and also the amendment seems to have altered social norms in favor of women. So just to sort of conclude, women's equal participation in political and public life is essential to achieving the SDGs by 2030. Women are underrepresented at all levels of decision making worldwide, politics and otherwise. We examine whether the reforms to the property rights changed women's participation in politics, and we do find results in favor of women, and that is marked by entry of new candidates, and local parties seem to be more responsive. And we provide suggestive evidence that financial autonomy and social norms could be driving the links. And we suggest that the access to land and family property is likely an important tool to improve women's financial status and representation in politics. Right. So that's all what I have. I hope I've been able to finish on time.
Thank you very much for keeping the time. I invite the next presenter, Simantini Mukhopadhyay. Thank you.
So 12:50, sir. I thank the organizers for inviting me, and without much ado, so this is the topic of my paper, what explains the perceived safety of older women in Kerala, an inquiry using intersectional political economy. So why do I look at perceived safety from crime? This is to explain the motivation of my paper. Now, I actually was trying to look at crime against women in Kerala. And most of the studies on crime against women in the Indian context, as all of you know, usually use the NCRB data, the National Crime Records Bureau data. Now, any analysis of the NCRB figures is shrouded in skepticism because these are, at the end of the day, figures of reported crime. And reported crime, as we know, has two dimensions. One is the actual incidence of crime, and the other is the factors influencing the reporting of crime, which may range from the trust in police, the legal environment, the availability of places where the women can go to with their complaints, and so on. And more importantly, the normalization of crime in different societies, normalization of crime against women in different societies. Now, I have been working on morbidity data for quite a long time. And I found a very striking, analogy or resemblance with the puzzles in morbidity with this context, with the context of crime as well. Now, what happens with the morbidity data in a very few words? If we look at the NSS data, and there's a very huge and rich literature on this in the Indian context, dating back to the works of Chen and Murray and Amartya Sen, where they actually pointed out that this reported morbidity data is again subjected to a lot of biases. And the responses that people give when a question is asked that if you have been ill in the last 15 days, now these responses are not, Amartya Sen point out, that these responses are not purely, subjectively different responses. Because if you and I stand on the same plane and without any extra information about the solar system, if both of us are asked the size of the sun and the moon, we would say that both the sun and the moon are of the same size. So these are not objective responses. These are neither subjective responses. These are positionally objective responses. And the responses are conditioned by positional parameters like availability of healthcare facilities, then education awareness, and so on. So crime, again, whenever we look at these studies, particularly the study by Chandan Mukherjee and Preet Rastogi, we had dating from that till very recent studies by Sharma, Kabiraj. Every study actually makes this point on reported crime, makes this point that the figures are subject to underreporting. Crime against women figures cannot be trusted. And there is, in fact, no way to disentangle the effect of the actual incidence of crime and the reporting biases. You can't do that with NCRB data. Now, the study by Lakshmi Iyer and her colleagues in 2012, they say that that a rise in reported crimes is actually good news because all other things remaining constant, a change in, political representation of women leads to a rise in reported crime. So the assumption is that the increase comes from reporting and not from actual incidences of crime. However, nonetheless, this is very, it is almost impossible to disentangle what is what, how much is actual incidence and how much is reporting. So now if you look at this morbidity graphs, this is from self-reported morbidity. So, and this is from the BMJ paper 2002 by Amartya Sen. So you look at Kerala and Bihar, most of you must be familiar with this. Bihar, Kerala had already undergone the health transition and had health indicators comparable to developed countries, whereas Bihar was a backward state having human development outcomes comparable to sub-Saharan African countries. You find that self-reported morbidities in Bihar were much lower than that in Kerala. So this was the figure. And when he compared it to United States, what he found was that Kerala had lower reported morbidities compared to United States. So this was his positional objectivity hypothesis, which I draw on in this paper on crimes. Now look at the NCRB crime figures for Kerala, Bihar, and India, and you find exactly the same thing. You find that reported crime is much higher in Kerala compared to that in Bihar. And what would be the positional parameters? I would come to other positional parameters. For now, whatever is available from NCRB, let us look at the charge sheeting rates. So if you look at the charge sheeting rates, you find that charge sheeting rates are also higher in Kerala. However, look at Bihar and India, it's not as low in Bihar. So this is a puzzle again. So now coming to, when we question the literature on morbidity, actually to which we made some minor contributions in our recent works, that literature actually questions sense positional objectivity hypotheses in the context of morbidity. And with morbidity, what you have is you have objective health data. So you can do, cross validation. You can actually do construct validation exercises, which we did with morbidity data. But with crime data, there's no way to do that. So what you can do is just look at the simple scatter plot here. So if we arrange the states in order of, okay, let's just think about the per capita net state domestic product or the human development index values for these states, you find that Bihar is much to the left of Kerala, but to the right of Kerala, you do find states like Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. So the pattern is not generalizable either. This is another puzzle. So now this is the reason why I look at perceived safety from crime, because as I said, validation exercises are not possible because of just unavailability of objective data on crimes. Then this particular variable is itself intrinsically important. It has direct ramifications on well-being and quality of life. So if a person feels safe from crime, then the person has better quality of life, and many studies have shown this. And I'm using a relatively new and unexplored data set which permits disaggregated analysis, and I raise questions about positional objectivity in the context of crime. And the data set is the longitudinal aging study in India 2017-18. So I look at older women. Now, because of paucity of time, I skip this slide. The only point I make is that the demographic situation of the older women in Kerala is unique and it deserves attention. So whatever conclusion I have, the substantive conclusions will have ramifications for policy as well. Now, when I look at this puzzle, I can map this. When I started reading on crime in Kerala, I actually could relate this to a very rich literature on the gender paradox in Kerala. So this literature, feminist literature in the context of Kerala, has shown that the correspondence between overall development and gender equality may be weak. And Nancy Folber's recent work on intersectional political economy also points out that, suppose you have the abortion ban in the United States, you have rampant homophobia in different states of United States. So overall development and gender equality may not move hand in hand in different contexts. Now, what happened in Kerala was it was hailed by many as the model state, not only for its better human development figures, but also for its better human development figures for women. And there have been studies which showed that, the human development figures masked the poor unemployment figures, and there were certain dimensions in which women were not doing well. And considering latest data, we do find that even the standard indicators of human development in terms of the situation of women has been deteriorating. So these are the indicators which show the gender paradox. Mobility is lower, wife beating is justified according to more than half of the women. Though the last two rounds show that domestic violence has fallen, there are other studies which show that domestic violence is increasing. Then violence against women has linkages with low work participation of women. So this is the gender paradox in Kerala. Now, when I look at perceived safety, this variable gives me another advantage, because this variable is not about crime against women. It is, how safe do you feel when you're alone at home? That's one question. And the other question is, how safe do you feel on the streets when alone after dark? So when I use these questions and when I look at the gender gap in perceived safety, gender gap in these two things between men and women, what I find is the gender gap is the highest in Kerala among all the states. So that is quite worrying. Now, if you look at this again, Bihar and Kerala and India, it mimics the NCRB pattern. That is, it's higher in Kerala. If you look at both unsafe at home and unsafe on the roads, you find that Kerala females are report the greatest unsafe, the greatest proportion of Kerala female report feeling unsafe for both the variables. So now what this data set allows me to do and what the NCRB data does not allow me to do is to undertake a disaggregated analysis. Now, why a disaggregated analysis? I'm using the intersectional political economy framework, which calls for such a disaggregated analysis because I need to look at the other axes of disadvantage, like living alone. These are older women who live alone, older women who are widows. So if you look at such a disaggregated analysis, you would see that in Kerala, all these categories, the disadvantaged categories, they report greater, vulnerability in terms of safety from crime. Now, had the question on, had the responses to perceived safety been subject to positional objectivity solely, then would these disadvantaged women report greater vulnerabilities? The answer is no. So this again maps to my morbidity findings. So now what I do is I do a logistic regression first, and then I check that yes, the females, even after controlling for all the important background characteristics, I find that the females have greater unsafety for both at home and on the roads. Now, the next thing I look at positional parameters. Controlling for other factors, what is the relationship between what is the association between the positional parameters and the feeling of unsafety? Now, with just a few exceptions, you see that all these categories of disadvantage, the women, more of these women are more likely to say that we feel unsafe, both at the home and on the roads. So now I test the results, I do some robustness test. Now this variable is also given, the first thing that I showed you was a binary variable, safe and unsafe, but the responses were coded in order of, there were 4 categories, that is very safe, safe, not safe, and very unsafe. So doing an ordinal logistic regression also, I find the results remain. And sensitivity tests have been conducted according to for the finer categories of age among elderly women. Then, yes, and then I map it, and this is my conclusion, that I map it to intersectional political economy, and relatively few, this is from Nancy Folber, So what Folber's point is, it is that relatively few economic historians acknowledge the relevance of patriarchal institutional structures. Now, neoclassical and Marxian accounts of the emergence of capitalism presume a kind of stage-based transition from pre-capitalist to capitalist institutions without explicit consideration of collective conflicts that do not fit this sequence. I won't read the entire quote. Now, feminist literature, according to Folber, actually looks at factors within the household or the firm rather than looking at the structure, addressing the larger structure of patriarchal power, because the very concept of structure has fallen out of fashion. Now, mapping it to feminist literature in Kerala, as I said, patriarchal forces form a complex intersectional web with institutions such as the state and the market, both local and global. Even state documents acknowledge that despite efforts to reduce gender inequality, patriarchal forces are strong here and apparent in certain social norms, which manifest in violence against women. And it has a long tradition of left politics and is reflected in the high incidence of crime against women. Now, if you look at the 14 5-year plan, you see that it is actually speaking in the language of the intersectional political economy approach. Patriarchal forces, this is from the 14 5-year plan. Patriarchal forces intersect with institutions such as the state and the market. The report acknowledges that despite efforts to reduce gender inequality, patriarchal forces are still strong and apparent in certain social norms, and various forms of violence against women in Kerala are still very persistent in the society. So Devika actually traces the historical and social roots, and institutions like the state, the church, caste organizations, religious establishment, labor organizations and groups participating in nationalist movement played a positive role in improving human development outcomes for women. They worked together to reinforce patriarchal norms, and women were mostly restricted to care work, both in private and public spaces. And this is the approach actually that Claudia Golden takes when she analyzes lower labor force participation of women and mapping it to violence also. So I would stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for keeping the time. And now invite Rakesh Ranjan.
A very warm good afternoon. This is a joint paper along with Anjana, my better half, and we were here at MPhil in 2012. We did our MPhil together, and this is my first time presenting any paper at CDS, and it's been very great honor to be here, and especially in front of a chair that who has taught me everything related to economic development. So thank you, sir. No words of my gratitude would suffice my time here at TDS. And as a teacher, I do believe that whatever we achieve in life now, we owe it to our teachers. And like in Hindi, we say, "Aapse arjit, aapko samarpit." So this is a currently working paper. Just we wrote this, happened to for this conference itself, and we look forward to your comments after the conference. Currently, like India is moving towards an aging society. Although we say currently that we are a youthful country, our demographic dividend would very close come to an end. So today might be the main core public policy theme would be Rojgar, employment, youth, Yuva, but very soon it would move towards an aging society. So the things would change. It would be elderly well-being, elderly care, healthcare systems, and so on. However, like the number of working people in India would be start declining after 2031. And in the meanwhile, between 2021 and 2036, the number of elderly will be doubling. This for India. And when you look at the other states, specifically the Kerala, we see that the proportion of elderly would rise up to 22.8%. And by 2050, it is expected to reach around 30%. So it's a long shot, but still the transformation has begun. And it the southern India, specifically the Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Telangana, look at the median age. It would be very high as compared to the northern states such as Bihar, where the median age is just 28.1 as compared to Kerala, which is nearly 40. And Tamil Nadu, it's more than 40 in 2026. So it's very important that the research now should be oriented towards how we'll manage the healthy aging process. The first challenges that comes to a foremost is the health issue with the elderly. Interestingly, we see over here the number of elderly reporting illness in Kerala is very high, is like more than 60%, whereas in other states such as Bihar, it would be less than around 10%. So moreover, we have such a good healthcare infrastructure that the illness is being reported. So it's nothing that it's high illness. Illness would be there everywhere. For one, Kerala would be having a higher incidence of illness might be due to the longevity, a higher life expectancy. But still, it's good that the health issue is being reported over here. Other states, the health infrastructure might not be that great, so there would be overwhelming underreporting. And we look at the elderly with illness, the current state of health, we see that the poor, those reporting poor is very high. In India, it's almost like 1/3, and similarly for Kerala, it's again like 35%. But interestingly, we have to understand that similar study was also conducted by LASI, but the category was a bit different. Instead of clubbing good and fair as one category, it bifurcated excellent, good, fair, and poor. So the poor health would be the fair as well as the those reporting actually very poor health. But overall, we see that the health would is still a challenge and would be becoming a greater challenge even in the near future. Now coming to the need of continuing employment, because even in elderly age after attaining 60, we need to work to support ourselves and our family. So basically, the challenge emerged due to the fact that India is growing old without growing rich. Even though we achieve $5 trillion economy, the per capita income of India, even achieving $5 trillion economy, would nowhere near in top 100 economies. But what we see that India has a very different kind of challenge of decent job, good wages, and now the challenge is compounded because of structural reversal. Now people are going back to agriculture because of good employment creation is not there. So this particularly affect those who are at the aging category. Like we can look at the over here, most of them are under the self-employment or casual labor. Just 2.2% of the total elderly are there in regular casual employment. Overall, the labor force participation is still for the male, it's nearly half, 47.8%. Overall, it's 1/3. Again, a very huge proportion of elderly are still working even after 60 plus of age. And when you look at this across all the state, we see the LFPR of northern states such as Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar are still above 50%. Whereas though Kerala is not that bad, 43%, but again, we have to emphasize the quality of job that most of them are not in regular wages. Overall, those remittance, having any source of income other than like salary, wages, apart from wages, like remittance, pension, rent, is 39% in Kerala. Overall, it's just above average 37% of in India. But what about the other 2/3? They have to depend on employment. And this comes to the other part, the old age dependency, financial dependency. Over here, we have the part dependency, full dependency, and then total combined. We say that the rural overall in India, 72% are financially dependent on their family members or others, where in urban, it's slightly better, 67%. In Kerala, 73% for rural, and for urban, it's 70%. So still we see the very significant proportion of elderly are dependent on financial on others. So this makes a case that why should not we having a universal old age pension scheme for elderly across India and moreover in Kerala, because these are the states would be facing elderly issue very recently. Now we come to the gendered aspect. We see that the greater proportion of elderly are financially dependent because of the clear fact that over here most of them do not have any. I mean, reality seems that to access to property, access to land, access to saving, because it's most likely happens in the husband's name. So elderly female, overall, we have see that the 90% of rural and 89% of urban are dependent on financially dependent on one member or the other. Most of them are supported by children rather than a spouse because one, the children are financially working, so they are able to support their mother. But over now time, we see that the gender and the value system of the family has been eroding over the period of time. We now see emergence of old age homes where people, both the children or daughter are in states abroad, and mother or father are there in the old age home. So it's talk about a very precarious or vulnerable kind of situation. And now we see that there are a lot of instances where children are not willing to support their parents. Like we recently have a case where a son went to court challenging the order of the lower court where he was told to just pay 5,000 per month to an elderly mother. Now we also see in like Mahakum, people went, just locked the door, kept mother alone at home without any source of like giving food, and she was to be rescued. Like you go to Mahakam to get rid of all the sins, and this is perhaps a greater sin, leaving mother alone in the house without food. But this talks about that, okay, a family system is there, but it's not as strong as it was earlier. So most of the people, I mean, elderly women are either living alone or with their spouse. Only just few of them are, I mean, over here, the first column shows living without family, only spouse. Overall, it's 10%, but 53% in India are living without their spouse. So this elderly women, because of the differential in the life expectancy, the elderly women are living without the spouse. So dependent upon children, grandchildren comes in. Now we come to the very important aspect that given the lack of any good pension schemes, they would be precarious situation. Overall, what we see that from the LASI data in Kerala, just 29% of them are currently receiving any form of pension or income, and falling by 7% that are expected to get in future. So, but overall, 64% are neither getting any pension nor they are expected to get any pension in future. Over here, we again see that the Indira Gandhi National Old Age Pension Scheme, which caters to below poverty line individuals. Over here, even in the BPL elderly household, only 35% are availing the services or getting the services. Many of them are excluded. And regarding that scheme, I just want to emphasize that the amount is just 200 rupees per month as a central contribution. States are expected to contribute as much as the center does. But in reality, many of the states do not actually contribute or contribute less. Kerala is far better, contributes 300. So net is 500 for those who are at 60. And when you go to 80 years and above, center contribute 500, Kerala government contributes 600, so 1100. But let's take the amount 200. What is 200 amount worth? It's nothing. It's like a mendicant begging kind of it, living in an arm of destitution. Because of the sheer value of rupees 200 don't fetch you anything. As per the latest household consumption expenditure, in Kerala, the rural per capita consumption expenditure is 6,600, and for urban, it's 7,800. When you look at the bottom 5%, it is 1,700 for rural and 2,400 for urban. So this doesn't even cover 10% of the bottom 5% consumption expenditure. So 2,200 rupees is almost nothing. And though I have shown only for the Indira Gandhi National Pension Scheme, we also have the EPFO. EPFO provides a minimum of 1,000 rupees pension. That was not so earlier, but law came into effect in 2014 that guarantees 1,000 rupees payment per head, per subscriber. But over now, we see that 30% of subscriber or the EPFO pension beneficiaries are getting 1,000, just 1,000. Perhaps they're getting less, but the center is contributing additional amount so that they get the minimum 1,000 rupees. There was a proposal because it's way back in 2014 to double the amount, but center has rejected the idea of even increasing this basic amount. Overall, we can just argue that the center is willing to write off 10.6 lakh crore of bad loans, but are not willing to give 1,000 crore for the elderly. This will cost just additional 1,000 crore. 1,000 crore is nothing. Think about what you do building a statue and everything, but 1,000 for the elderly across India, EPFO. So this is something to ponder over. And of course, what Ministry of Rural Development also puts a cap actually. In Kerala, the cap is at 8%. So only 8% of them would be provided by the funding by the center. If states want to increase the scheme, it has to fund everything by itself. And Kerala has a limited funding availability. So my next part comes to the focus that the financial devolution to Kerala should increase. Over here, we see that the financial devolution to Uttar Pradesh for 2023-24, and the last one is the proposed for this year. And for the budget, for Uttar Pradesh is it's in 1,000 crore, 255,000 crore, whereas in Kerala, it's just 27,000 crore. It's a huge gap, almost like 10 times. And the increase, you see the increase for Uttar Pradesh in the last 3 years is 51,000 crore. And the combined increase for the whole southern states comes to around just 45,000 crore. So one state, 51,000 Uttar Pradesh, whole southern states, 45,000. So this doesn't make a rational, of course. Because of the criteria, the financial devolution criteria, which focus on the income. The number 3, the poorer region will get more funding, and the population, which gives the weight to 15%. So while we make a case that the Kerala has to focus on elderly well-being, healthcare, to ensure that the Human Development Index we do really well, we have to focus on higher financial devolution. So just thinking process, can we, instead of focusing on one population parameter as a single entity, we can make it in a young population, working population, and aged population is to ratio of 1:2:3, where we have the new Finance Commission weight was 2.5%, 5%, and for aged 7.5%. So we're not changing as such weight, but just by tweaking it and emphasizing the need for elderly well-being as a higher percentage, Kerala would be getting better funding. And the third criteria, instead of rewarding those who are like actually failing to implement anything on the grassroots level, like for example, Bihar, they're not even able to utilize the funding that they get given. So instead of those, can we reward it in a social development like outcomes? Those who states that are doing really well, like Kerala, in terms of human development, we have health and education and so on. So if we reward them, we can emphasize that the Kerala development model will keep on working. If not, it would collapse due to lack of funding. As simple as that. We have to reinvent the whole mechanism on the parameter of how the financial devolution actually takes place. Sir, just 1 minute. Getting out of time, I know. So we'll close it by just focusing on the idea of the essence and the importance of elderly care and instance of like building a old age pension scheme. I mean, we know we live in a material world, but we'll close it by the quote from Gandhi, Bapuji, that says that the measure of society is also known by how we treat our elderly, not just material wealth. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for finishing on time. Now we have 10 minutes for discussion. So questions, please come and sit here. So we may not be able to take many questions, two or three questions. Yeah. Give it to Shraddha.
Thank you. I have one question for each presenter. First question is for Punarjeet. Can you hear me, Punarjeet? Yeah. So just very quickly, I could not understand like which tier of political participation you were focusing on, like Lok Sabha, Assembly, or the local governance, and also any observation or thoughts on the 73rd Amendment of that is puts reservation for women in local governance, or how could you bring that into your discussion? For Shrimantini, I just curious, did you see any differences in these experiences between older women and younger women? And for Rakesh, I just I'll completely agree with you on the financial federalism argument, but also I think we also need to think about making women, providing opportunities for making women more financially independent. That has to be a very long term thought. Yeah.
All right. Can I answer the question?
We can collect the 2 more questions, and then at the end you can answer. Okay? Any more questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I had one question to Shrimantini ma'am. So I was just wondering, so in the data set you have mentioned that perceives safety as how safe women feel within the home alone. So if alone part is coming, how do you capture the domestic violence? Because if so, I was just wondering that. Thank you.
Rishikesh.
Based upon age, old age population. I mean, actually, it's not in terms of absolute numbers you should look into. It's use. Did you look into in terms of a per capita basis of a transfers, whether it's equalized or there is some kind of a disparity across the states?
Okay. Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah. Punarjit, please respond to her.
Yeah. I just have one answer. So one question that was asked. So the level of elections that we're looking at is the state. As I mentioned, we are looking at the state level elections between 1974 and 2004. So these are basically MLA elections. And the second question that you asked was, so how do I sort of factor in reservation and local politics at panchayats? So we are looking at state elections. So therefore, so that does not directly feed into our analysis or our work. But I mean, the interesting part I think is that despite there being reservations at the panchayat level, we do not see that increasing women's participation at the state level or Lok Sabha, and that is, I think, where the paradox, if I might say, is. So I think that's my answer to the question.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, for the first question, regarding older women and younger women, age was a control variable, and with age it increases. That is, older women are more likely to say that they feel unsafe. Nonetheless, I should mention that this is a survey of aged women. Even within them, age is a significant factor. 45 plus, 60 plus, and their spouses who are 45 and above. So I have the range of women, and I can split them into age categories as well. And regarding your question, it is a very important question, and I have it in my paper also. The questions were, as you rightly pointed out, that how safe do you feel when you are at home alone, and how safe do you feel when you are on the road alone at dark, after dark. So, yes, it does not have direct ramifications for domestic violence, but there is a literature on domestic violence and on, this is a psychology literature. It says that women who are victims of domestic violence, they are more likely to feel unsafe, regardless of where they are and at what point of time. So this is kind of capturing that effect as well. Thank you.
For the first question, making women financially independent. So I couldn't agree with you more on this. In fact, I have just presented a paper for the ISLE conference where I was talking about, particularly in this parameter itself, that we have to create a job where all the work for the women are actually rewarded and are paid. What we're seeing in India for the PLFS data for the latest round 2023-24, there has been absolute surge in the total number of women that are working in self-employed, but under non-remunerative category. They're not getting paid. They're working as a helper in household enterprise. For example, husband is going to sell samosas outside. He would for sure not be making samosas at home. It would be done by the household member itself, particularly female. But she would not be getting any income from that. And this is the case when we talk about that India has been creating jobs, but not the paid kind of job. And this especially hampers women. And for example, this is done by NSSO, our national sampling agency. But for the other, the data source, which we generally rely on, the CMI data, it has a different methodology. It doesn't consider employment as those who are not getting money, who are working. And this is not particularly case of India. This is accepted worldwide practice, but not being followed in India for perhaps for one reason. It inflates the total number of workers, the employment. It shows a good picture of the economy, but also to emphasize what kind of employment we want to generate. For example, for the 2011 and 12 employment and employment round, it has a particularly block that focused on this kind of question, that what kind of, for they asked women, okay, you're not going to work, I mean, are you willing to take up work? Most of the women said almost 1/3 yes, provided it helps me, I mean, to get the employment near my home. So they have to provide skill development. They have to focus on providing money, not just talking about some mudra, some 10,000 rupees or 15,000 rupees. That won't create any long-lasting impact. We have to ensure that if they undertake self-employment, it should be viable, it should be productive, and it should be long-lasting. So we have to work on this, and this is a collective effort on the state government as well as the central government level. Regarding the first question on the per capita devolution, I've looked into this, and this is perhaps I'll be presenting another paper at the GIFT this month on 18th. This title, Fiscal Federalism and North-South Divide, a case for greater financial devolution to southern states, where I discussed the per capita income just to get a few number. I may be wrong by slide. So the Uttar Pradesh gets around $15,000, rupees on a per capita basis, while as the Bihar gets around 10,000 rupees. At the same time, the southern states get around 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. So it's not a double gap, it's a multiple of 3 or multiple of 4 times. So though we understand that Bihar and UP have a lot of poverty, they need to get money to develop that. But as I said earlier, they are not even able to spend that kind of money that they're getting it. They are returning back to the treasury, where the southern states are not going to develop because they lack the funding. So we have to have some, I mean, equity, because southern states generates not only direct tax but also contributes in terms of indirect taxes, and the total amount which we get, particularly for in terms of percentage, Kerala is something about 67%, near about 60%, while for Karnataka it comes down to 20%, for Tamil Nadu around 10 to 20% in between, somewhat. So it doesn't, level playing field is not there. We have to ensure that the financial devolution that would be coming in future address the absolute difference and the per capita difference as well. Thank you.
So I think we have finished on time. So I don't have any comments. Only thing is only issue with your paper. This is regarding this using financial devolution for protecting or helping the older. See, behind the principle behind the finance commission transfer is that to provide equal service to all citizens in this country, irrespective of their place of living. So I don't know whether this public service, this pension is not, it's an additional service, may not be considered as a public service. Then second thing is that a pension, we use the pension. Pension is usually a deferred payment. You work for some time and accumulate money and then use it for old age. So that is the one issue. We use the pension, but many of the pensions are not contributed by the pensioners. Then another issue is that using this finance commission transfer all this for protecting the old age people. First of all, I think we have to accept that we don't have a social security tax in India. If we want to protect our elderly, we have to go for that kind of system instead of going for a market-based system. That only helps the elderly. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I think you can continue the discussion during the lunch time.
So lunch is arranged at Shamiana. You may just follow the crowd. And, post-lunch sessions will be started sharp at 2 p.m. So I request all of you to be on time.
This year.
Kerala and the world. The chairperson, Dr. K. Vasugi, is on her way, but she will take some time. So till she comes, we will continue. We start this discussion, and then after her arrival, she will take over. So we have a esteemed panelist here, Sri Ajit Kolasheri, who is CEO Nauka Roots, Professor Aparna Rayapurol, University of Hyderabad, Professor S.K. Shashikumar, retired faculty, V.V. Giri National Labour Institute, and Professor Praveena Kodoth. So we'll start without taking any time. So Professor Sri Ajit Kolasheri will make his remarks first, and then we'll go in that order.
Good afternoon, all. It's a privilege to address this esteemed gathering on this topic of migration, a phenomenon that has profoundly shaped Kerala's socio-economic landscape. Kerala has set a global benchmark in migration management through the creation of Non-Resident Keralites Affairs Department, NORCA, which is established in 1996. NORCA is not only, it's not a mere government department. It's an evolved institution that has redefined the migration governance by focusing on the welfare, rehabilitation, reintegration, global connectivity, and active engagement of Kerala diaspora. Operated through its field agency, Roots, the department ensures safe, legal, ethical, and orderly migration for the skilled workforce while providing continuous support to our diaspora. See, Kerala migration governance model offers a unique perspective from the global south, where migration is often driven by economic necessity and shaped by the realities of the labor markets in the global north. Unlike the many countries in the global south that rely heavily on remittance, but lack of institutional framework to support migrants, Kerala has developed a decentralized, people-centric, comprehensive, and holistic model that prioritizes the well-being of our diaspora. This model, particularly relevant in the context of the global south, where migration is often characterized by precarious working conditions, exploitation, and limited state support. Kerala migration landscape is always unique, characterized by its historic reliance on inward remittance, which contributed 2,16,000 crore in 2023 as per the Kerala recently published Kerala Migration Survey, playing a pivotal role in the state's economy. However, the nature of the Kerala migration is undergoing a significant changes, transformations. You see, while traditional migration to Gulf countries remains substantial, there is a noticeable rise in short-term migration and very short-term migration, particularly in the sectors like care economy. Especially in Europe, the care economy is now taking momentum. So where the demand for the skilled caregivers is growing. Additionally, that student migration has doubled from that also from the Kerala Migration Survey, 1,29,000 in 2018 to 2,50,000 in 2023, driven by the aspiration of higher education and permanent settlement in the countries like Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, and also in the EU countries. So these emerging trends in short-term migration and student migration represent the future of the labor migration from our state. and need to be addressed with utmost importance and care. Short-term migration, particularly in sectors like care economy, reflects the growing demand of a flexible, skilled labor in aging societies across the global north, mainly in Europe. Similarly, the student migration is increasingly becoming a pathway for skilled migration, as students often transition to the permanent residency and employment in their host countries. In Kerala, we can see that the majority of student migration, they are using student migration as a pretext of labor migration or employment migration. So both trends highlight the need for robust policies that ensure safe, ethical, and more importantly, informed migration, while also addressing the challenges of reintegration and skill development of the returning migrant. So, especially in the short-term migration, the sending countries should have a proper policy for the reintegration of the people who are coming back. Norca's success lies in a holistic and a decentralized approach to migration governance. Over the years, Norca has evolved into an institution that addresses immediate needs of migrants while ensuring long-term well-being of an integration. One of Norca's flagship initiative called Swantwana, a distress relief fund, which has disbursed up to this date 188.81 crore to over 38,000 returnees, providing critical financial assistance to migrants and their families during these emergencies. See, during the COVID-19 pandemic, Norca is the first agency in India to create a web portal to handle the situation, especially the surge of the repatriation requests. That portal is known as COVID Jagrata portal, which facilitated the safe return of 1.5 million Malayalis back and extended an emergency financial assistance to 1,34,828 stranded workers, demonstrating the department's commitment to safeguarding the interest of our diaspora in the most challenging time. See, reintegration and rehabilitation are central to Norca's model. And we can proudly say that we are the only state and Norca is the only agency in India is having a reintegration policy at the national level itself. See, our programs like Norca Department Project for Return Immigrants and Pravasi Bhadrata schemes have supported thousands of returnees to establishing self-employment ventures. And another platform called Norca Business Facilitation Center has further added returnees by providing expert consultancy services, advisory services, resulting in creation of 474 returning enterprises. And these initiatives highlights Norca's proactive approach to ensuring that the returning migrants are not only reintegrated, but also empowered to contribute to the state's economy. Global connectivity is another defining feature of Norca. The department has established a 24/7 call center facility, which acts as a single window platform called Global Contact Center for information dissemination as well as distress call management, which handled over 2.2 million calls and 5,54,761 live chats in just 5 years, providing real-time assistance to expatriate from 44 countries. During critical events such as the COVID-19 pandemic and the evacuation like the Ukraine, this platform played the pivotal role in coordinating relief measures and ensuring safe repatriation of distressed individuals. Additionally, we set up a new initiative, Norca Women's Cell, which addresses the unique challenges faced by Malayali women abroad, ensuring their safe migration and raising awareness about their rights and privileges. Diaspora engagement is the NORCA has institutionalized the diaspora engagement through the creation of Loka Kerala Sabha, a groundbreaking platform launched in 2018 that connects Keralites from 105 countries and almost 25 Indian states. This democratic, inclusive platform allows NORCA and diaspora to actively participate in discussions on migration related issues and contribute to Kerala's socio-economic and cultural development. The establishment of another platform called Overseas Kerala Investment Holding Limited is a holding company, further exemplifies the approach channelizing diaspora investments into the core infrastructural projects and by boosting Kerala's economic development. So NORCA also emphasizing we promote the informed migration and skill development from the state. So one scheme known as the NORCA Shubhayatra pre-departure orientation program equip prospective immigrants to the essential knowledge about the international migration, ensuring safe and informed migration. And recently we added another platform called NORCA Institute of Foreign Languages, established in 2023, offers foreign language training in high demand courses such as we are supporting the IELTS training, OET training, promote German and Japanese language learning, and particularly benefiting SC, ST and BPL categories with we are providing free and subsidized education. So despite this success, Kerala's migration management faces several challenges, many of which are of second generation concern arising from the evolving migration landscape. See, as a subnational state, Kerala lacks a direct involvement in national level migration policy making, and this exclusion results in an asymmetry of information where critical insights from the state level migration experience are not fully integrated to the national database. See, subnational governments, including Kerala, also lack access to the comprehensive migration data held by the national government. And this forces reliances on sample surveys, such we are mainly depends on the sample surveys like Kerala Migration Survey, which may not always provide the accurate and the real-time picture of the migration trends. So that is a major limitation what we are facing while developing our projects and policies. The number of returned migrants has risen to an estimated 1.8 million. I again quote from Kerala Migration Survey from 1.2 million in 2018. This surge, driven by the global crisis and stricter immigration policies, nationalization policies in the Gulf countries, has created significant reintegration challenges, particularly for Kerala's service-oriented economy. So the rise of these irregular recruitment practices, particularly in new migration corridors, has left many young migrants vulnerable to exploitation. See, unauthorized recruiters often charge exorbitant fees, promising better jobs and living conditions that never materialized. The rapid growth of the student migration has been accompanied by the rise of unregulated educational consultant. We can say that there is no regulation in the student migration sector. So, which often misleads students with false promise. Stricter regulations and monitoring systems are urgently need to protect the students from exploitation. Despite increased budgetary allocation, Kerala faces financial constraints in addressing the needs of its migrant population. The lack of central government support places the entire burden on the supporting the migrants on the shoulders of the state itself. See, many migrants faces underemployment at their destinations as their skills are often do not match with the demands of the labor market of the overseas countries. There is an urgent need for better skill matching, skilling, and reskilling program. Limited coordination with the Indian missions abroad also makes this create a lot of issues in this matter. To address these challenges, Norca is implementing several innovative initiatives. In the current financial year, the government of Kerala is planning to establish a Pravasi mission to manage reintegration more effectively. This mission will bring together all avenues of entrepreneurship and job creation, helping migrants finance their ventures through investment from the diaspora through some angel investments from the diaspora itself we promote. Norca is also establishing a student migration cell to address the issues of the student migration. The cell will focus on grievance redressal, and mainly awareness creation and orientation. So for which we are working to develop a comprehensive website and also to create support network for students in distress. Norca Roots will work closely with this year will work with the district panchayat, especially local bodies, to carry out the dissemination program, especially on the safe migration at the village and taluk level, ensuring a decentralized approach for the migration, governance, and management in the state. To ensure better employment opportunities and address skill gaps, Norca Roots is establishing a skill certification and verification program this year in association with the state agency CASE. And this will allow the current migrant and the prospective returnees to obtain skill certification and enhancing their employability both in the domestic sector as well as in the overseas countries. In the context of the short-term migration, the importance of trained personnel cannot be overstated. Migrants who are adequately trained before departure are better equipped to handle the demands of their jobs, adapt to new environments, and navigate to complexities of working abroad. So training ensures that migrants meet the skill requirement in the destination countries, reducing the risk of exploitation and underemployment. For instance, in the care economy, where demands for skilled caregivers is high, trained migrants are more likely to secure better wages, working condition, and legal protection. Norca focus on pre-departure orientation and skill development programs such as Shubhayatra, PDOP, and the Norca Institute of Foreign Languages underscores the importance in supporting migration in a better trained and way. And these initiatives not only enhance the migration opportunities, but also contribute to Kerala's economic and social development by equipping its citizens in a globally relevant skills. To establish a real-time database of international migrants, the government of Kerala, in collaboration with my agency, Norca Roots, and Kerala Digital University, launched a new portal named Loga Kerala Online, a platform. And this platform enables migrants to self-register, providing essential details to create a comprehensive, up-to-date registry of Kerala migrant population across the world. In conclusion, Norca is an evolved entity, and it has a decentralized approach to migration governance, which redefined the migration management, making Kerala a global leader. And by prioritizing the migrant welfare, focusing on the care economy, addressing student migration, and ensuring effective reintegration, Norca ensures that the migration remains a force for sustainable growth and prosperity. Kerala Migration Governance Model offers valuable lessons for the global south, where migration is often characterized by exploitation and limited state support. By adopting a people centric approach and leveraging the contribution of its diaspora, Kerala has demonstrated that migration can be a force for development and prosperity. We look forward to support of the academia, researchers, and policymakers in ensuring informed policy making for Kerala Migration 2.0. Together, we can address the challenges and harness these opportunities presented by the changing dynamics of migration. Thank you. Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, migration change dynamics. Kerala and
Is it Kerala and the world economy or is it migration? This particular session is for the migration as part of the world things.
Yeah, ma'am.
That's a mess.
General seminar is like that, world economy.
Next speaker. We have 3 new speakers. You are the chair of the session. Chair of the session. Yeah, but I'll just leave. I won't be able to stay back.
Yeah,
I don't have to stay long.
ma'am, you make some.
Yes.
I don't have to see the system. The next speaker is.
Good afternoon, all of you. Welcome, Undo.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, all of you. I'm sorry I got delayed. I mean, assembly sessions are going on, so there are a lot of meetings that were happening at this time. I'm sorry I won't be stay for a very long time, but I'm sure as my representative, CEO Norca Roots, Shri Ajit Kolasheri will continue with the discussions. So I'm just having a look at all the topics here. And the reason, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussions on various migration issues and labor issues and everything. So the overarching topic is about Kerala and the world economy. So I just want to make some general remarks. Of course, there are experts to talk about specific topics, but I just want, because this is an academic as well as a place where we brainstorm for new policy ideas and the way forward. I just want all of you to open up for some questioning, because of late, thanks to technology and the addictions that come out of technology, we all get glued to our mobile phones and our electronic gadgets. I feel, we have lost a very big art that was bestowed upon humans. And that art is nothing but art of thinking. Because I, for one, have started increasingly feeling that we no longer have any original thinking that is happening in the collective human mind. Because all the time we are exposed to information, there's so much information overload that we are only getting exposed to others' version of truth, if you know what I mean, right? I don't think we really question if what we see, what we read is the actual truth, is the possibility for any other truth. We don't do that anymore. We just take it for granted, the information that surrounds us, and we no longer think. Is something that I've been increasingly observing. And the worst part of that is that not only we don't think anymore, we also lost another art along with it, the art of questioning. We don't question things anymore. Are we going on the right track? Is this the way to go forward? So you might be wondering why I'm speaking like this. Uh, for that, I'm going to share a little bit of a background. So I come from, a normal, regular middle class family. When I was a kid, from when I was a kid, I wanted to make this world a better place. I felt there is so much that we can do to make everybody's lives better. So I come to services, and then I learned a lot during services. And in one of my earliest stints in Kerala, while heading the waste management agency, the state nodal agency for waste management, Sujita Mission, I was, of course, executive director, Sujita Mission. So I was trying to understand, how to move forward with one of the problems we have, which is waste management. So for the first time, I was really doing a lot of personal research to understand the sector. So every day I used to read, I was as if preparing for a college exam. I used to read every day, trying to understand. And there were so many people who gave me some really interesting perspectives, and I had to verify every one of their claims. So I had to, from those prompts, or from their leads, I started searching for more and more answers and understanding. So that kind of a research, when I did that research, is when I understood that we are not exposed to the right kind of information. We are not. Simply, I feel, we are kind of blind to the actual truths lurking behind our everyday modern world. Why I say this is because, this is one study. I know a lot of things, a lot of information changed my thinking, but I'm just giving some samples of the, facts that I was exposed to that changed my thinking. One of the fact which I say everywhere, despite saying everywhere, I don't think we are seriously considering this particular fact, is the study that I came across when um, the study which I did when my children were 3 years and 1 year old. My son was 1 year and my daughter was 3 years old, and my son was feeding at that time. They were very young children. And when I read this study, I felt, very guilty giving birth to two children. I was like, why the hell did I ever give birth to children? This is the feeling I had as a mother. And you know what the study said? The study said, in today's world, you take an average newborn's umbilical cord blood, there are 300 toxins present in the umbilical cord blood. So this was 10 years back, somewhere around 2014-15. And today, in this line of fact finding, they did further research. And today, what it says, they took 30,000 samples across the world from all types of countries, developed, developing, or the so-called underdeveloped. From every economy, they took blood sample and they tested. And now they are saying that there are 12,000 chemicals, and they are found in all of these samples, all of these 30,000 samples. And where do these chemicals come from? It's there everywhere. We're holding this paper. This paper, I'm sure, will have about minimum of about 100 to 150 chemicals. That as we touch this paper, and without our knowledge, it will comes to our fingers, and when we eat, it goes inside our system. When I'm speaking through this mic, there will be something called BFR, which is brominated flame retardant. That as I speak, I'll be inhaling those vapors, and it gets inside my system. And not to forget, um, improper disposal, which happens all the time. Most of our waste either goes into the sea, or it goes into our air, or it goes into our water bodies, our soil. We keep burning every day. I see bonfires, early morning bonfires happening all across the Trivandrum city. And staying in a 15th floor apartment, I can see which house is burning how much waste from my, bird's eye view. So every day we are burning waste, we are dumping waste. So all this improper disposal, and let's not be very hard on us that it's happening only in Trivandrum or Kerala. It's happening all over the world. It's happening all over the world. We are not the only people who have problems. This is a global problem. So much of chemicals inside products. Any idea why should so many chemicals go inside product making? Can anybody just guess? Let's question ourselves and let's think a little bit. Can anybody in the audience say where from these products, where from these products get chemicals? Why do they put so many chemicals in the products? Anyone? Nobody? Sorry, who's answering? Oh, yeah, yeah. Please tell me why. Preservation potential, agreed. But why do you have to preserve? That is one of the reasons. Anyway, since we have limited time, I'll just come to the point. The point is, so many chemicals go inside product making. One, for the scale of production, right? You need to make, say, 1,000 phones per hour. To increase the scale of production, along with technology and machines, you need these chemicals to increase the scale of production. And number two is to also end up, it's ultimately boils down. What I'm trying to say is that ultimately boils down to profit maximization. And I don't know if any of you have watched the documentary, The Shopping Conspiracy on Netflix. Any of you? It's a must watch to understand what kind of world we are living in. This is one of those documentaries, The Shopping Conspiracy. And there's another one, The Social Dilemma. Have you watched Social Dilemma, anyone? Yes? Yes. What do you think about the documentary? Any of your viewpoints on the documentary you would like to share? Anybody? Those who have watched it? You want to share? What did you feel when you saw the documentary? Algorithm controlling us, right? So that's exactly the point. We don't even realize that our very thinking is influenced by algorithms. And who run these algorithms? People who want to maximize profit. Was it just about algorithms? If they wish, they could have stopped these algorithms from influencing our well-being. But then they don't. Why is that? So many employees from all these companies, the social media companies and the, online internet providers or whatever, all these digital companies, the employees came out of those companies because of the unethical practices that are being followed. Because ultimately, your well-being on anything doesn't matter. Whether your mind is polluted or your body is polluted, it doesn't matter. What matters is profit maximization. And how did this all happen? It started from industrialization and commercialization that happened in the 17th century. Why industrialization is very different is, from one point of view, is that industrialization is very, very important in human history because that is the first time when the human capacity to make products in no time increased multiple fold. Before industrialization, if you have to cut a tree with a normal axe and say 10 people, it takes a tree to be cut. It will take minimum of 1 or 2 weeks, isn't it? Now, how much manpower and how much time does it take to cut a tree? Hardly 5 seconds. Right? You have such humongous saw, mechanized saw. Just keep it in the tree, and 5 seconds, a tree is cut. Not even 5 seconds sometimes. So that is the level of power given to humanity to destroy natural resources and make products. Now, at that time, when so many products were coming from the industries in the 17th century, okay, there were not even so much need for those products. And you know what happened? How did they sell these products? They understood that they had to create the need, because people at that time were not using these products coming from those factories. So what did they do? Any idea? How did they manage to sell these products? How do they make people buy? Any idea? How did the people? Any idea? Hmm? Exactly. Who said that? Somebody said it. Who said it? You said it? I think he's hiding behind. Okay, yeah, advertisements, right? So eventually, what happened is that advertisements became truths. Advertisements started telling us how to live our life. I mean, for example, one clear example is that I don't know, in the same Netflix, I mean, they come up with some really good documentaries. There's a huge list you should watch. There's one documentary called Live to 100, The Secret of the Blue Zones. How many of you watched that? Not many? It's another very nice documentary. It's about, how what factors increase longevity. There's a guy called Dan Buettner who travels around the world studying what increases longevity. And I'm just quoting him for mentioning one example. So, one example is that he found that sitting down, cross legged, sitting down and doing your work is very healthy. And if you see in our Indian culture, we have a tradition of sitting down. We don't actually use chairs, we never used to use chairs. So, that is one is tradition. And in traditions, there are actually some hidden secrets for longevity in our traditions. So we used to sit down. Sitting down was our culture, but that doesn't sell anything. It doesn't sell anything. If you sit down, you don't have to buy so much furniture. Okay. So then what they say, we have designed system in such a way that indirectly serves the purpose of commercialization. So we started making everybody believe that you need to have a chair because that is the civilized look. So if imagine, I'm coming to a conference, I'm sitting down and talking, you're all sitting down. Do you think we will call us cultured and civilized? No, we won't. So we have to, make ourselves look cultured and civilized. So they made it sure that, chairs are a symbol of modernization or culture or civilization, whatever you want to call it. So now, in the same social dilemma, there's a dialogue which says that, this is what really, I mean, this dialogue concretized my thinking and my questioning process that I had in my mind. So, really beautifully, one person talks in the social dilemma. I don't know if you remember this dialogue. He says, a live whale does not contribute to GDP. A live tree does not contribute to GDP. Only when the tree is cut to make furnitures, it contributes to GDP. And only when the whale is killed to make oil or whatever products that comes out of a whale, that contributes to GDP. Is the scheme of things feel right to you? Is the question he asks. And that's the question I'm posing to you. So we're all stuck in a way in this commercial, consumerist, profit-based GDP economy, and we are not able to think any further beyond this because we no longer question it. We don't question it. We don't question GDP. We don't question consumerism. We don't question commercialization because we hardly think. And people don't want us to think. Let me remind you that they don't want us to think. So they'll keep you, getting addicted to the million avenues of or the zillion avenues of technology addiction so that the human thinking is sabotaged forever. The point I'm trying to say is that today there's one topic called sustainability, environment and sustainability. And my only point is that Stephen Hawking said that you have to leave the planet in the next 100 to 200 years, or you'll have to face the threat of extinction. And I know that some really serious scientists and entrepreneurs are trying to find another planet to colonize. Okay. So maybe that is a brilliant idea. My only question is that are each and every one of us, will we get a ticket to the new planet? Okay. So for those, I don't think, my children, I mean, forget about me. I don't think my children would be able to afford a ticket for the new planet. And I don't even know whether, they'll be able to compete with the kind of competition that will happen again on the new planet. So my only point is that we have only one planet. Okay. We need to really, really rethink everything we have been taught. We need to question everything we've been taught, because the entire purpose of education today is not to create brilliant human minds or great human beings. It is to ensure that all of us get a job so that we also become active consumers in a consumerist economy. So the point is, whatever we've been taught, whatever we've been educated, I feel that, we need to start questioning and rethink everything as young people who are part of this discussion, and even, anybody who's trying to understand Kerala and the world economy. It is time to question what kind of economy should be the way forward for all of us. So that is what I wanted to say. Thank you for the time, and I think I overshot a little bit. Now I leave leave the floor open for other speakers to air in their views. Thank you. Thank you so much. ഈ ഓർഡറിലല്ലേ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട് അല്ല അതിലല്ല. So I now request Professor Aparna Rai Prol from the University of Hyderabad.
Thank you, Dr. Vasuki. Thank you. Should I come closer? Yeah. Is that better? Yeah. Thank you to Professor Veeramani and Professor Kodot for inviting me to this illustrious historical Institute of Economic Research. I am a sociologist among economists today, and my journey through migration and diaspora studies is something that has been very, very much focused on many aspects of migration, particularly the intergenerationality of migration, from the migrant or the immigrant to the settler, and now the returnee that you have talked about and that you are dealing with in a very direct manner. But today in this panel discussion, I want to start off by saying that I have done no primary research on Kerala myself, but do have students working on Kerala, as you can imagine. But I also would like to bring to the table the whole aspect of the new challenges that we've had in global movements. And some of these new challenges, I think, and that is what the topic for our discussion for this panel is on new challenges for migration. And I think one of the biggest challenges that we have today is that we do not have to and from. We have multiple migrations, multiple locations, and multiple social contexts. So the work that Praveena does, and some of you have already been talking about, are with the workers. So we are talking about the class, the social class of the migrant. So the migrant can be historically from the indentured laborer to the current worker who's being displaced, the migrant who is being changed and sent back into our country because they are quote unquote illegal from the idea of a state which was historically a nation of migrants. I'm talking of the United States, which was a melting pot, which was supposed to be
a state which talked about migration and people coming in for generations. Today, that state has changed in a direction. And how does it affect? Now, you don't want to be, Kerala does not want to be Gujarat or Punjab. Why am I saying Gujarat or Punjab? Because many of the migrants who have been changed and sent back have been from those nations originally. But they were, and if I can use that word, very often, survivors, not victims, because historically we don't use victims anymore, whether it's of gender violence or, the refugee issue. So from the survivor perspective, I think we need to understand why they have been sent back. Where are the legalities? The turn of the 20th century, we talked about something else. And what was that? One of the things that we talked about was nations without borders. So we were imagining in a somewhat naive fashion, if you look at what we are doing today. So we were imagining that we do not require passports and visas anymore to cross those borders. But today, these borders have become tighter than ever, have become more and more difficult. What is the relationship between states, nations, and migration? And one of the biggest challenges today is the way that technology has made these kinds of migrations possible, impossible, and, very, very complex. So today, I think one of the issues that we need to understand with global movements is the intersectionalities that we are dealing with, intersectionalities of the economy, that is class-based intersectionalities of birth, who you are, whether it is race, class, caste, gender. And most of my work has been on gender. And there is region, from where is someone migrating and to where, religion, and many of these other aspects. I examined a dissertation which was about citizenship and, the Assam-Bangla border. One of the points made, the central points in that dissertation was that suddenly a poor Muslim migrant, in quotes, migrant, in Assam will be asked, where is your passport? Who understands what is a passport? Understanding a passport comes with a certain identity. The Aadhaar is not very old. It's a 21st century phenomenon. And today we seem to be needing it for everything. But what about citizenship in the sense, so if he did not know that he does not need a passport, he would not have been made a Bangladeshi overnight by the question from the state. This is a reality. This is a reality that has come from the research. And how do we actually engage with that reality as researchers? I think one of the primary shortcomings of today's, our academic interest in migration is that whoever is crossing a border, should they know that it is a border? Are borders malleable? How do historians have looked at the changing concept of borders? Geographers have looked at changes in borders. And we sociologists are interested in the construction of borders by the state, by the people, and who is othering whom. So when we are trying to make somebody the marginalized and the other, I think it's very, very important to see, okay, if there is a domestic worker from Kerala to the Gulf countries and she is on a temporary work visa, what happens? Scenario, domestic worker from Philippines to Canada on a temporary work visa was never allowed to go back and visit her family every year. by her employers. The Christmas gifts would come. And then the 13-year-old daughter said, why do you keep sending all these gifts and you never come? And all you're doing is taking care of some other people's children and not me and my brother. So how do you look at the migrant from different institutional perspective? The state, the Filipino state particularly, has the highest remittances. I shouldn't be talking about remittances in front of economists because my context is social remittances. But in this case, I am using the Filipino state does get maximum remittances from women domestic workers. They do get that. It is an important part. And the family status has changed overnight. So what the migrant does, and one of the studies that we did in Hyderabad was of Hadrami migrants that, were originally from Barkas. They came to, that is in Hyderabad. They were from Yemen. They came to Hyderabad. And then the next generation goes to maybe Dubai, maybe Abu Dhabi. And then eventually to England or the USA for education because there's enough money that has been held. So what I'm talking about is an intergenerationality in migration, which is very, very important. For sociologists, the history, the context is the most central to any research that we do. So intergenerationality is something that allows us to think of what becomes the context for the current generation of migrant. And when you cross an international border and become part of diaspora, how does that diaspora represent itself with the state? So it depends really. If it is a diaspora that is professional diaspora based, because people who went into the United States after 1964 went as professionals. It was a push factor because our IITs and, medical colleges had produced this professional class with no jobs in India. So India was a poor country in the 60s. And we like to think of ourselves as a country that attracts multinationals in the 21st century. How did we come to this state is a story that the state would like to show you of progress alone. But we social scientists also like to see who has been left behind and how. So those who have been left behind in order to catch up need to migrate. And Kerala has probably shown us the way into, nationally, I think as students, we all know that it has, several migrants, but there's also the classes of migration that has happened from Kerala. The other day, there was an event in New York for the Syrian Christian community that was talking about, the levels of success. But what about the whole idea of, I would like to call it reverse rather than return migration for my own reasons? And primary reason is we have moved from the concept, by we, I mean the Indian state, from the NRI or the PIO, the person of Indian origin, came up when Pravasi Bharatiya Divas started in early 2000s and said 7 generations ago, people from my family had migrated. Am I not an NRI? So then they said, we'll bestow the PIO. We have already done it as a state. I don't know if you can be an NRI because you've never technically resided in India. And then we came to the OCI. The overseas citizen of India can have all the privileges of an Indian citizen except owning of agricultural land and voting rights. So when we come to the OCI, we also want, ideally, migration scholars would think, from OCI to dual citizenship that many countries have. Now, we don't know, and I'm not a political scientist to get into the idea of whether the state will eventually have that. But the idea of dual citizenship is to allow you to have citizenship in 2 countries. But the OCI permits you to have one passport that is not Indian, and the OCI card. So, what is it recognizing? It is recognizing the ability to invest and make a dent. And those details have already been given by you about Kerala itself. So, I think we need to, move into this whole idea of what are these challenges of coming, back. So for the return migrant or the reverse migrant, it is not coming back, but coming to the home of the parents or the grandparents or whoever has left before to invest. And we are constantly judging them and saying, oh, they're Indian, they look like us, but they're not. They've lived in Australia or New Zealand or somewhere else for all their lives and before. And when we say we speak with an accent, don't we all speak with our different accents? Where does that whole idea of language comes in? So the challenges of migration in contemporary society, and especially for Kerala, are, the sending nation and the receiving nation need to understand. And at our end, what is the relationship between the states? I mentioned Punjab, Gujarat. It used to be Andhra Pradesh, but then that was before it was bifurcated into Telangana and AP. And Kerala, Tamil Nadu, all these are sending states. And what about sending where is the next question? Going to the United States and going to Sri Lanka or Bangladesh is a very different. Going for as temporary migrants or sojourners to the Gulf, to settlers, to other places is a different concept. Going as forced migrants, as sex workers, as slaves as originally, and then historically we come down to a very different. You think you're going as one aspect and then the other. So this is how we are looking at the challenges. And I think some of these challenges we need to understand very, very specifically, because after all, Kerala is part of the nation state with a changing policy. And how does one work with that? But to speak from a social angle, I think it's very, very interesting to see that gender and class, and of course, social location as in caste, religion, region, community of the migrant, and when they come back as a reverse migrant, I think becomes a very, very interesting aspect. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you. So we are really running late. So we'll request Professor Shashikumar to
Try to be as brief as yes. 10 minutes is what you are.
Yes.
I'll stick to that.
Well, okay, respected Professor Veeramani, who is chairing this session, distinguished fellow panelists, and friends, in fact, real friends. I know a lot of people who are sitting here for long, like Jose sir, I know him for 4 decades, more than 4 decades. I've learned a lot of labor from him. Several people whom I know for several years. And then many of you have come to my institute at Vivegiri National Labour Institute, where I might have taught you some aspects of migration. So I'm not going to speak anything about the theoretical constructs around migration. Primarily, first, let me thank Professor Veeramani and the concerned faculty coordinators for giving me this opportunity. It's always a privilege. Second, what I intend to do is primarily focus on some public policy strategies based on my experience of working with a government institution for nearly 35 years. And also being involved in several aspects related to international migration. Many of you may not know, international labor migration in India was a subject of Ministry of Labor. Was a subject of Ministry of Labor. Presently, it is a subject of the Ministry of External Affairs. So you can see the shift, the trajectory shift, which Ajit was saying, that if I go to the Ministry of External Affairs and argues that, the labor rights must be protected, they would say, let me look at my diplomatic channels first. This is the problem. They're not looking at recruiting agents. They will look at, say, diplomatic channels. So I've seen this change. So I would argue that way what Norca is doing in Kerala within this complex structure where most of the policies relating to international labor migration are at the national level. Most of the aspects that Ajit was saying that they are operating is construed within the national framework. To enter into it is not easy. So you're doing an excellent job. And I think what we need to is to fortify this in some way or the other. Second, I would always say that there is a scope for, in spite of it, Ajit, there's a strong scope for facilitating international labor migration from India/Kerala. I mean, you can't detach the two. For example, if there is a bilateral agreement as was signed between the Prime Minister and the Italian Prime Minister recently, say that's signed at the national level. So we need to see how we can drive into it. So that is the thing that we need to. So there is a possibility for facilitating, but those strategies must definitely be migrant worker centered. This is one of the strong proposition that I would like to make upfront. Why do I say that? Because many a times we hear that migration development synergy needs to be strengthened. And we use remittance as an example. We had done a paper for the Asian Development Bank in mid 2000s where we had shown this point that remittances to India, today India is the largest recipient receiving country in the world. They're getting $125 billion. You can imagine $125 billion annually is a massive figure. But the problem is, are these looked at from a migrant perspective or a foreign exchange reserve perspective? This is the point. If it is migrant perspective, the first thing they should be bothered about is remittance cost. Remittance cost should be reduced because it's a migrant who is sending the money. That's what the emphasis should be. Whereas if you think it from a development perspective, foreign exchange, say when the 1990 crisis took place, it helped us to ward off the economic insecurities and whatnot. So that argument becomes very different. So I would argue that the migration development synergy, for any strategy, the barometer must be, is it the migrant who is going to be the beneficiary? I would even say you can argue the state economy needs more benefits. No. If it's migrant worker, that should be the center. I would argue why. Of course, within this framework, if you look at, there are three things that I want to speak about. One is what Ajit said about the transforming international labor migration landscape. Of course, I would say it's not the transforming international labor migration landscape. It's a transforming work and work relation landscape. For the last 3 decades, work and work relations have completely transformed. And the migration landscape is changing as a subset of this. It's changing as a subset of this. Technology is directly impacting migration. Technology is impacting work. Technology is impacting certain kinds of relations. And those relations are giving space to changes in migration. The labor market policies and migration policies might be affected by other factors. Labor market policies may not be very political in many nature, but migration policies will be very political. So that is different. But understanding migration landscape requires a thorough understanding of labor market characteristics. We should know the labor market characteristics. For example, if you're thinking of, say, positioning ourselves as a sending country to, let's say, Sweden, we should know the labor market characteristics of that country first. Then it is easier for us to construe policy. And some of the things that I might take as an example is also in a project which I'm involved at the CDS right now, with Vinoj as the lead, around 5 countries. We are looking at 5 countries, migration from India, I mean Kerala, to Germany, France, Sweden, Denmark, and Italy. So some preliminary work that we have done. What is happening? Say, everywhere we hear about skill. This is what the migration landscape we hear every time. Skill. How do you conceptualize and locate skill within the migration landscape? Many times when you hear skilled migration, you just Google it and see what you get. 90% of the literature policies around it is high skilled migration. Skilled migration necessarily means high skilled migration. Whereas, from the perspective of a state like Kerala and also a country like India, we should be situating skills across all kinds of skills categories. If you look at the skill taxonomy, you have high skill, you have medium skill, and you have low skill. You need to look at skill intensity, skill centricity within every category. It's not, we should not presume, I want to promote skilled migration, so I will promote promotion of doctors. No, we should also conceive low skilled workers, also who can improve migration outcomes if their skill content improves. Their nature of skill may be different. So what we need to assess, what kind of skills do they require? It might be self-efficacy skills. It might be limited technology skills. But as far as a doctor is concerned, it might be high level of technology skills. There might be high level of cognitive skills. So you need to understand this taxonomy. And we need to match this skill taxonomy, Ajit, it will be a good exercise, with job categorization. That will be a fantastic thing that if you can do, what kind of skills are emerging? On the one side, there's a skill taxonomy. What kind of jobs are emerging? What kind of things do we need? Say, where can we promote? Then we can think in terms of policies. And when you say policies, I would always say it's not based on any constructive review. It's just based on my observation. Many a times, our international migration policies, not in the context of Kerala alone, it's overall, you tend to be very short-term customized. I want to promote migration to Japan. So I will go to Japan and say that, hey, do you have any demand for some sectors? We have 200 demand for so-and-so sectors. Okay, I will give you. So it is limited to that 200. Is that you want? Or do you want a wider policy? Suppose you understand through a proper assessment of skill sets classifications across countries, because many new destinations are coming. Many countries which were eminently immigrant restricting are now immigrant facilitating. There are plenty. South Korea is a classic example. Finland, small country, not that Finland is going to demand a large number of people. You look at the history of Finland, they were traditionally very restrictive, highly restrictive. Now they're slowly opening up because of the demographic shifts, because of the technology, because of the political economy around the economic disruptions, all these factors, they are opening up the migration market. So once you identify it, it's not short-term alone. You should improve the employability of a larger constituent within Kerala, for which I still believe ITI is the key. Industrial Training Institutes is the key. That is when you need to scale up. You have to have modules. You have to introduce those modules as a part of, suppose if I find a particular skill, introduce a module everywhere so that you have a larger skill panel pool. From there, you can choose for the customized training. Then you go to the next point, and that is where Knocker can do within existing. You have CASE, you have ASAP. You can link it to the ITI trainings and do a large number of activities around it. You talked about student migration. I have some comments, but I would reserve it for the next session because Vinoj is making a presentation. Second is the regulatory environment. The regulatory environment needs to be understood. Again, previously, when we used to look at the regulatory environment in the destination countries, these receiving countries, they were understood from what is the policy relating to high-skilled migration? We need to understand policies relating to low-skilled migration also. So what do you see? The immigration policies are now transforming. Previously, they were primarily looking at permanent long-term migrant issues. But now, many of them will be short-term circular issues also. That's why this return or reverse, as Aparna said, becomes very imminent. And in spite of the fact, I was telling Ajit, I have a long history of migration because I migrated to Delhi, because of a project that I did with Gopinathan Nair, sir. Many of you know he was very, very active on migration research in CDS. So I was working with him as a PhD student, and then I went, and now I've come back as a permanent return migrant. Then also and now also, the return migration policies in Kerala needs to be looked afresh. I still believe it is highly distress driven. When there is a distress, we have a return migration emphasis. We need return migration policies across the spectrum, because there is going to be a circular migration even within the destination country, receiving countries like developed countries like Europe. They are going to come back. Pitch in migration from a brain gain perspective. I can even give you a suggestion, a practical suggestion. When these people come back, don't think that they're all coming back with huge sums of money that they can be fantastic entrepreneurs. Sorry, that's not what is happening. They come, many of them want to get a job. Many of them want to get a job. Facilitate that. Then you will ask me, how can you link? Say what they have acquired skills. They have acquired skills there. Say, certify those skills. How do you certify? You can certify in collaboration with accrediting institutions in the receiving countries. So Shashi Kumar goes to a country, you're doing it. 2 more points. So I think we got a lot of sustainability issues covered within the migration spectrum. So I'm sorry. So the migration got shifted to sustainability. I suppose climate change and migration is strongly linked, so no comments around it. No points. So we need to look at it. The third point is, there are some issues which NORCA needs to look at very strongly. I still believe that migration cost is an issue. You talked about student migration. In that context, please don't forget about other categories of migrants. Migrant workers also incur, even today, huge cost. And many of them will not come under the Immigration Act. Do you know that there is an Immigration Act which says that if you are below 10th standard, requires a clearance? Only below 10th standard. And today, I was looking at the data of Kerala. Only 5% of migrant workers who are going from India, from Kerala, are under ECR. So 95% are outside the purview of Immigration Act. So we need to look at them very closely. ECNR has to be one of your focus areas. They also incur cost. We can't assume that it is only immigration check required category which are incurring cost. If anybody goes who's in a 12th standard for a low skill migration, and the cost is very high. I was part of the NOMAD surveys of the World Bank, 2015-16. We did very corridor specific surveys, and around 2/3 of the cost in India were agency cost. 2/3 of the cost. Other 1/3 is basically administrative cost, procedural cost, and the other is travel cost. The margin for reduction within that is a little minimal. The reduction is possible in the agency cost. We need to, yes, I know what you said. It's very difficult to influence. Our Immigration Act has been awaiting amendment for the last 30 years. So that is a problem. And the last is, I will tell you a very interesting thing, Ajit, which might be of interest to everyone. Now, regulation is changing in the immigration policies are changing in the receiving countries. Very strict. What is happening to India's migration policies, like regulatory structures are very liberal. So there is a public, you see the disconnect in public policy. It's very liberal. Previously, in 1983, you needed, say, if you're a graduate, you needed an immigration clearance to 52 countries. Now, those bills matriculation, only those who go to 17 countries. So what they've done, does it mean that they are not instilling any policies? They are. There's a thing called minimum referral wages. Many of you may not even have this term. Minimum referral wage is a wage that was introduced by Government of India in 2015. And you know the significance of it? It is such a significant thing. It states that, so what they've done is, they have fixed rates for occupational categories across these 17 countries. Not all, for all countries, but majority of them. And you know how many rates are there? 6,950 categories, including a botanist, including a domestic worker. They all clubbed together. And many times the wage rates for the botanist is the same as domestic worker. So I don't know how they are. Very good. That's very good. But at the same time, Ex- Absolutely brilliant. But the only thing is that what is happening, I'll tell you the next one. You go and get the clearance. For clearance, your wage should be the same as shown as minimum referral wage in employment contract. So Shashikumar going to work as an economist. Okay, let me equate my skills there also. So I go there. If I require ECR, I won't require ECR. That's the problem. So if I have to get an ECR, I have to show that my wage rate is, for Saudi Arabia, it is 1,215 Saudi Arabian riyal. My employment contract should be 1,215 riyal. So you won't get the immigration clearance without that employment contracts. So it's a very mechanical thing. But many workers, Ajit, you can confirm it. I have seen a large number of workers in Delhi who have told me this problem. They go there and they substitute contracts. You understand the point? Contract substitution is widely rampant. The reason is, how have you fixed this minimum referral wage? Those of you who are studying minimum wages know that there are certain criteria. Criteria is just that somebody thought 1,215. Another guy thought 1,700. Somebody said in Qatar it should be this much. Somebody thought some other rate. So this is not public policy. We should be able to influence. As government of Kerala, we should be highlighting such points. Through our research, through our data, we should be showing up that this is the inconsistency that you have in national policies, so that it benefits the vulnerability reduction of migrant workers. So let me stop here and thank you once again for wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
So, Sir Pravina. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, friends. So I think there's so much that has already been said. We are now at a moment where I believe we are experiencing migration change. Aparna started off with the immigrant problem in the US, but even closer home, if we look at the Gulf, we are seeing change in migration, both at the destination end, but also particularly for Kerala. Over the last more than a decade, I think, we've been seeing that migration is on the decline. And we've done some work in Kadakavur, where we found that first-time migrants are fewer than those returnees. So that really is a change. I mean, if you look at it, it's a change from the 1930s when this actually started with the British and, the British using Indian workers in the intermediate skill category. And that really laid the foundations for the mass migration that we saw after the 1970s. So I think it's a phase of migration that's changing. And for Kerala, that change is actually quite a complex change. We're not quite seeing the entire picture now. But what we are seeing is that there is a fairly vibrant migration to the developed countries, to the industrialized countries. But that migration is of a similar social profile as those who are going to the Gulf from Kerala now. It's not as if it's, Shashikumar talked about skilled, highly skilled. It's not that highly skilled migration now. Yeah. Now it's the larger numbers now of migration that's opening up now is in the 10th standard +2. They don't even need educational qualifications because we've been doing some interviews. They're recruiting to Romania. Riders, which is these, Swiggy and all that. And you just need to know how to ride and you have to pass certain tests. You don't need an educational certificate. So even 9th standard, a boy with just 9th standard qualification had gone. So that's it's happening across Eastern Europe. And there's also aspiration. So Malayalis are trying to go there and go to other parts of Europe and so on. So there is something developing. And unlike in the Gulf, where we found that, women had far fewer channels of migration. It was basically domestic workers, nurses, IT skilled workers. So it was far smaller. Women's migration was far smaller. This migration is not really prejudiced against women. So if you have the skills, you can even go as a rider. Right? You can go there and change. So they hadn't recruited from whatever data we have, but having gone there, women have taken up things like riding. So from that, so that kind of makes my first point, where migration is changing, and it's changing in important ways, and it's a large kind of change. Then I want to come to this whole question of returnees, which all of you have spoken about. And I want to make this point. It's based on a study that we did again in Kadkavur. We've written a paper recently, Ritika, Vinod, Parameshwaran, and myself. And what we found that not only is not only is attention to return distress driven, but if you look at return as a category, they're highly vulnerable. So compared to current migrants, they are far less qualified. There's more SC/ST in that group. So there's a certain precarity associated with it. And that actually make my point here is that you should not see return only at the point of return. You need to think of return at the beginning of migration. It's how you send your workers, the kind of skilling training. And very important here, and I'll close with this point, that when you're sending or at the source of migration, you're not sending, people want to go on their own initiative. When people want to go, we have to provide the kind of training and skills necessary. And when there are restrictions, such as there are on women, poor women in particular, who are not educated, they will go nevertheless, but they will go through irregular channels, which means you deprive them of this skills, you deprive them of the protections and social security that comes with migration, and then you engender precarity, which will lead to very precarious return. And this is true for women, but this is also true for a very large number of male migrants, as we saw in the study. I'll close with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that many of you want to ask questions and all, but unfortunately, we are not in that position. We are really running late. So, so we'll close this session here, and we can have discussion later after the conference. Okay, so we'll go to the next session. Thank you all so much. Yeah.
One second. Let me download the Vinod Sir's thing. On the Vinod Sir's end, Vinod Tania, അത് ഏത് സെഷനാണത്? നാളെയാണോ? I think she might have. ഏതിലിട്ടേക്കണത്? കേരള ഇക്കോണമിയിലാണ്. ഒന്ന് എന്റെയിലേക്ക് ഒന്ന് ഇടുമോ? That will be helpful. ഇതിപ്പോ രണ്ടെണ്ണമായി. ഒന്ന് വിനോദ് സാറിൻ്റെതും. ഏതൊക്കെയാ വേണ്ടത്? S5 ആണത് ഇത്? അപർണയുടെ ഉണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ ഇതിന്റെ അകത്ത് സാറിന് ഇല്ലെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചു ചോദിച്ചത്. ഒറ്റ മിനിറ്റ്. ഈ സെഷനാണോ? അടുത്താണോ? ഒന്ന് എനിക്ക് അതൊന്ന് ഇടുവോ? അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ ജസ്റ്റ് ഫോർവേഡ് ഇറ്റ് മീ. ഓക്കെ, ഇത് രണ്ടെണ്ണമായി. ഇത് ഇല്ല. എന്താണ്? സ്നേഹ, പ്ലീസ്.
അതിനകത്ത് പോസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ? അതിനകത്ത് പോസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസ് നടത്താൻ തിരുവനന്തപുരം അങ്ങോട്ട് എടുക്കുന്നു.
I unmuted it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm actually a management scholar. So I was working on corporate social responsibility. That's when I had the chance to do a case study about Kudumbashree in India. It was a unique case that I studied in the context of CSR, actually, corporate social responsibility. So this was done as part of my PhD thesis. And yeah, this is yeah. So just a rough idea. I'm not going to elaborate on anything. We all know what is CSR because we have been talking a lot about it since 2014 when India mandated corporate social responsibility and made sure that every registered corporate entity in India has to spend at least 2% of their profits on socially relevant activities. And the government had introduced that through the Companies Act 2013 and Section 135, and that's when we saw a lot of changes starting to happen in India. So, in rough, all corporates are socio-economic entities. We know that, and then India suddenly saw that India was actually the first country which mandated CSR for all corporate entities. Never before in the world has any country gone forward with this. We had many countries which came forward and said that today we are going to mandate a part of it. We are going to mandate disclosures. We are going to mandate companies are doing green CSR and such stuff, but we never had any country saying that everybody does CSR. And then in the middle of that, we also had our SDGs coming up. So the government at that point have said that, okay, then you guys should now think about achieving SDGs, how India can achieve SDGs through CSR activities. So in a part of this, when we look at it from 2014, the first time when the legislation came into play, we saw that companies did not spend as much as they should have spent, because we had a lot of research which came out, and one of them in Forbes said that if all the companies from the first year of initiation of the legislation spent 2% of their profits, then every district in India would have got around 20 million Indian rupees actually in them. But that did not happen. We started with somewhere around 100 million, and then suddenly and slowly we climbed up. We had a lot of companies which did not spend anything in CSR, and slowly they started spending on CSR. And if we look at how and where the CSR is spent, we could see that the maximum percentage of CSR was spent in education, followed by healthcare, followed by rural development. So more than 50%, around 70% of all the spending that we have went into the top three sectors, and the others were getting meager amounts in them, which at some point actually would not have mattered. So after that, when we look at the data, we have the different districts in India getting CSR across the years, and it's not a surprise. The top state in India was Maharashtra. Maharashtra, incidentally, got more than 25% of all the CSR which was being uh, being sort of calculated in India. Maharashtra got 25% of all the CSR money across the years. And of course, yes, that's the financial capital of India, and they had a lot of industrial activity happening there. So that sort of carried on. And then when we look at the top 5 states, I'll show you which states they are. The top 5 states actually got around 60% of all the CSR that went into India. Top 10, the story was different. The percentage was increasing, and by the time we reach the top 15 CSR beneficiaries in India, we are looking at 90% of all the CSR amount that is being calculated. So these are the top 5 states: Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, Andhra, and Tamil Nadu. Obviously, these are the states which are also industrially quite high ranking in India. So then when we look and what to get more meaning out of this, a simple sort of correlation was sort of looked at, whether it is related to the SDGP of the states, like the state GDPs, and whether the CSR expenditure was sort of relevant. Actually, it is, as we can think about, it is quite highly correlated. We have the R squared value coming up to around 79%, which states that higher the state's GDP, higher the proportion of CSR spending occurring in that particular state. Now, if we look at the spread of per capita CSR in India, we see again the states are the same, but then there is a small change here. We also see that with respect to the per capita expenditure of CSR, Telangana also comes up in among the top states, including Goa. Goa and Telangana start featuring in the highest states, and so does Haryana in that case, most probably Delhi in that case. We see that happening, and Gurgaon being in Haryana, it goes there. So now we go to the national expenditure where it is spent, and now we come to the case of Kerala. Let's look at why I studied Kerala at that point of time. This study was undertaken during the pandemic, and I was looking at how much Kerala was gaining in terms of CSR. But interestingly, Kerala did not get much in terms of healthcare aid even during the pandemic. But something happened which was not the pandemic. We can see this district-wise spend in Kerala. Of course, yes, no wonders here either. Ernakulam was the highest beneficiary, followed by Thrissur, followed by Trivandrum, and then came Alapura. Alapura, it was not because of the pandemic, it was because of the 2018 flood. Today morning, we saw a presentation about the short-term impact of the flood. So in Alapura, there was a short spike which happened during 2019 and 20. And that's when I sort of thought that it's interesting to see what might have happened. So this was again the same thing. We see that spike. And in terms of CSR and GVDA, I did not see much importance happening in Kerala. Again, the same thing. In terms of GDVA, the district-wise value addition, Kerala is almost equally distributed. No more, no interesting stuff coming up there. But again, when it comes to CSR, more than 50% is going to Ernakulam. So what happened to Alapura? This whole case, I can just tell you, it's like it'll actually flow like a story. So what happened is during the flood relief efforts, Alapura was actually having a lot of difficulties in mobilizing funds for their flood relief efforts. That is when they started getting corporate, so we can't call it a CSR because the first funding which came to them was from Ramoji Rao Film City. They came forward and then they said that we are ready to sponsor around a particular amount of, I cannot disclose that, a particular funding, a particular amount of money we can give you. And maybe you can start, this came through the local administration, the district administration. They said that you can start building the houses or however you want to spend the money. So they ran this, this was a campaign they ran through their Enad newspaper in Hyderabad, and they got the funding and they gave it to the local administration. So the local administration took it and they thought that they actually pondered upon, they formed the committee in Alapura. They thought about how this money can be sort of spread across. And then they came up with this idea of forming women self-help groups for construction. So they made Kudumbashri, all the Kudumbashri workers came together. They divided themselves into self-help groups and they called it Nirman Shri. So these Nirman Shri groups were completely made of women, except for a few, like for the construction, if you want to like climb things or maybe put up wood structures, etc. Those things were done by men. Otherwise, women came forth and constructed houses. Of course, yes, they were trained, and even it was like training on the job. Once the project started, the government said that the women can actually construct the house and learn how to do this. So the women were trained on the job. They started constructing houses from the overseers, supervisors to the workers. It was all made up of women. It was all run by Kudumbashri women, and then they made the houses. They made more than 100 houses they made, and funds started coming in from corporates as well. So CSR funds also started flowing in, and the project became something like it became a legacy project of Alapura, and different things happened. So this was where I saw these houses. So when we say constructing houses, the first question which comes is, where did they construct houses? Of course, there were a lot of problems which we can't say that it is not problematic, because the panchayat actually identified people below the poverty line who had access or who had ownership of land. So these people were identified. Of course, yes, they were BPL, but they had land in their name. And if they had lost their houses during the flood, during the Alapura floods, then the Kudumbashri came forward and built houses for them in their land. But the thing which happened is, now when we look at how this project happened, that is where very clear roles came out for the people, the beneficiaries, the government, the corporates, as well as the local administration. So interestingly, it was like a collaborative.
എന്താണ് ഞാൻ വെച്ചത് വോല്യൂം in the
Hello. Can you all the other members please mute your mics apart from the speaker?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so sort of yes. So the houses were built, and it was like a collaborative effort. So in the beginning, I wanted to call it like the corporate government nexus, but then I found that that might be a little unfair, because what came out of this was something like I would call the Kerala CSR model, because the corporates did not want to do a lot of things when it came to CSR. The corporates were not interested to take responsibility of putting their money into any CSR activity, leave alone Alapura. They were not even interested in spending their money on education projects. They were more busy in doing very menial things like painting schools and saying that we did CSR. So corporates did not want to take any responsibility of CSR, and the government did not. The worst problem the government was facing was not able to procure funds at the right time and not getting funds to the right amounts. So these two problems, when we look at this case, got solved very easily. Corporates became the financial entities just supplying funds, and the implementer became the local government. Through Kudumbashri, the local government became the implementing agency, and this sort of reduced a lot of troubles about Section 35, which the corporates had to encounter. The corporates suddenly did not have to encounter any of the administration costs, because all the administration and supervision, everything was undertaken by the implementing agency, which was the local government, which was implementing it through Kudumbashri. And then when I sort of collected my field data and I interviewed multiple beneficiaries, what I found was that the street level bureaucracy in Alapura was very much active in terms of implementing this project. So if they found, if any of the beneficiaries were finding some sort of if they had some sort of difficulty in sort of accessibility to the land, let's say, or maybe if the land was not if it was supposed below the lake level, the water level, it was probable that they would have got more flooding in the years forward as well. So what happened was that the party workers of the area, they came forward, and we call them as street level bureaucrats or maybe field level bureaucrats. They came forward and they became the major human power, which helped the beneficiaries to do such works like making the land ready, which did not come under the implementing agency of the government nor the funding agency of the corporate. So it became a case where everybody was involved in building even a single house. And once the houses were built, these were handed over to the beneficiaries, and that is when we can see a small thing happened. When it became CSR funding, corporates are actually interested in putting up their nameplates in front of the houses. I'll show you the picture. I have something like that. I have a picture of that. So this nameplate in some of the houses where the beneficiaries were not like very illiterate sort of thing, who had understanding of what having a company's logo in front of my house would mean, they came forward and said that we were not interested to have a company's logo in front of a house which said that this house is built for you from us, sort of thing. So they used to take it down, and then they said that we preserve it in case a company comes back and asks us about this logo, then we would show it to them. So there was this small thing about ownership of the house. If the logo was displayed outside, the people did not feel that we were the real owners of the house. So that was something we saw. And yeah, it's almost time. So that's it. So what I'm saying. So I was looking at it through the multi-stakeholder initiatives, and what we can see is that Nirmanshri actually could achieve several SDGs, 8, 1, and 5. So which actually we can see through its progression. And I'm not looking into all of this because I think throughout my presentation I've touched about all of this. So these were the houses which were built through the Nirmanshri project. This is like the rough dimension. They have two different models, and the owners could choose which model they wanted. But of course, yes, it was always between 430 to 450 square feet. So it was just in the structure of the house. And this was the area where a majority of houses were built. And now we can understand why when the flood came, they were the first houses to be washed away. So this in this area. And this was sort of the sign which HUDCO had put up. and they had put this sort of a sign which many people found problematic, because they felt that if somebody sees this house, the first impression would be that, okay, this is not your house, this was given to you by somebody for free. So that created a sense of a problem of ownership to those people, and many people had removed it from their houses and had said that we have preserved it in case a company comes back, we'll show it to them. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Can we have the next question that's going on?
No, serious. Session 4. No, Sneha.
The next question, but she is not able to find the item in the next. She has flagged the catch, so she has to go. So she will make that observation also. That she's shifting, she will shift from a interceptor to the person.
Completed science. Okay.
Good evening, all. I'm Sneha. Basically, I'm from Tamil Nadu, but pursuing my PhD from Junagadh Agricultural University. So my degree is agricultural economics under the guidance of Dr. B. Swaminathan. So the topic today I'm going to present is the trends and decomposition analysis of black pepper cultivation in Kerala, and it's a district-wise perspectives. So why black pepper, you might think. So we all know that black pepper is often referred to as a king of spices, as it holds a significant position because it is most important and widely used spices in the world. And Kerala, being the India's southernmost state, once known for its renowned position in the production of black pepper in India, is now witnessing a declining trend in terms of both its area and production. So what are the primary factors responsible for this decline? Okay, so that is the decline both in area and production. It includes the existence of the old and senile plants and the inadequate management and the care and the harvesting difficulties. And what are the other major problems faced by the black pepper farmers in Kerala, or the non-availability of the high-yielding improved varieties which are suitable for the specific regions, that are district to districts, and also the low productivity and the erratic weather conditions, and also talking about the low marginal productivity of the labor, and also the cost issues and lack of finance and unavailability of the credit facilities and indebtedness of the pepper growers. So, despite known for the black pepper, the research under the total factor productivity in Kerala is very limited, and that is why the impact of technology or the government interventions are unclear, and thus there is a need for the clear, meaningful policy interventions. So the table 1 shows the global black pepper output. As we can see, these are the major countries contributing for the global black pepper. So during the year 2019 and the 20. So here I have disclosed the area, production and the yield of all the top countries. And talking about India, talking about India, the area have been declined in the year 2019 to 20. Sorry, the area have been increased, but the production have been declined. So in now, currently, the world's toppest producer is Vietnam. As we can see, so the production is around 280,000 tons in 2019, whereas in 2020 it stands at around 250,000 tons. Though the area of Vietnam have been declined, its production have been increased. And this table shows the status of the top states in India in terms of area and production of the black pepper. So here I have talking about Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu from the year 2019 to 2023, which is the 2023 is a rough estimate. And we can clearly see the Kerala, once known for its production in the black pepper cultivation, have lost its supremacy status to Karnataka. See, as we can clearly see, in the year 2022, the Karnataka area under black pepper cultivation is around 2 lakh 7, sorry, 2,07,811 hectares, whereas Kerala, it roughly stands around 73,732 hectares. And in terms of production also, Karnataka leads in terms of production with around 80,805 tons, but whereas Kerala produces roughly around 27,654 tons. This table shows the growth performance of the Kerala and the black pepper in the previous decades. That is, the year is divided into two phases. One is the pre-liberalization and the post-liberalization phases. That is, the year from 1970 to 1990 comes under pre-liberalization. In the year 1991 to 2002, the period during those 2 years will fall under post-liberalization. So we can clearly see, though Karnataka recorded a growth rate in terms of yield, negative growth rate in the terms of area and yield during pre-liberalization, but after the post-liberalization period, they have shown a sharp increase in the CGR, both in terms of area and yield. Whereas in Kerala, though the growth rate for area and yield was positive before, like pre-liberalization, after the post-liberalization shows a very lower rate. We can see that the growth rate of area was just 1.43 percentage, whereas in the yield growth just 0.27 percentage. So what was the objective of my study is to estimate the compound growth rate of the area, production and productivity for all the districts of Kerala, that is from 1997 to 23, and also to understand the instability in the area, production and productivity, and also to examine the sources of black pepper growth using the decomposition analysis. So this table 4 shows the summary statistics of black pepper acreage across all the districts. And here the study area, that is from 1997 to 2023, I have split up into 3 phases. That is before NHM. NHM is nothing but the Natural Horticultural Mission, which was implemented in the year 2005-6. So the period from 1997 to 2004 falls under the before NHM period, whereas the year 2005 to 13 is a transition period during the implementation of the NHM, that is a National Horticultural Mission. And the year 2014 to 23 is the after NHM period. And the last column shows the overall period, that is from 1997 to 2023. So the summary statistics have the mean standard deviation CV and the CDVI. So this the summary statistics for the production. This is for the productivity. For the time being, I'm just moving the slides. And this table 4 shows the growth rate estimates of the black pepper acreage in all the districts of Kerala. So before NHM period, we can see literally all the districts of Kerala had a positive growth, whereas only Alabora had a slightest decline in the area. That is, it showed a decrease in the area of about 0.74 percentage. But whereas a district like Idukki and Malappuram, Palakkad had a increased area size during the before NHM period. And during the transition period, literally all the districts had a negative growth in the area. That is, the area under black pepper cultivation got significantly declined during the transition period. That is like 2005 to 13. But after the NHM period, though the decline persisted, it got slowed down, and few districts showed a recovery in the area, but still they had a negative growth rate. So we can see the overall growth rate for the Kerala during the period 1997 to 2023 was decreasing at the rate of 5%. So this table shows the growth rate estimates of the black pepper production in various districts of Kerala. So talking about the before NHM period, the district Idukki and Kasaragod had a literally significant positive growth in the area, whereas the blue color indicates the significant negative growth rate in terms of in the districts Alappuzha, Kozhikode, and Wayanad. And in the transition period, again, the districts Kollam and Malappuram had a sharp decline in the area. And after the NHM period, the districts like Kannur, Kollam, and Pathanamthitta and Trivandrum had a significant negative growth rate in the terms of production. So the overall growth rate in terms of production in the overall period across Kerala was like 3.23%, which is a negative growth rate. So this table shows the growth rate estimates of the productivity. So again, before the NHM period, Alappuzha and Kozhikode and Wayanad reported a negative growth rate in terms of productivity. But during the transition period, all the districts have shown a increased productivity. And where it can be seen that Alappuzha, Kasaragod, Kozhikode, and Palakkad had significantly had increased productivity during the transition period. And during the after NHM period, again, the Alappuzha started having a reduced productivity, followed by Kannur and Trivandrum. So the overall productivity rate in overall period in Kerala stood at 1.862%. So this time plot of black pepper cultivation in Kerala gives you a overall picture right from 1997 to 2022. So we can see that there is a fluctuation in the growth of production, which is at orange bars. You can see that there is a high fluctuations throughout the period. The increased production was seen in the year 2005 to 2006. That is during the implementation, the very first beginning of the implementation of the National Horticulture Mission. And the blue line indicates the trends of the productivity. So we can clearly see during the year 2012-13, there was a hike in the productivity rate. And you can also see, though the area of the black pepper cultivation in Kerala during the recent years seems to be stable, the production is still a fluctuating scenario. So this table shows the growth instability trade-off in area of black pepper in Kerala. So according to the growth rates that I have estimated and the instability that I have estimated earlier, I'm going to have segregated the districts of Kerala into four categories. That is category 1, which is high growth and low instability, which is very much desirable, and high growth. The next is high growth, high instability. Third is a low growth and low instability, and fourth is low growth and high instability, which is not at all desirable. So throughout the period, we can see only after NHM period, only Alapura have been shown a positive desirable growth, which is of high growth and low instability, which is desirable for the economy. That too during the year 2014 to 23. But while calculating for the overall period, that is from 1997 to 2023, none of the districts in Kerala, in terms of black pepper acreage, had fall under the desirable category. So most of the districts have fall under the category of low growth and high instability, which is not at all desirable for the economy. So this table shows the same growth instability trade-off in terms of production. So we can clearly see only during the transition period, that is of NHM, during 2005 to 13, most of the districts, not most, like few of the districts like Alapura, Kasargod, Kottayam, Palakkad and Trivandrum had fall under the most desirable category, that is high growth and low instability. Whereas when you calculate about the overall period, only Palakkad have shown the desirable status for the economy. So this again shows the growth instability in terms of productivity. So before the NHM period, only one district, that is Kasargod, has fallen under the desirable category. But whereas in the transition period, districts like Alabara, Ernakulam, Kannur, and Palakkad, Pathanamthitta, and Trivandrum, Thrissur has fallen under the most desirable category for the economy. While calculating for the overall period, only Ernakulam had fallen under the category of most desirable. So this figure shows a decomposition of the growth in the black pepper production in Kerala. So this decomposition analysis is done to show, to check which factor have contributed for the agriculture growth in terms of black pepper, whether the yield effect or the area effect. So during the year 1997 to 2004, that is before NHM period, the yield effect contributed more for the agricultural growth of the black pepper, whereas in the transition period, that is 2005 to 13, the area had contributed more for the agricultural growth in the black pepper, whereas in the year 2014 to 23, that is after NHM, both area and the yield had similar equal effect to the contribution of the agricultural growth in the black pepper. So when calculating about for the overall period, that is from 1997 to 2023, the area effect is dominating for the agricultural growth of black pepper in the state. So this table shows the district-wise percentage share of yield, area, and their interaction in the output growth, which I had discussed earlier in the graph. So this gives numerical data. So we can see that before NHM period, that is in the year 97 to 2004, yield in Pathanamthitta and Trivandrum, the yield effect was more than 135% in Pathanamthitta, and in Trivandrum 159%, which contributed to the agriculture growth rate of black pepper. Whereas in terms of area effect, it was Kollam, and but negative area growth was seen in Trivandrum. So I'll just move the slide. So this table shows a predominant contributor to the output growth of the black pepper in the Kerala. So I have categorized the districts so I said before, either the area or the yield, which factor is contributing to the agricultural growth of the black pepper can be seen in this slide. Before NHM period, that is from 97 to 2004, nearly most of the districts had yield effect as a major contributor for the agricultural expansion. During the transition period, half of the districts were put up in had a area effect, and other half had the yield effect. But during after NHM period, most of the districts had yield effect, which as a major contributor to the agricultural expansion of the black pepper. So to conclude, so the rate of instability in the black pepper acreage in Kerala was higher during the transition period of NHM intervention, which single-handedly dwindled its production in the state over the years. And the growth rate in the black pepper production was greatly influenced by the growth in the area rather than the productivity till the end of the transition period. So the negative output growth rate in black pepper during the transition period was due to the negative area growth in the same period. So it is high time for the Kerala to regain its dominance in the black pepper production, which lost to Karnataka. And the institutional efforts should be a food to improve the management practices of black pepper cultivation, and both state and the central level institutional support should be given to the Kerala to maintain its power share in national black pepper output and to retain youth in the farming. So the studies on the total factor productivity can further establish the impact of technology and the government interventions is the need of the hour for the Kerala. Thank you.
So, we have we went from migration to CSR to plantation, so now we are back in migration. So migration cycle going on. So I'll make it very quick. We don't have much time. This is a continuation of the discussion that we had, what Professor Rajan had spoken about with regard to student migration. Professor Rajan had shown that the migration trend in Kerala has shifted from being a net rising migration to a net declining migration. Now the trend seems to be increasing and mainly driven by student migration as such. So we looked at these students who want to go abroad. Why do they want to go? And try to come to some conclusions on this. This study consists of a large number of people. As you can see, there are a number of names over there. At that point, half of CDS faculty was there. All of this is written in no particular order. It's just written like that. That's all these people were involved at some point or the other. A second phase of this particular study is going on right now. This particular phase of the study continues to be there. We have Srini over there, who was the key person who was working on this thing. All our names are there, but the one name that is not there, he is the person to blame for what you see on the screen. Okay. Yeah, so this is the numbers that we see about Indian nationals going overseas for study or education. We don't have clear data on this thing, but this has been answered by the Lok Sabha start question in 2024. These many people from some roughly about that 3,69,000 people in 2016, roughly around 9 lakh people are giving education as a reason or studying as a reason for going abroad as such. So the substantial increase in the numbers that are going. Now, that's at the national level. Within the country, within Kerala itself, there has been number of discussions about large number of people are going abroad, large scale migration of its people. Compared to the Middle East migration that was going on for some time, there has been a shift to this number. Professor Rajan had just spoken about it. There has been number of indications that number of students that are going abroad annually for education has increased. Reports that claim an actual annual lecturers of roughly about 20 to 30,000 from Kerala alone. Ministry of External Affairs claimed that about 30,000 people are had migrated in 2019. and a visible infrastructure for this kind of migration has developed. Basically, if we can look at consultancy companies, educational loans, banks, etc., has developed over a period of time. All these have come up. Uh, uh, there has been some changes also. Educational migration itself, the streams of education which used to be preferred, nursing and health care used to be the big streams of migration earlier. That has been some changes in this into more diversified occupations. New destinations have come into place. Traditionally preferred destinations like US, UK, Canada, and Australia. That's changing now. We have new countries like Germany, Mexico, Iceland, Vietnam, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Slovenia, Slovakia, and others coming as key places of migration, not key emerging areas of migration as such. Now, why it's a concern? It's a concern. The student migration, obviously, people seems to be very interested about student migration. Why it's a concern? There are very important things why one needs to be worried about. First question is, why do students migrate for education? I mean, of course it was discussed much in the Kerala media when student migration initially started picking up. Was it because of the poor education that Kerala is providing? Was it because of the local educational facilities that are available that is pushing people out? Or was it because of other pull reasons, that is better opportunities out there? So knowing why people migrate, the students migrate, is an important reason why we need to be getting into that. Second, also, there was this much talk about that now that the age profile has changed from being about 23 to 24 years as the first episode of migration, just come down to 18, barely 18. So, which would mean that by Indian definition, you're hardly an adult. Even by other experiences, I don't know whether you're adult. You're taking. So, are you aware of the choices that you're making? What choices are you making? Are you completely aware of what you're doing? What are the costs and who bears it? That's not very clear. I mean, there are costs involved, and who bears with these things are also. And how well informed are students regarding the processes? What kind of process in migration, and what kind of outcomes are expected? These things are not known. So, in a way, the worry that we all have, the academic community, the public community, and all have, is a kind of a patronizing worry that are people capable of, are young people capable of managing themselves? That's the question that we were worrying about. So that's why student migration seems to be having a much important this thing. So these are the questions that becomes important. That what drives student migration? Is it because of the push and pull factors of education? Basically, looking at whether it's about the quality of migration, unavailability of the kind of courses that you want to study, or is it about the cost of education? Or is that people are going for employment, but this is the kind of first step that you're taking? You take education, you're using education as a route to employment. So employment as the driver, basically. So you're basically aimed at the international labor migration, labor market, or you're using signaling effects of having studied abroad and coming back to the local labor market. It's a signaling effect. So if you have a PhD from Oxford, you do better than you have a local PhD. So that difference, there's a signaling effect. So you use that over here also. There can also be other factors like social factors. Is it a peer effect that you are among friends who wants to go abroad, and there is great exposure to social media, there is rising aspirations? Are these the reasons? So we don't know, but there is a lot of things that seems to be playing. It's in this context that we started looking at focusing on aspiration of students with respect to international migration from the state of Kerala. So we did a survey consisting of over 2,264 final or penultimate year undergraduate students in Tirunelveli district, visiting 20 randomly selected colleges in rural and urban areas in 2023-24, assessing aspirations, motivations, and preparedness for studying abroad as such. So this is roughly the what we call the demographic characteristics. Males and females roughly the same. The social groups are given over there. Roughly about 38% general, 50% were OBC, and so on. And religion also is given. Roughly about 65% was Hindus, and the rest of them were Muslims and Christians. Now, just to show this thing that this is not very different from the general population as such. It is roughly more or less the general population thing that you see over there. Now, we ask a number of questions relating to what is this aspiration, who influences your aspirations, what is the aspiration that you have, and how prepared you are to go. So that's the basic questions. We are not actually asking questions at migrants. We're asking at students who are aspiring, who may or may not want to go abroad. That's the set of people. So we ask this question, who shapes your aspirations? Basically, in two questions we ask: in shaping your career and in aspiring to go abroad. We are considering them as two different things. Shaping your career is one thing and aspiring to go abroad. Now, most kids, they do say this thing that in shaping their career, parents play a very important role. Right? So 86% of say that parents are the most important people that plays a role in this thing. Then you have friends and siblings. These are the most important people who play a very important role in shaping their careers. But in aspiring to go abroad, parents don't have such a big role. You can see only 35% of them say that parents play a big role over there, but more of it is actually friends who say that. About 40% of them say that friends play a very important role in aspiring to go abroad. So there is a difference between who decides for your career and who influences you with regard to shaping your thoughts with regard to going abroad. So it's not the same group of people. You have parents for career, but you have friends for going abroad as such. But even friends, as you can see, it's only a small group. It's about 40% of them say that it's not a major driver in terms of in aspiring to go abroad. So we asked this person also to understand who influences, who are the type of big influences that you have in terms of your outward look, outward or what we call your worldview with regard to seeing the world outside as such, right? So we asked these three different sets of people: politicians, artist or a film star, and sports person. And we just asked this. We asked this question: who is your favorite person, favorite politician, favorite artist or a film star, favorite sports person, right? And then we ask them to give their names, and then we then collate it into these four categories: a person who's in Kerala, a person in India, a person outside of India, and none. So these are the four categories that we do. We are making this assumption that if you are having an aspiration to go abroad, if you are outward looking, then probably that you would also be reading more about persons outside of India, persons you will be looking for things that are happening outside India, so that you are going to get prepared about this thing. Now, the results don't speak what we had thought about. For instance, politicians, young people, young students, more than 60% of some said no interest. They didn't have any interest at all. So none said, 60% of them said they were not having any preferred politician. And about about 25 to 25%, roughly, 20 to 20% said that they had persons in India, politicians in India, and persons in India were the persons in Kerala and persons in India were the preferred. So there no particular preference from politicians. You cannot see anything over there. But artists and sports persons, you do see this thing. And probably it's about the age itself, that you have young people who are not interested much in politics, but seems to be more interested in artists and sports persons as well. You can see that among artists, if you look at some of the artists, we have persons out of India. There was a small share, about 25%, 20% or so, which said that, oh no, sorry, about 10%, which said that persons out of India, artists or film stars were important, who were favorite persons as such, and the rest of them all from India and Kerala and all. But even here, you can see a large share of them are 25%. They said no favorite person. But persons, sports were a substantial share. About 30% of them said that sports persons were their favorite sports person were from outside of. About 30% of them said that their favorite sports person were from outside of India, and following okay, and I won't go there. So the names that were used was most popular names were Neymar, then what were the other big football players, the Messi, Neymar, and then Cristiano Ronaldo. These are the big names they were this thing. But at least 30% of them said that they had this kind of an orientation. So basically, I would say that we don't get much of an indication as to, this doesn't give us enough picture to say that there is an orientation to. So from persons or from the family members, community and all, we don't get much of an impression. Looking at place of origin also, or the favorite person, so there isn't much of an indication that these are being influenced by these people and such. But what seems to be very interestingly influencing is social media, right? Phones and social media. have smartphones, 100%, almost 100% had phones. Have access to social media, almost 100% had access to social media. And what was their favorite social media? You had WhatsApp, Instagram, Snapchat, which are the most important of them. Then you had other ones like Twitter, Thread, and all those things. But regularly using, we are asked this question: what media do you use? Do you use any particular social media regularly? Yes, and if so, which one was the most important one? And this is the response that we get. So you have uh, Instagram, social media, smartphone, these things kind of playing a very important role. Now, the point that I'm going to draw is that I've compared between three sets of people, three sets of groups. That is, one is parents, friends, and a set of group over there. Then I compared with another group of people, favorite persons, that is film stars, artists, persons, and all those who are not directly connected with you, but you had some kind of influence. These two groups did not have so much of an. Now we have come to an object, which is like a mobile phone or something like that, which is external to you completely, but that seems to be the connection that you makes most with you makes most with regard to in terms of interactions. As I mean, your world outside seems to be coming through not through your parents or friends or this thing or from your role models or any of these things, but it's coming through a particular channel as such, that is a social media as such. Okay, now we ask this question: after graduation, what plans? 50% of them said yes, higher studies, rough, and after that, about 40% said seeking employment as such. So we asked them the about on to the 50% of this thing. Oh no, we asked the entire population what is your perception regarding going abroad. Uh, for they themselves going abroad, about 80% said yes, they would want to. They would. I mean, going abroad is desirable. Then we divided them into two groups. I mean, we tried to identify what is the source of their perception and what do they link to. Uh, Understanding peer group as a set of people who are of the similar age and how your friends as such, and community, which means a larger community where their social relations are also brought into concern. But we don't ask them specifically, this is your community, this is your peer group. We don't ask like that, but we just generally ask this question. But the general impression that we get is that whether your community, peer group, whether it is social status, economic security, for all these things, there is this concurrence that going abroad is desirable by self, by your peer group, by your community. It increases social status, brings an economic security. So there seems to be an ecosystem that is actually building up, which says that going abroad is good, is desirable. That is a thing. The next part of it, most students are influenced by peer group to study abroad. It is high, but it's not so high. Like we have sent that 60% of that, but about 40% did not think that students were influential or peer groups were influential, which in other words mean there is something else that is influencing, not the peer group. So even your friends were not so important in making the decision as to where to go abroad or not. The next one, 41% of them said that it is a thing of the socially privileged group. In other words, about 60% of them thought that it is not a socially privileged activity. It can be done by anyone. It's not a privileged activity. It is an activity that can be done by. So privilege does not attach to your going abroad thing now in Kerala. Okay. And it is not influenced by your friends. Okay. And then finally, many of my peers seems to have gone abroad. Roughly about 60% of have said this thing. Then we ask this question, whether currently are you an aspirant? That is, an aspirant is defined whether you are planning to go or whether you are ever tried to go abroad at some point. 73% said that they had thought at some point in their lifetime going abroad. And when we were surveying, 20% said that they were currently trying to go abroad. So it's a huge percentage that we are talking about. 20% of the students at that point of the survey, they were talking about going abroad, and 73% at some point. Now, based on this classification, we can divide them into aspiring to go abroad into three categories: complete non-aspirants, roughly about 30%; ever aspirants who have aspired sometime in life to go abroad, that's about 70%; and currently aspiring about 20%. So that's the kind of share of people who are. Why aspire? So we ask this question: why are you aspiring to go abroad? Then we give a lot of provisions. So these are the things that we could think about. But roughly, if this is not ranked accordingly, but roughly what we had tried to understand was to look at the push and pull factors, both relating to education, employment, and certain social and cultural factors as such. Now, this has been arranged according to a Likert score. It is we have collected data from not important to very important, and then we have arranged calculated the Likert scores, and you have arranged it over there. Now, the popular arguments about Kerala's education unavailability or education and so on and so forth, you can look at this are actually at the bottom, the last thing, which would mean these are the least important factors. Kerala's education, desirability of those higher cost, difficulty in getting admission, and then comes influence of family members, peer influence. So all those factors that we seem to be saying in general, those are not very important factors. Kerala, it's not about the Kerala education, this thing, or it's not about the influence that family or your friends are having. But if you look at the topmost one, you can see something very interesting. And it seems very, very vague and weird. Something like improving communication and learning languages over there, right? It seems weird, but that's the one which has got the highest score. The next one is availability of part-time employment to finance studies. You want to study on your own. You want to finance your own studies. The third one is quality of life abroad. Right? So that is something about quality. Fourth one is overseas employment prospects. Right now, what it points to, to me, it doesn't point to the traditional understanding about what is the aspirations. It is not as the aspiration is neither for education nor for employment. This is a new aspirational group that is coming up. It is an aspirational group which is actually looking for some form of cultural uh, opening up. I don't know what the words to use. That is, they are looking for interacting with the rest of the world. And this is a young group of people who are opening up, who wants to interact with the rest of the world. They are not actually much bothered about what education they are, they are going to get. These are the people who are actually, this is asked to those questions who are aspiring to go abroad, and they are not really bothered about that the quality of education comes there fifth in the order, right? But right on top is that in certain other factors, like your quality of life comes up over there, your learning new languages, improving communications. These are basically cultures and that you want to interact with other cultures, right? Then quality of ability of part-time employment to finance education, quality of study. These are the kinds of things that comes right on top. Personal freedoms also come over there. Exposure to different cultures, that also comes over there. So what we are seeing is actually a set of young people who are actually wanting to see the world. That is the story. It's not about whether they want to study. It's not about not even wanting to do jobs. They seems to be wanting to see the world. And what is it? We don't have much of an idea about this thing. Okay. So we ask this question to the non-aspirants. You are a non-aspirant. Why don't you aspire to go abroad? Right? Now, these are the reasons. They are non-aspirant. It's basically economic reasons. They don't aspire because lower. They say that cost of education is the lowest here. Highest cost of the cost of living abroad is high over there, or better living conditions or over here, and then you have presence of family and friends and stuff like that. But if you look at the why don't you aspire for that? The lowest score that is given over there is for something called inability to cope with other cultures and languages, which is again saying it is a reverse of the same argument. In aspiring, we said that was the highest. In not aspiring, this is coming in the lowest. That's also actually supporting the same thing that we were talking about. There is something about there. There is something about being what we call apart from your what we call employment and education story over there. Now, just to give a comparison about whether these aspirants and non-aspirants are different. Now, this is just the occupation of their parents, just to show that there is hardly any difference. They are more or less the same. Casual labor, for example, both the aspirants and aspirants, non-aspirants, for aspirants, about 31% of their parents were casual laborers, and for non-aspirants, about 35%. So that's it. And the distribution is more or less very similar as it. But aspiration is one thing, actually going is another thing, right? So we asked the same aspirations. Do you know any information about going abroad? Among them, only 50% said that they knew anything about going abroad. So they had only 50% knew anything about going abroad. And information on studying abroad, they had most of the information came from family and friends, even though media was the way, probably the way they came to know about it, how to go, I mean, whether to go or not. The information with regard to studying abroad seems to be have come from your other sources like family and friends. And then you had education consultancies giving, career counseling centers, digital media include. These are the sources through which the information. So your aspirations are, once your aspirations are there, these aspirations are actually fueled by another set of people, probably friends and family including, but you have education consultancies and other. This is another test, a small test that we tried. What is your preference to kind of reveal your preference with regard to whether you're going for education or not? We asked this question to rank kind of your preferences in terms of you're given this preference to go abroad. What is your preference? Is it your destination country, or is it your course of study, or is it the institution that you want to go? Now, assuming that if you're a student going for education, your preferences should be either for course of study or institution. Country may not be so important. At least 40% of them said that country was the most important factor, in other words, meaning your course or location was not important, at least for 40% of them. It was actually the country that. So, in other words, it is again pointing to that it's not about the education or employment. We don't know, but from this, but at least for education, is it. Now, awareness to go abroad for studying about. We asked these questions about scholarship. About 80% said they had no idea about any scholarship that are available, and 99% of them had not written any examination. In other words, very hardly any awareness about the process through which they will have to go. Preparedness to go abroad to study. About 25% had a passport. These are all among the people who had said that they were aspiring to go. About 30% were aware of a visa process to travel abroad. About 22% were aware of the process involved in applying for admission, and about 15% were aware of any international rating agency or ranking system for studying abroad. In other words, your aspirations are very high, but your awareness is lower, and your preparedness is almost completely zero. And financing, where do you get the money from to go abroad? Do you have finances for studying abroad? About 50% said yes. Roughly about half of them said no. And what was the possible sources of finance? Many of them thought that parents would pay them. And then scholarship was the most important thing, but they did not have any idea where the scholarships are coming from. The scholarship they thought was the first most important source through which they will get this thing. And then they thought that it was bank loans. So bank loans were the second most important thing. And then finally you had parent savings also. Lastly, they thought there could be self-financing also could be one way of getting money out of this thing. So basically you had financing, which they thought would come as scholarships, but they had no idea how to get the scholarship as such. And they had they were eyeing on bank loans through which they would go for this thing. Yes. Yeah. So now let me just draw some very quick conclusions. High rates of aspirations to study abroad amongst the students. Aspirations are shaped by peers and basically social media as such. The aspiration seems to be for exposure, better quality of life. Education per se does not seem to be is a low priority in this thing. Even employment does not seem to be figuring in a big way in this thing. It seems to be more about the exposure and quality of life as such. And there is indications which I said. I mean the very less channels of aspirations that came through your parents, your friends, and other community, or your favorite persons that we were talking about. Humans themselves does not have much of an influence as such, but it is through social media that seems to be driven as such. Right? But on the other side, you had very low awareness, very low preparedness, and uncertain financial position as such. Now, which would mean that you have hardly any information, realistic information about the destination. Actually, you get your information through some sources. That sources are probably through social media or phones or whatever, mobile phones, and all kinds of sources as such. You depend upon your sources of information apart from family and friends. It used to be largely from consultancy agencies, and consultancy agencies have a vested interest in giving you the kind of information that they would want to give, not the unbiased information that you want to have. So it's an issue over there. Then aspirations are not matched with the kind of awareness that they should be having, and which would mean that you would be gullible to information that is easily available, not necessarily what is required information, and there is need for education or information that needs to be provided to the aspirants over there. And there, I think the role of government is quite clear over there. I think so in terms of regulating, in terms of kind of channelizing these aspirations or whatever their goals are, even if they're going for cultural aspirations. I mean, their aspirations to go and see places. Of course, that's your will. You can go and do it. But how well to do it, not to hide behind student migration or employment migration. You are aspiring to go abroad. You want to go abroad. Go abroad. But hiding behind these things will create more confusion and making it more easier. The state's role should be to do making whatever type of migration it is to make it easier as such. I'll stop here. Thank you very much. Yeah, so now I'll go back to my old role. So we'll take about 10, maximum about 5 to 10 minutes to take a few questions for the 3 presentations. Can all of you come over? The other presenters left over. Sneha, Sneha, she has left, is it? Yeah, so we only 2 of us are here. So you can ask us maybe a few questions. Okay. So quick questions. We have 5 minutes. Yeah.
So thank you for the presentation. I had a question for the aspiration part. So I was just wondering that all of these access to information and family, friends, and access to education and consultancy, does it vary according to caste, gender? I was just wondering that. And also, sir, I was thinking that in the countries, especially right now, all the educational related policies, immigration policies, scholarship policies are getting much more tighter. So how does that will impact in shaping the aspirations? Thank you.
Yeah. Any other question? Huh. Go. You can't ask me. You are an author in that paper.
I just want to find out. I don't know whether you have already covered the availability of the information. Earlier days also maybe people wanted to go, but then they didn't know how to apply. So that what extent that has shaped their decision.
Companies which approach Kudumbashree or Kudumbashrees approach the companies for funding?
So the point is nobody approached Kudumbashree. Kudumbashree did it based on what the local administration said. So yes. So the funding came to the government and government put Kudumbashree up.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Vinod. I think it is a very useful thing to think about because a lot of things about student migration is being talked about. And I think many of them is more of perception based rather than evidence based. So trying to generate an evidence, also trying to highlight that there are factors beyond what generally people perceive is a very good idea. I have only a comment. You can consider this. I'm trying to relate this with the growth of migration which happened in Kerala from the 1970s. Before that also it happened. So what happened in Kerala, including India, but I will focus on Kerala. So you had, when this migration grew substantially in the 1970s after the oil crisis, oil price increase, you had a large number of private recruiting agencies, large number of them. And they were exploiting workers. And that is what forced the government. You talked about the role of the government. I'm coming to that. That's what forced the government that we should have a regulatory structure around it. That's how the Immigration Act 1922 was amended to make way for 1983 Immigration Act. Otherwise, we did not have a reason for it. And what has happened? What does the history of Immigration Act regulation of what was regulated? The regulation has been for the last 50, 30 years, 40 years around recruiting agents. So that's been to me, that's been the failure of migration policies in India. Because what has happened is we have focused too much on recruiting agencies, forgetting every other thing. And we have not been able to regulate it because state perceives that they had a policy. So they introduced for instance, Kerala thought that we would compete with the private recruiting agencies and set up the ODEPIC. ODEPIC was that's the first state regulating agency set up in India. ODEPIC was set up. They play the game of markets, Vinoj, because ultimately the demand arises not from here. The demand arises from there. So they play the market. So now many people are saying it's very similar now. You have a large number of this consultancy, say, as a parent who has just, young son who has just finished his BTech, I start getting calls from, what is it, San Francisco? What is it? San Marino. Something is there,
Santa Monica.
Santiago. Whatever it is. How many sons are there?
Santa Monica.
And they asked, sir, and just for a conversation, very recently, when they asked, I said, my son wants to go for a certain course. Then they said, they even advise you. So don't go for that course. You go to Canada. They will give you first advice, go to Canada. And within Canada, don't go for the highest. Go for polytechnics. Like Kerala state is proposing to collaborate with this San Marino or something like that. And they had a big advertisement in all newspapers saying that some 25,000 Keralites were sent. And you know where they were sent? They were all middle level. And you know who promoted this? Who promoted it? It is those polytechnic universities which financed advertisements. So this is something that you would like to look at.
Yeah.
What role you think of aspirations here? What role these counseling centers, etc. Do you think, this is my question, do you think that regulating them is going to really benefit? Because there's a massive cost in it. Massive cost in it. So is regulation the answer? Or is it that preparing the students who go abroad outside the regulatory framework a better solution? Because a lot of people are saying that we should have a regulation. I'm not very sure. 40 years down the line, we may not be there. So these people will be saying that, oh, we had a regulation and 40 years, this regulation has been of no use. Students' migration is costly. So don't we think that you have to think for this structure outside the regulatory framework? Because I don't think that the state is equipped enough to deal with the operation of these private agencies. Otherwise, the state has to take a very different approach, which most of the states, I'm sorry to say, is refusing to take. They're budging to the requirements of what the others are saying. That suddenly Kerala government also says, there is a need for many things which are generally would say that may not be in the interest of the welfare of the workers or welfare of the students. So please consider this. I don't want any response from you. This is just
Yeah, thank you. So I have one question to you. So I had seen that graph that you had shown, that CSR and the state, this thing, where the GSTP is highest, the CSR is also. And also in the end, you said this thing, the houses your stamped will not be allowed to put, right? They do not want to do this thing. The CSR, it's just a comment, but just respond with the CSR is flowing into those states which has got the highest income. It's precisely because those are the states which are producing also, and which is an indication that they would want to actually spend the CSR in that regions where they would be seen. So, and that's the same thing that we're saying in the end, where the CSR spending company would want to have that name to be put up over there, saying that this is my spending over there, right? So is it related? That is, the question is this, that CSR spending, is it that these developed states or the higher income states are spending more over there? Or is it that there is a larger presence of manufacturing units over there, and therefore they spend in those locations itself that will give them certain types of advantages or certain types of maybe brand or advertisement advantages. Yeah, I think that's it.
See, I saw in the map, Uttar Pradesh, for instance, having a very low level of, but it's because the Uttar Pradesh budget, if you look at the budget, they might have enough funds for, I mean, plenty of funds for poverty, plenty of funds for, because political systems are influencing the fund flow. Basically, they don't want to use it.
No, sir, it's not.
Might take 1 minute to
Yes,
respond
sir.
to all
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So in short, sir, my thesis is about the fact that CSR in India is very highly skewed. Government came up with a regulation. The companies did not want it. So what they did was they ended up spending the money where it was the most convenient for them. They did not take care of any social parameter. They did not think whether there is any social development or inequality. There was nothing came into this thing. For example, my study is primarily based in Maharashtra. So in Maharashtra, if we look at the statistics, 90% of the money came to 3 districts: Mumbai City, Mumbai Suburban, and Thane. They don't need money. They don't need money. So that is my thesis. My thesis is actually talking about exactly the same thing that Sir also said. Companies did not care about where they spend the money. They just wanted to get rid of all this money. Yes. For example, I don't know whether I should say this, but IIT is getting a new hostel based from CSR funds of, I mean, I shouldn't say that, but I think being an institute of eminence, we have enough money. So maybe CSR, yes, we need CSR. I'm not saying yes.
But earlier there was some study saying that CSR spending, why because also you have to include land inside.
Yes, ma'am. So they were branding in this manner. They were spending the money, getting rid of it, and putting their banners everywhere. They'll paint a hostel or maybe they'll paint a school and say that this is the CSR effort of yes. So they were benefiting it because they were diverting their advertising into this. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll just respond to 1 or 2 questions that was, did we do caste and gender differences? Yes, we did this thing, and the ranking actually differs according to if your caste wise actually doesn't make much of a difference, but gender wise it did make a difference. Actually, all these cultural elements that we were talking about, especially for exposure and wanting to see different, that's actually more of largely because of women. Actually, gender it's women or female students that respond much more than this thing. Male students, if you desegregate it, then it's actually you can see that males tend to have a greater this thing with regard to employment option. Again, education doesn't appear a big thing, employment, but the female responses seems to be with regard to more of this culture. But there is a substantial number of females who are actually aspiring to go abroad. That is there. And caste-wise, there isn't much of a difference actually if you look at, except to say this thing that aspirations actually, the share of persons belonging to scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, their share is actually lower in aspirations compared to the rest of the group. And availability of information, it is true that there is more information available now, but the choice from where they draw their information, that seems to be from the social media. Largely, it is from the social media. And then, of course, you have these consultancy agencies from there. They do draw this thing. But one would expect that we had thought that this thing that if you have a migrant in your own household, we had asked all these questions. If you had a migrant in your household, if you have a brother in your household, a sister, someone who is related to your house, someone who they would be giving info. That does not seem to be having a much important role. I think this is one singular thing that it is you are driven by social media. There is a lot of social media thing that is going on over there. Then friends, and that's probably showing up. But we are actually doing a second round thing, which we are going to say whether actually they migrated, because this might be just wishful thinking that they all want to go, but they may in the end who actually goes maybe with the person who's having employment as the only option or education as the only. The actual migrant may not be those people who are actually aspiring. That's also possible. Yeah, I think we will stop here. Thank you very much. Is there a tape break? I'm going for a tea break anyway. I think we are running really late. So we take a, I don't know, 2-minute break or something like that and come back for the next session. Do we have break? No break, no break.
So we are really running short of time. So you can just quickly go out and have, grab your tea or snacks and come back quickly. We have another session lined up, and that is the last session, I promise. So it will run till, allotted time is 75 minutes. Please stick to your schedule, like 20 minutes presentation and 5 minutes discussion, and we'll quickly wrap it up and we'll join for dinner. Okay, thanks. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Yeah, so take liberty. Yeah. Yeah.
This is something that's I'm where it is, that's sectional. We come up to shine for me, right? Yeah, So we have three papers by J. Thomas, short one, and my pictures. So only one person. So I will call upon J. George to speak about his knowledge, right? Kerala's economic development.
Thank you all, at least for staying back after a long day. So yeah, the title is already mentioned to you. Well, I mean, I also begin with looking at Kerala's development experience over a longer period of time. We all know the Kerala so-called Kerala model came into prominence after Amartya Sen and John Dress and others started writing about it. And one of the important points they make is Kerala, as well as some other regions like Jamaica, Sri Lanka, they all show that, to achieve the freedoms that we value and development as freedoms, to achieve many of the freedoms that we value, it is not important for a region to become rich. Even at lower levels of income, a region can achieve many of the freedoms, such as being healthy, being educated, and so on and so forth. And Kerala of the 1970s and 80s clearly represent that. So very, very good illustration of the power of public policy. That is government action along with the actions of the media, the political parties, the judiciary, and many others. But clearly the government expenditure as after the new state was formed, one can see from 1962 onwards, more than 50% of Kerala's entire budget was spent on education and health. And that was far much, much higher than the proportion spent by other Indian states. So, and the lead that Kerala had continued well until the end of the 1990s. And you now, of course, this is the same graph, which is social sector spending as a proportion of the entire spending by state governments. The blue line for Kerala and the red line for all states combined. So even here we see two things. We see one is that other states are also doing this now, especially from the mid 2000s onwards. They also spend a much more on social sectors. In a way, the trend actually began with Kerala, later Tamil Nadu, perhaps other states like Himachal Pradesh. But while Kerala still has a slight edge over other states. Now we know, and in fact, this was one of the big debates in Kerala, especially during the 1990s and all. The highest level of social spending, high public action meant that wages increased in Kerala. Wages, especially of the unorganized sector workers, the head load, the manual workers. Of course, this was also partly because of the migration which we talked about, which created some degree of, of course, the political, on the one side, you have trade union activities, the other side, you have, the opportunities arising from migration. All this gave greater negotiating power to workers, which meant that the wages increased. But the typical argument in the mainstream economics is that wages are a form of cost, and wages increase, you lose your competitiveness. And especially in a country like India, where the rest of the country you have informal workers, wages have continue to be stagnant. So it's very easy for industries to move to regions where wages are much lower. So it was predicted by the late 1990s that Kerala's model is going to fail. But now we have data on for a much longer period. We find that instead of Kerala economically declining relative to the rest of India, actually Kerala's income has risen compared to the rest of India. So you can see that in 1987, Kerala's per capita income was less than the per capita income of the average per capita income of India, less than 0.8%. But now it is 1.6 times the average per capita income. Another useful comparison will be with that of Uttar Pradesh. Again, 87, 88, Kerala and Uttar Pradesh had very similar levels of per capita income. But today, Kerala's per capita income is 3.4 times that of Uttar Pradesh. Now, part of the reason is rising wages and incomes is also a source of demand. And that has been one factor that allowed all kinds of service establishments to grow, and as you will see in a minute. The other is the large spending on education and health meant that Kerala has a deep reserve of human capital. And as was mentioned in the previous session, we said that many of the early migrants were working in low wage sectors, but in the later years, much of the migration from Kerala was as professionals, as nurses, as doctors, as engineers, and so on and so forth. And in fact, one can say that Kerala is probably the state which benefited the most in the post 1991, the opportunities that opened up along with globalization. And this is in fact very, very interesting, because even Amartya Sen mentions how, only for a population that is prepared to make use of the opportunities, which means the population should be healthy, should be educated, and so on. So it's also clear that the broad-based growth, not just any section growing, but much broad-based domestic demand, and mainly the fact that high wages also meant that the gains from growth were spread more equally, and the demand comes from the poor as much as from the rich. Now, so that has been the past. I mean, that has, of course, we all know this, whatever I tried to explain. But now, what are the challenges now? Now, the challenges, again, this was discussed in the morning, in the afternoon as well, the demographic change. So you can see from this graph that if you look at the net increase in working age population, that is population in the age group of 15 to 59, the 70s and 80s, the 2 decades, 1971 to 1991, the increase in Kerala was around 64 lakh or 6.4 million. I think, I'm sorry, the title is missing, but this is all net increase in working age population, 6.4 million. That came down to half in the next 2 decades, 1990s and 2000s, 3.4 million. And if you now look at this 2011 to 2031, then the ongoing the 2 decades is going to be just 1 million. So which means that there is going to be a labor shortage, in fact. And remember, 70s and 80s were the period of very high rates of unemployment. Now unemployment rates are high, but we know probably the intensity of unemployment or the nature of unemployment has certainly changed in Kerala. And just to give a comparison, while 2011 to 2031, the net increase in working age population is going to be only 10 lakh in Kerala, or 1 million in Kerala, and 3.3 million in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is also not doing very well on this particular count. But you have some other, the northern and eastern states, 50 million more working age population in Uttar Pradesh, or 30 million more in Bihar. So definitely, if you look at the conventional industries, the more labor-intensive industries, Kerala, or for that matter, Tamil Nadu, or perhaps even Karnataka, do not stand a chance. So it's imperative that you have to move into a new industrial structure. The old set of industries and the old set of economic activities will not be possible. I mean, even if you really want to, you cannot do it because there's not enough labor. Which is in fact the reason why we see the mismatch in the labor market. Today we have, in fact, even today, many of the industry in Kerala is still dominated, at least some of the industries are still dominated by the traditional industries, the coir, cashew. They all require manual and less skilled workers. Now that shortage is met with migrant workers coming from other states, but the young in Kerala migrate to other parts, which is already seen. This might you can look at the last 2 columns, which is the employment structure in Kerala and the employment structure in India. All data for 2020, the latest data, 22-23. What I would urge you to look at is the brown, the top brown. These are high value services. That is where Kerala is somewhat different. High value services, we refer to education, health, finance, banking, public administration, defense, the IT and professional services, which is a big thing, and so on, administrative services, and so on. So these are typically the the more aspirational jobs, the more, not necessarily the higher, in terms of salaries or wages, they may not perhaps be but these are all typically jobs which require education, jobs which, so you find of the total workforce in Kerala, 20% are engaged in that. The national average is only 12%. So there is a growth in that. And these are also, 40% of Kerala's income now comes from those high-end services. In fact, I think that is the future. And if you look at the women's employment, very, in fact, very promising part. On the one side, Kerala, we know, is relatively low, not relative to the rest of the country, but relative to the fact that, there is high degree of, progress in other gender-related indicators. Female employment rate is very low in Kerala. But at the same time, if you look at high-value services, the sectors that I just mentioned, two things we notice. One, the numbers of women and men employed in these sectors are equal in Kerala. Two, Kerala accounts for actually almost 7% of the national employment in this women employed at the national level. So which is quite big. Although again, that's not enough given the numbers of potential workers within Kerala. So, you have a very relatively large employment in these sectors, but there is a need to expand these sectors much, much more within the state, which is why much of this migration happens, because there's not enough jobs in these sectors. So the potential workforce is much bigger, but already the numbers are quite substantial in high value services in Kerala, especially women's employment, which is something which we need to understand, so there is clearly the great opportunities. Much of it is already well known. Success in social spheres, skilled workers. We already talked about 1.4 million outside the state as migrant nurses, doctors, and morning. Shashi Kumar was speaking about return migration. Of course, connections with migrants can be a very important objective. A large domestic market. It's important to note that knowledge industries can come across the state. That is very important to note. Small and smart firms, higher education. You just look at the number of engineering intake of engineering students, almost tenfold between 97 and 2019. In 20 years, tenfold increase in the annual. Remember, this is happening at a time when the numbers of potential students are decreasing, because you have on the other side, you have a younger, the growth of the young population is declining in Kerala, while the number of seats have increased. So these are the opportunities. But finally, the last 2 minutes or something I'll spend, clearly, to build knowledge intensive industries, having opportunities is not enough. Having a potentially skilled workforce. In Kerala now, it's a potentially skilled, potential workers, because many of these workers are not actually working in Kerala. They are probably moving out of the state. That is not enough, because you have to create opportunities. And when it comes to knowledge industries, the way to create is to have a very high quality higher education system, at least including a high quality public education system, research institutes, because these are very critical for knowledge industries. But we know that a major constraint is the fact that, although again, this is a rich state in the sense of per capita incomes are very high, there is high degree of savings, but the state government do not have enough resources at its command. As already mentioned, a large part of the spending on social sectors, which means that more than 50% on social services and pensions, and capital expenditures only 10%. And of course, this is well known. The state has to depend on, just like any other Indian state, has to depend on own resources is low, depend on transfers from the central government. And the third, of course, is borrowings from the market. But the borrowings from the market are also constrained because of the FRBM limits. So I think I will end here. More resources, what is required? More resources, including more financial resources, are important. And listening to Vinod's talk, I think very important for Kerala, not just bringing those who studied the school education in Kerala, but in fact, it's important for Kerala to attract youngsters from other places, from from the rest of the country, from the rest of the world. In fact, a big marketing should be made to make sure that to ensure that this is a place where uh, greater autonomy and freedom. So higher education is very critical. At the same time, it's important to know that there are marginal sections who do not have access to higher education. So in this, while on the one side we try to attract other students from outside, make sure that those who are looking for higher education within the state, they should have the freedom to do so. But greater autonomy and freedom, including too much media scrutiny on higher education, I believe is unproductive, which I think do not happen in the institutions which do well outside. And state public sector units can play a very important role. They can be facilitators of technology transfer. I think I will just end with this slide. Thank you so much for listening to me and for the rest of the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jain. So now I continue more of the part of the research work, and she would be free to add your feedback.
Sita.
So,
This is yours, അല്ലേ? അല്ലല്ലോ? This is. തോന്നല്ലേ? അല്ലേ? സമയത്തല്ലോ. All right.
Hello, good afternoon, all. The paper titled Establishing New Spaces, Situating Technopark Within Kerala's Pro-Business Regime and a Global Production Network. I'm directly jumping into the research question. It's not known. No.
Thank you. You stop. Start more like first one, please. We're ready to click on this.
Thank you. So, the research question is twofold. The first question is, what is the role of the regional state in shaping conductive space for integration into global production network in IT industry? And the second question is, what is the evolving labor regime in Kerala software industry? And how does it intersect with the regulatory regime and global production network? The paper is based on the insight from the field study, information from the secondary data, including economic review, Kerala State IT policy, ECS annual report, research article, and labor commission document. The research employs the labor regime and the state as its analytical framework, and labor regime analyzes social, economic, political, and institutional arrangement that shape the organization, control, and labor experiences within specific historical, geographical, temporal, and industrial contexts. When we look into the case of labor regime literature, we can see that state plays an important role, and state act as a facilitator and significantly influence the capital flow direction, and state mediates the strategic coupling process between local firm and global lead firms. State act as a regulator and shapes labor experiences through industrial policies, labor law policies, welfare policies, and directly or indirectly influence or shape the labor market institution, labor supply demand condition, and making in the process of consent creation from the side of employees. So there exists a symbiotic relationship between state and transnational firm, wherein firms strategically navigate the regulatory framework to their advantage, while the state endeavors to position itself within the firm's global production network. So when we look into the Kerala's IT industry, IT industry is positioned within the broader IT sector in the state policy initiative, which also encompasses e-governance program and e-literacy initiative. This particular paper only looks into the IT industry. And when we look into the case of industry, the industry is predominantly export oriented one, similar to the national trend. And IT industry contributed heavily to states export. And when we look into the share of national share of the particular Kerala state IT export to the national export, it is 3.49%. And Thiruvananthapuram and Kochi recognized as emerging hubs for IT industry in India. And when we look into the ecosystem of IT industry in Kerala, we can say that it's a state-driven ecosystem where predominant numbers of firms, irrespective of sizes, that located themselves inside the state-sponsored IT park. There are private IT parks also. But when we look into the ecosystem, when we look into the institutional framework, comparing to the other state, neighboring state experience like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Telangana, where the private capital were also in forefront in developing the ecosystem. But in case of Kerala, it's mainly state driven. From where does this root of state driven ecosystem comes from? There are two reasons for that. The first reason is that the industrial disintegration reason and lack of diversification in manufacturing. It's mentioned in previous presentation. The historical industrial landscape of the state was characterized by slow growing natural resource based sectors such as agriculture and chemical industry, and which limited the organic integration or organic industrial linkages. So that's on the one part. And on the other hand, when we look into the industrial class in the state, we can say that there was minimal influence of capitalist class in policy formation in the pre-reform period, and that was attributed mainly to the state historical trajectory of labor movement and industrial relation. So when we look into the initial period of the IT industry in the state, the role of the domestic industrialists and the role of the NRI entrepreneurial class were minimal, and that kind of environment mandated state involvement in IT industry, and consequently, Kerala's IT sector operates within an institutional framework where the state has been playing foundational role in structuring industrial, spatial, and industrial relation condition rather than being driven by market forces. So when we look into the policy initiative of the state, we can classify the phases or policy initiative into 4 phases. The first phase is early phase, that is pre-reform phase. And this particular phase is characterized by lack of institutionalization of flexible policies. And when we look into the this particular phase, this is a period till 2000. And when we look into the IT industry in Kerala, its root goes back to the electronic industry in the state, which is again was driven by state driven policies, and the public sector undertaking, that is Keltron, is very important. And Keltron and its research unit succeeded to deliver large scale computer contract during 1980s. Therefore, Keltron and other government institutions like VSSC, CET, Kerala University, they were very important in the initial phases because they ensured the infrastructural support and availability of skill pool to the region. But however, when we look into the direct policy initiative that initiated since 1990s, there are 3 important policies during the first phase, that is establishment of Technopark and the policy related STPI, though it comes from the central government, but the implementation level, state government is very important. And the third important policy initiative is IT Policy Initiative 1998. Though the IT policy of 1998 introduced Pollution Control Act exemption, Sales Tax exemption, Stamp Duty exemption, Capital Subsidy exemption, and all, there were limitations in its policy initiative because labor emerged as a constraint that particular period through various drivers. On one hand, there were limited skill workforce in the region, and another thing, the historical labor militancy emerged as a constraint, and that created hostile environment for private investment. The second policy period is the period during 2000 to 2007, and this policy period can be considered as the policy period of flexible flexible policy initiatives. And there are 3 important policy initiatives from the side of labor side. The first one is labor law reforms. The second one is liberalization of technical education. And the third thing is introduction of special economic zone policies to the state. And when we look into the labor law amendment, the IT industry considered as establishment, and since they considered as establishment, they can run at 3 shift policies. And there were various exemptions introduced during this particular IT policy that include exemption for working hours, exemption for closing establishment, exemption for holiday provision. And another important thing, the IT policy incorporated self-certification mechanism for IT establishment regarding various labor laws. I am not mentioning the various labor laws, but regarding Payment and Wages Act, Minimum Wage Act, regarding all this labor law, the IT industries needed to submit only the self-certification, and they can avoid the institutional oversight. And another important thing, IT industry attained the status of public utility, and thereby they can they succeeded to avoid the immediate strike and trade union activities inside the firm. And regarding the industrial policy side, there were other policy suggestions like expansion for IT infrastructure. And another important policy initiative from the side of state government was that institutionalize the industrial and state collaboration. Like they introduced the engagement of industrial association like NASCOM, MAIT, CII, GTEC in the policy formation for this particular period. So, as I mentioned, during this period, the state government announced the integration of IT parks into special economic zone, and including the private IT parks attained the special economic zone status under this particular policy initiative. And there were liberalization of technical education policies. And at the implementation level, the expansion of infrastructure through establishment of Info Park and establishment of startup mission of Kerala were important policy initiative this period. So the period of 2000 to 2007 we can be identified as the period of flexible policy initiative, and from there the policy initiative shift its orientation toward investment orientation. Though the policy documents like IT policy 2007 and IT policy 2012 largely focus on e-governance strategy and related ideas, we can see a large emphasis for PPP initiative during this particular period. So Kerala State IT Infrastructure Limited was established in the year 2008, and that helped to strengthen the PPP initiative in the state. And Cyber Park and Techno City was expanded during this particular period under KSITIL. And there were other PPP initiative during this period, like Smart City project or Startup Village project during this particular period. So this particular period can be identified as a policy initiative that more focused on the investment oriented initiative. And the last period, that is 2017 to the current period, this particular period, for the first time, the marketing and global integration identified as core objective for policy initiative, though they were in the policy initiative, but it came for the core policy objective of the IT policies. And 2017 policy emphasized time-bound and modern marketing system. And key strategies of 2017 IT policies including branding Kerala IT through delegation, expos, international seminar, and establishment of IBM and other MNCs to the state, and a deepening of global integration started again strengthened by the policy initiative of IT policy 2023, which institutionalized work near shop initiatives and decentralized the IT hubs to tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and that promoted flexible work arrangement and expanded labor market access, and the knowledge economy mission that integrated remote and platform-based labor into the formal IT sector. So when we look into the industrial landscape, the comparative advantage for the IT industry comes from the skilled labor, and for that, environment which ensure the flexibility in work hours, contractual arrangement, and extended labor time is very mandated, and the regulatory regime functions in a way that ensures a highly deregulated environment with minimal state intervention in the labor protection. So this kind of labor regulation manifests in two key ways. On one hand, it comes through the formal exclusion of labor laws from IT sector, and on the other hand, it comes through weak enforcement of existing legal provision. And when we look into the case of labor exclusion of labor laws in the IT industry, as I mentioned earlier, that institutionalized in the policy of IT policy 2001. And when we look into the case of Shop and Commercial Establishment Act, there are various exclusion for IT industry, and through the status of special economic zone and deregulated spaces, IT enjoys the formal exclusion in the labor law, and through the attainment of public utility also, IT industry attain the exclusionary status for Labor Law Act. And in the case of weak enforcement, I will brief. Yes. So in the case of industrial, in the case of standing order, though there exists standing order provision in the state, there exists low compliances, and only 2 firms have submitted the standing order, and that legalized the flexibility provision, like they approve dismissal without notice, and they enable sudden termination, and there exists unilateral transfers without employee compensation. That is written in the document in the standing orders of IT firms in the state. And so when we look into the labor regime in the IT industry in the state, we can see that there exists intense temporal control over employees, and that temporal control comes through the global competition, and that is legitimated under the institutional purview. And when we look into the labor segmentation, there are permanent employees and there are intense number of non-permanent employees, and this non-permanent employees function as a shadow employees, and the institutional framework that support the existence of shadow employees, and there exists very individualistic reward system. And in Kerala, though there are trade union and there are high intensity of unionization, there exists no formal union presence in the IT industry in the state, though there are other initiative like employee welfare groups like Pradidwani and other thing is functioning. There is no formal union. So on conclusion, state were in the forefront in the policy initiative, like in the form of industrial, spatial, and industrial relation. But when we looks into the such policies, at the initial time, it was protectionist kind of not protectionist, but it was not that flexible. But over the time, it become flexible and it become investment oriented and global integration. But it is at the cost of employee labor law violation and labor protection. So that's all.
So now I follow up with last December. Like very fast. She's going to speak on a distance related time zone difference, waiting time, Cherivan legends.
And second one. Yes. So I can't remember once.
Yes.
Okay. So, hello. Okay, so good evening, everyone. Thank you very much to the organizer for giving me such opportunity to share my ideas in this conference. So today I am discuss on distance related time zone difference, waiting time, trade and dust disease. This is a joint work of me with my supervisor Dr. Bishwajit Mondal. So in this paper, I will discuss about different kinds of trade and see the effect of distance on goods trade and service trade simultaneously and check if there is any possibility of dust disease. Finally, the theoretical findings is supported by a brief empirical analysis. So here is the structure of my today's talk. First, I will discuss briefly about the existing literature. Then I will introduce a model using a hexa-link setup. Then we extend the model introducing the informal sector. And finally, there is an empirical evidence and then the conclusion follows. So before developing the model, let us look at this slide. So this slide is showing the goods trade ratio and service trade ratio for India with various countries, where the countries can be located anywhere in the world. So in the left diagram, we measure the goods trade ratio and service trade ratio for India with Asian countries, that the countries are geographically near to India. In this situation, we see that both the goods trade ratio and service trade ratio are more or less stagnant over the time. But if we look at the right diagram, there we measure the goods trade ratio and service trade ratio for India with US and Canada. That is, the countries are geographically far from India. In this situation, we see that the goods trade ratio is decreasing over the time, while the service trade ratio is increasing over the time. And after 2016, the service trade ratio is even higher than the goods trade ratio. So from this analysis, we can say there must be a relationship between trade and distance, and it depends on whether the trade is in goods trade or in service trade. So this slide is showing the benefit of using time zone difference in trade. So here we measure two countries, one is India and another is USA. So we know that when there is daytime in India, there is nighttime in USA and vice versa. And apart from that, we consider a product X which needs 12 hours to produce. Now, when the product is completely produced, then there will be nighttime in India. And the product is producing in India. So when the product is completely produced, then there will be nighttime in India. And if we use the time zone difference, then the product can be marketed at the first point, which is the beginning of the morning in USA. But if we do not use the time zone difference, then it will remain idle for another 12 hours, and then only it can be marketed in India at the second point, which is the beginning of the next calendar date in India. So this is the benefit of using time zone difference. So here is a literature review. Begin with the gravity model. So we know that the standard gravity model says that when distance between two trading countries increases, then the trading cost should increase. In this context, we can consider various literature. Among them, Samuelson 1954, Falber 1976, Deirdre 2014, Lawson and Eastman 2008, Millis 2007, Taglione and Valdon 2014 are among them. So they all says that geographical distance is really harmful for trade between countries which are located in different parts of the world. So for this reason, the trade between these countries decline, and the factor prices also change according to the factor intensity assumption. So Anderson and Van Uyck 2003, Head and Matt 2014, Hebman and Hames 2004, they all explain the trade in goods based on distance, and they use it and they analyze it by using the gravity model argument. But if we look at some current literature, they shows that distance may have some positive effect on trade in case of service trade. So when the trade is virtual in nature, then the time zone exploitation may directly raises the production and the volume of trade. In this context, Margit 2007 is a remarkable paper which shows that this type of trade benefits skilled labor and hurts capital. Eventually, service sector expands while the other sector contracts. So here is the introduction of the basic model. We know that apart from the cost of production, there are various other costs which are included in international trade. So when the two countries which are located in completely different parts of the world, there are transaction costs, transportation costs, communication costs, delaying costs, and etc. So our main objective is to focus on the relationship between geographical distance and the cost which are associated with this kind of trade. So to do this, we introduce a very important factor, that is time zone. So here I consider trade between two countries which are located in completely non-overlapping time zone. That is, there is a huge aerial distance between the trading countries. The more the aerial distance between the trading countries, less overlapping will be their time zone, and hence more benefit may be appropriated due to trade. So the trade can be either in terms of goods trade or in service trade. And in trying to do so, we check if standard gravity model results hold here or not. And we know that service trade does not require any physical shipment. Only the cost of internet is required to do trade, and that is very negligible in today's world. But however, this is not the case for goods trade. So here are the assumption of our basic model. So we consider three sectors. One is service sector X, another is manufacturing sector Y, and the third one is the importable goods sector, that is M. So X and Y are using skill, labor, and capital,
while M is using unskilled labor and capital. So here is another crucial factor which must be needs to taken into account, that for X and Y, which is the marketing cost tau. Now, what is tau? So let us talk a little bit about tau. So tau consists all the other cost apart from the production cost. So tau has different interpretation for goods trade and service trade. If you consider service trade scenario first, then when the product is completely produced, then there will be night time in the producing country. If the product needs to be marketed in that producing country, it will remain idle for another 12 hours. To avoid this situation, the product needs to be marketed somewhere in the world where the market is open at this moment or will be open within next 12 hours. To maximize the profit, the product needs to be marketed to exactly opposite direction of the world where the day has been just started. So in this situation, there is a huge aerial distance between the trading countries, but the transportation cost is very low because this doesn't need any physical shipment. So we can say with the increase in distance, the transportation cost will be negative. So when distance increases, our tau of X will be decreasing. But if we replicate the entire story for good, then there will be huge transportation cost associated with this huge aerial distance. So with the increase in distance, there is an increase in tau in case of Y. Now coming back to assumption, X is skilled labor intensive, Y is capital intensive, and M is unskilled labor intensive. Now here is a structure of the basic model. The left hand side is showing the price equation for X, Y, and M, and the right hand side is showing the full employment conditions. So after solving the price equation, we get the change in factor prices. Sorry. So when distance increases, there is an increase in skilled labor wage and the unskilled labor wage, and a fall in the rent of capital. And here is the effect on output. After solving the full employment condition, we get the change in output of X, Y, and M as X hat, Y hat, and M hat. So X hat and so output of X and M will be increasing, and output of Y will be decreasing. So hence comes our first proposition. So for distance country, service trade increases and goods trade must fall. For similar reason, closer country would engage in goods trade and service trade would decrease. Now coming to the second part of the model, here we extend our model with an additional sector, that is untraded informal sector I. So I can be incorporated in two ways. One is standalone sector and another is an intermediate input sector to M. So I consider the standalone case first. So I is using unskilled labor and land as its factors of production. So left hand side is showing the price equation and the right hand side is showing the full employment condition. So here is the sorry. Okay, so this is my paper. Steps, no? So finally you will okay. So here is the wage inequality part. So the wage inequality shows that when distance between two trading countries increases, then wage inequality must increase. So here are the effect on output. So this is quite apparent that with the increase in distance, there is an increase in X and M and a fall in Y and I. So this will happen only if all the factors of productions are variable. But if we consider one of the factors of production to be being kept fixed, like land rate, so this may be for some reason like government intervention or policy implication, then it will prevent the natural adjustment of costs which are associated with the production of I. For this reason, the production of I will increase and eventually exceeds the price of I. For this reason, I could no longer can operate in the market, and therefore it could lead to its potential disappearance. And this phenomenon may be referred to as dust disease. Now here comes our third proposition. If the returns to I kept fixed, then there arises the possibility of dust disease for I with the increase in distance between the trading countries. So that is the second part. I introduce I as an intermediate input to M. I am not going deeper into this for the sake of time. Okay, so here are the empirical part. So we know that the empirical data bridges the gap between the theoretical findings and the empirical outcomes. So we use Poisson pseudo maximum likelihood, that is PPML hereafter. And from previous literatures, we know that the PPML is better than OLS using because it particularly address the heteroscedasticity problem. So we include time zone difference as one of the binary independent variable which serves as a substitute for the distance in the traditional gravity model argument. So the data are from OECD and World Bank. We use top 20 trading countries which has the highest trade volume for with India. And the data ranges from 2001 to 2020. The equation of the gravity model is given on the slide. TIJ is the total trade flow between the countries I and J. So here are the variables which are used in the analysis. So the dependent variable is total service and total goods trade. So the trade flow is services and goods including both the export and import. And the, apart from per capita GDP, the others are binary variable. So here are the results. So non-overlapping time zone has positive and significant effect on service trade, while it has negative effect on goods trade, and preferential trade agreement had the positive effect on goods trade. Now coming to the conclusion part, we can say that geographical distance may have some positive effect on trade in case of service trade, unlike standard gravity model argument. And our basic results holds true even in the presence of the informal sector. So it also reveals that the potential for dust disease in the informal sector by maintaining Lander's constants. And finally, this paper also shed some light on basic empirical evidence to support the theoretical findings. And our paper claims that there are differential effect of areal distance on trade, and it depends on whether the trade is in goods trade or in service trade. So thank you very much for listening to my views.
So we can, so it is time for anyone who have any questions on papers. Welcome. So you can address to anyone. We have, I think we can take 10 minutes. 5 to 7 minutes. Yes.
Sorry?
Can I explain that period calendar? There is a flag, two flag or three flag.
The two black dots.
This figure. We cannot see.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
Time zone, that is 1 day. 1 day is the first half, the second is the second half. That is particular 1 day, not year. Calendar date. Calendar date.
I mean that entire date is representing the 12 hours of.
No, that is different. I have differentiated the daytime and nighttime in that picture.
So if
So I will share.
Yes.
Meanwhile, you can ask questions to Professor Jayan and Chorima.
This one.
No, yeah.
Let them pick this slide. No questions?
Page number 4.
Ritika, you have no questions?
It's too late now.
Yeah.
PPT number 4.
Yeah. So the above is the first calendar date for India. This is daytime, this is nighttime. And this is the first calendar date for USA. This is the daytime in USA, this is the nighttime in USA.
Okay.
And this is the beginning of the next calendar date in India. This is the daytime in India, this is the nighttime in India.
Thank you.
Yes,
Sure.
Ritika.
You've done some survey as well, right?
Yeah.
You did not print anything from that.
Yeah, yeah, it was there in my paper, but there were two parts for this particular paper. The first one is what is the initiative from the state, but predominant presentation takes for that session. But the second part is how does that regulation affected in labor experience? That is the second part. So when we look into that particular part, there are 4 important incidents. So first thing is the intensification of labor hour exactly, like
there is a intensification of labor hours in terms of there are various kind of things like there is non-documentation of overtime. There is waste theft in the form of not paying overtime work, and such kind of things are institutionalized in the regulatory thing. And when we looks into the kind of labor or that kind of employment relation, though when we looks into the national statistics itself, there is only 20% of the total work population enjoys the all benefit of IT employment, social securities, and all those things. Then the rest of the population does not enjoy any of this thing. And the field study also confirmed this particular thing. So in a particular firm, there are permanent employees and there are shadow employees. And this shadow employees are trainees, apprentices, and the people who are not billable. So this shadow employees and the permanent employees, they together do the work, and the shadow employees, those who are not under permanent position, those who comes from the category of apprentice or trainee, they can be hired and fired at any time. And the labor law also substantiate this policy. Like during the probation period, hiring and firing is possible under the labor law clause. And the third thing is there exists very individualistic reward system, and the salary is it's not, it's prohibited for the disclose that that also alienate the relationship among the workers. They are considering other workers as competitors. So another important thing is there is no since they all comes under special economic zone and public utility status, there is no formal trade union in Kerala, though there exists the history of uh, labor unionization and all those things. There are employee association, but they have their limitation. Like Pradidwani, they are doing their well. They are doing need-based things and all, but there is no formal thing. So there are another story of labor regime and how does such kind of flexible arrangement uh, develop this kind of precarious environment. But I couldn't present. But thank you for the question, Professor Jain. Oh, sorry.
Do you have any more? Do you have any more questions? Yes, 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 please.
Okay, so Professor Jain, so when you were talking about, so there is a demographic dividend decline in Kerala, which will be a problem. And then you also mentioned about, obviously, there's this huge presence of the high skilled sector, which is probably a good thing given that. But then will it not have repercussions on inequality? And related, so even when we talk about high skill employment, we would probably have to think of maybe not so much capital intensive because we are talking about services, but maybe innovation. So and then that entire thing of inequality comes in, right? So yeah. So I just have one clarification question for Maitri, which is that when you're doing your empirical analysis, you have two variables, right? One was a dummy. If I share a border, if I'm suppose the country in question, which can be India in your case, and the other is if I share a common language.
Yeah.
Will there not be a very high multicollinearity by construction? Because I know that the language sharing, like Bangladesh and India, you would probably consider it to be sharing a language because it's Bengali. So it's again the bordering countries, right? So you should probably, yeah, later.
I have a broad question to Professor Jayan. So, see, I think it is very tricky when we are talking about this kind of policies for a particular state, right? Because one aspect would be competition among the states, particularly, for example, you're talking about high skilled services. There are already other states which are doing pretty well, and at least particularly seems to be more dynamic than Kerala. Then the policy prescription have to be like how do we do better than them? Otherwise, and it's also very mobile. So even if education, so your entire okay. So maybe a comment on that. To Moitri, I was not very clear about the Dutch disease point. To my knowledge, Dutch disease means expansion of the low productivity sector. So historically, manufacturing was supposed to be more productive, services less productive. So when because of that, as employment moves from high productive to low productive sectors, productivity goes down. But what is the same thing happening in your model? And the other point is this this marketing cost, it's not very clear to me why there should be a marketing cost, particularly if you look at service trade, a lot of it is based on its delivery. There is a contract between company to company, right? Some company in the advanced world is subcontracting to some other company here. So you just do the project and deliver it. So how is that marketing point? Marketing point comes in getting those contracts. Okay, so that is a different part. But in delivery and cost of production, I don't think that should matter so much. Thank you.
Can I answer this? Yes. Yes, you can.
I
Sorry.
think she
We
has
can
a
take,
question.
we can get a response from them and then, okay.
Just I had one small question to Shonima. Thank you for the presentation. But I understood that you were trying to give a historical account of how the state has built policies, which has led to the production of space. So I was just wondering that you showed that after I think 1990s, there's a lot of liberalization and which led to the creation of what the space is today. And you have mentioned that right now there is not a lot of traditional union involvement in the IT space. I was thinking that when the policies were getting developed with and being more liberalized and flexibilized, were there any union involvement countering that? Since you're producing a historical account of state policies, were there any union movement account that you can produce, during that time, and how did that go? Thank you.
So can I raise one thing and then you can sum up? There are two, no, I have something to ask for Shonima and Jayan because this is talking about Kerala and knowledge economy a kind of sector. So to Shonima, I was wondering, see, Kerala is the state which has started this technopark, but even now, when you compare to other places, somehow we are not able to really attract. So at the same time, when we talk about this flexible labor and all that, you do say that it was much better earlier, and then over the time you find this kind of hire and fire kind of system. So do you think that this kind of, it doesn't matter whether what kind of policy you follow for the labor, for attracting the investment, it doesn't matter, or you want to go along with the kind of policy changes which is happening in the globalized era. So is it because of that we are not concerned about then even if we do something for arguing for the trade union also, we say that no, in order to attract investment you need to follow that kind of policy. Now we have seen in our study that in the contractualization is so intensive especially in the knowledge driven activities or knowledge technology intensive production system. So maybe don't you think that that is also getting reflected in your story of Technopark? Now to Jayan, see, now we believe that this knowledge economy can attract more kind of generate more employment and can have better growth and all that. So, and you were giving the example of education sector where maybe we can think of. So I was thinking while you were talking and presenting, I was thinking, are we really equipped to attract such kind of investment again? Because some private university coming from different states or different places, are we really equipped in terms of infrastructure or in terms of the quality of education? Whatever, we should not undermine, but if we are opening up, when we were listening to know why our students are going abroad. So so many questions were asked. So in their case, their state university, they prefer state university because finance education fee will be less. But even then you want to go there vis-a-vis the private university. Even they want to go to private university if you have money to fund, or because of the cultural and communication skills and so many things they are going, or they find job to support their funding or finance. That is also there in that country. there also, if you see, if you go to that country, you will see, their population is so small, they could accommodate any number of migrants. But are we able to, provide such kind of supply of labor? Whether we can really, that demand for labor and supply of labor, if they have demand, those who are coming here, can they really find any job here? Because our people are running away from here because we don't have anything to provide to them. So these are the questions I thought that we need to think. And one just clarification. See, we are saying maybe because of the traditional sector, people over here are not ready to work. So we are migrating. The young generation is migrating. And then our work is done by the immigrant or migrant labor from other states. But this is also true in the case of Tamil Nadu. That is what Abhinav came and told me, that even in the automobile component industry, you will find migrant labor working there. So it's not only the problem with the Kerala, it is also there in the other state, it looks like. So these are the things I thought of.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll just quickly answer, and thanks for staying back till the end of the day. I'll take the second two questions first. I think they are all speaking about what should be done to build a knowledge economy. And there are quite a few examples internationally and also within India. I mean, internationally, if you look at some of the developed regions, like, Singapore, within India, you have Bangalore and Hyderabad. And what is behind the success of each of these? One thing we find is some kind of clustering. And in India, the clusters, the Bangalore or Hyderabad, or for that matter, Delhi, which is anyway has other advantages. This clustering has a lot to do with the initial build of the initial setting up of some of these knowledge intensive public sector units there. So industrial policy plays a big role. I mean, in the Indian case, it was the earlier phase of planning which created these advantages. Therefore, these regions have this cumulative advantages. And in other places where it is building, if the government may not be acting, government may not be the main investor, but the government is very much behind each of the. If you look at Taiwan, if you look at Singapore, if you look at the US, any of the US university cities, they're all built with a lot of planning from the state. Now, I think you're already pointed that out. When it comes to Kerala, the big challenge is that, number one, we didn't have any of those initial advantages. Public sector investment was low. Public sector investment in higher education, we didn't have a single IIT, IIM until very recently, until the 1990s. Now, all these are big disadvantages. And being a state, you don't have the fiscal or the monetary policy levers to do the industrial policy. So it's a tight rope. I fully understand. But I guess the big advantage, and perhaps that answers your question about inequality also, is that, you have this social base is a big advantage. It's a big, step from which you can move ahead. And like I said, one advantage is that you can have these kind of industries across the state. So you can have clustering in a different way, which is probably why now an urban transport system is important. I mean, you should have the advantages of a cluster, but across the state. Urban planning is very important. In fact, you have an officer from urban planning, and I have to go with him now. So, I guess town planning, urban amenities, and of course the culture changes, which we all discuss. Inequality, I think the quick point is building knowledge intensive industries within the state will be a step towards reducing inequality. Because otherwise, what can happen is those who migrate, those who have the better options in outside the state are typically, people who come from households which have some assets, which have land, because migration also is costly. So migration actually can lead to greater inequalities. that is what I think. I mean, not everybody can migrate for a better opportunity. So building these opportunities within the state is perhaps the best bet for the state. I will end with that. Thank you. And
Okay. I will address the first question of Sri Manjari's. So it's regarding the counter action from the side of uh, employees regarding the trade union thing. So when we look at the case of Technopark, for instance, the first association established in the Technopark during 2012, and it was a response to the larger countryside protests, like there were TCS mass laying off happened during that particular time, and in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, there were unionization process initiated during that particular time. It was in the 2012 that period. But when we looks into the particular case of Technopark, though there are informal kind of thing, a formalization of a trade union, such kind of action or counter action were not evident, at least because of the idea of militant nature. Maybe that is the main reason. So such kind of thing is not there. And when we looks into the case of uh, Kerala's political approaches, both left and right, they supported the industry because of the industrial constraint in the form of land. There are limited land, and there is, in the case of labor, there is a problem for higher educated uh, uh, people, and the IT industry provided an opportunity for that. And in the case of environment thing also, uh, IT industry considered to be less and less a polluted thing. So in industry wise, Kerala faced these three constraints. So both left and right wing, they supported industry, and there were interviews of IT professional. I mean the chairmans or directors who state that this is the IT park in Kerala is the private IT park, though it comes under the state thing. And when we look into the labor policy, the activities of head load workers also prohibited, to whom considered to be the more militant thing, and that is there in the Labor Regulation Act of IT industry. So that is the thing. And regarding contractualization, yes, it's there in IT industry, and the kind of employment relation, existing employment relation itself is a problematic thing. So when we look into the IT industry, as I mentioned, there are permanent employees. At the same time, there is a large chunk of non-permanent employees in the form of shadow employees who will be recruited at the initial, I mean, who will be freshly recruited in the form of freshers, who will be in the bench, and those people will be not billable. So that people will be under probation, and there is a large chunk of freshers, particularly in India's service industry, like service-oriented industry. And it's a new kind of contractualization because they can be hired and fired at any time. And at the same time, there are temporary employees who appointed through the third party agent. That kind of contractualization is also evident. And regarding does the flexible policy is important or not? Yes, it's important. When we look into the industrial profile, Kerala's IT's growth happened since 2000 only. Once the flexible policies introduced, there was a jump, and it's a larger question. It's not about the specific location question, because the IT industry is comparatively footloose industry, because its sunk cost is very minimal, so it can move. It can't move anywhere because it also depend upon the availability of the skill pool and everything. But comparing to the investment cost, it can move to anywhere. And when we looks into the case of IT industry and current scenario, the industry is moving to tier 2 cities, and tier 2 cities are providing this kind of flexible policies and everything, because the firms are looking for less cost areas, and the liberalization thing in technical education all over the nation also provide the supply of labor. And another important thing is there is the standardization process ensure that the the employees from any region can do such kind of very template oriented service kind of work. So in that sense, the flexible policies is important, and states are in competitive position to introduce such kind of flexible policies to attract their I mean IT industry into their territory.
Flexible policy is not important for labor, but for capital.
Yeah.
So what about you? Okay. So
Oh, yeah.
So, ma'am, actually, Bharat and Bangladesh doesn't have any common language because Bangla is not official language for India. But yeah, actually, it's English and it's overlapping with US and UK. And but there may be some common language and common border like Pakistan, and it will be Hindi for Pakistan and India. But I have checked the multicollinearity, and there is no significant multicollinearity problem in that case. So, for sir, so the dust disease is the case in when one sector is that's often manufacturing face disruption in case of boom in another sector that due to some export oriented sector. So in our case there is an increase in X and M, the sector service sector, and M is an manufacturing sector, another manufacturing sector that doesn't have any tau, which is the marketing cost. So in this situation they are increasing, that is why I is decreasing. So I face disruption. And for that contract part, so actually we are considering about the supply side only. So our main focus whether to is market the completed product in overlapping time zone or non-overlapping time zone. That is why we didn't consider the contracted part earlier. But thank you for the questions, ma'am. Thank you.
okay. Any more question? So thank you, presenters and audience, for making this session very interactive. So we'll see you for dinner. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Bueno,